S.W.Frost is now live streaming last epoch Thai no art offers please also I don't buy bots.
Meanwhile, camps on the edge of the event boundary continue to grow.
On the same day that all international flights were grounded, peacekeeping forces of police and military personnel patrol the streets. The official line? Stay indoors where possible. There's shock here. There are tears. There is anger. Hope has been...
Hallå?
Yes.
Evo me. Što malo pre.
Kako ovo ludilo mozga.
Vidi ovo!
Ne, nego ovi pucaju automatom kao na svadbu.
Sinoć nasmija, brate. Igrali kod, znaš?
Dobro.
I ubijemo nekog Bosanca, neke naše ubijemo. I nama, i jebelimo majku. A, brate, ne znam da smo
Dracula SRB.
Srbi, znaš.
Welcome to my channel. https www.twitch.tv Dracula clip wrong flirty burrito cool story bro nwotbox yamyo yi.
Zapamtili smo mu, brate, Niki, brate, Likse i...
Izvinjavam.
Izvinio se, znaš. Izvinio se zato što je mislio da smo stranci, ali brate, nema to tako je. A mi svi ono naši, već.
Ella. Welcome to my channel. Yehodemuun. Welcome to my channel.
Što? Ti zube izvadim iz milice. Ja, majko mila. Ovaj ključi za posle i
Ček da polam.
Goodbye for now.
posle ti na Twitch.
A jesi? A, ne čitam je linkove, oprosti. To sam
Ozbiljno?
isključio. Da. A,
Čekaj, onda da on...
ne. Poslao si mi
Moraš
link, nego moram da ga nađem.
Unlockuješ.
Ne da ga unlockujem, nego znaš da mi je ono tekstu... Da. Možda postojiš link, nije problem, samo ga neće pročitati. Nešto je.
To našlo da odmah.
Tebi tu.
Sad ih čekamo.
Broken plate.
Gotov.
Dođi bre.
Kurac jebem te ostav bre. Tu me ti jebeš majku, pičko mala bre. Ti zube izvadem iz vilice bre.
Kome ti jebeš, majku?
Right? And that's I just don't think it's any place for a teacher or a school. I don't think it's the place to speak about things like that. And it's not that I think that it shouldn't be spoken about. If that's what you got from that tweet, then you're just wrong.
Goodbye for now.
Oh lord. Što se radi? Jesi video Krajtekov tweet?
Kata. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat.
Čekaj,
Welcome to
prvo
my
nešto
channel.
za Borisa.
Alisidra.
Zlada Vombuz nije normalno,
Welcome to my channel.
to smo znali definitivno. Ček, prvo ovo. Pogledaj majke ti ovaj tweet, kak je to patetičan tip. Ne znam da li da mu napišem komentar. Ikakav.
Someone's confronting his stream sniper. Moguće ovo. Moguće ovo.
Just to be sure. We support our local Balkan
Reci mi zašto.
streamer. Just saying. Evo komentar od mene. Mislio sam da napravim lažni profil preko VPN-a da mu se logujem na chat i da se nazovem Casual Balkan Chat Enjoy. Pošto ne postoje kod njega, razumiješ, ni Srbi. Mislim, ne, sad ja da sad njega zajebao, znaš. Ne tiče ako neko iz Hrvatske. Ali, brate, ako pričaš srpski, onda pričaš srpski, ne pričaš balkanski magače.
Normalno je.
Ja gledam šta prodaje urbane kreme i gluposti, izlazi s njegovog profila. Osam da ti Krajtek je bacio tweet, negdje mi izbaci, gledaj. Ne. Evo. Ne ti slušao. To zvuči jezivo.
Jel moguće ovo, bre? Kako dobro je. Moguće ovo, bre. Ovo se čekalo, ovo je efekat, brate, da kad si unutra, da si stvarno unutra i spolja kiša. Ništa, sad novi DLC kišobran.
Jesi vidio Hermitov response, a ti skliknu samo na play. Ako otvoriš link u browseru, vidjet ćeš Hermitov post odmah ispod.
Ne vidim Hermit.
A imaš ono...
Zato što ga ne pratim.
Nema to veze. Zato što je on bacio kao...
Okej, snimak i dole ima komentari.
Ne, imaš komentare, da. Nema to veze da ga pratiš ili ne pratiš, razumeš, jednostavno je bacio komentar, razumeš, njihov tweet. To je to.
Samo da ga nađem.
Goodbye for now.
Ali ga nisam našao.
Ako ti ga ne izbace prvog, onda...
Hermit streamer, evo.
Pa gledaj.
I'm
Singing in a rave.
Evo, moguće.
A i ovo je dobro, ček. Ovo sredite skina.
Evo, moguće.
Yep.
Ready for handsome girl.
Ne mogu gorim, škrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dig...
Goj.
Smo.
Šta?
A šta se čini?
Smo.
A? Loš klip. Treba da ga... definitivno doradimo. Ja mislim da će ti uskoro biti taj glupi event u Huntu.
Ja.
Vidjet ćemo koliko će Krajtek povisiti cene, pošto ja trenutno mogu da kupim sebi Battle Pass. A da li ću moći poslije? Nemam pojma. Ne znam. Ja ga to čujem. Jel on tu? A, Dracula.
A?
Jel tu, stari?
Ilija, zašto si promukao?
Nisam ja promukao, ovako inače zvuči.
A, to je onaj seksi muževi glas.
Jest. Jest. Kad se nadišeš sode, bikarbone i pšeničnog glutena.
Vidiš, djavola je.
To je taj sexy voice.
Vidiš, djavola. Vidiš, djavola, joj.
Znaš da su stavili snake, znaš za onaj njuk u Warzone? Postavili se.
Dobro.
Uglavnom, imaš 3 ta njuka i ko ih pokupi, treba da skupi 3 segmenta, znaš. Ako sakupi tim 3, brate, segmenta, ubije čitav server, brate. Ovdje jedan put. Znaš ono...
Čitav lobby.
Nuklearka, da, svih 150 ljudi.
That's absolutely marvelous.
I pogledaj, čekaj. Ne možeš da uhvatiš to koliko ljudi ima. Pogledaj groblje ovo. Pogledaj ti gdje sam ja bio. Jurimo to, ali ne možemo, nema šanse. Pogledaj ti narkomane.
Narkomane?
Pogledaj to groblje i pogledaj ovo, brati, groblje.
Gledaj te narkomane.
A, Dr. Disrespect je pokušao to da nađe.
Čujem to Dr. Disrespect i kad ga vidim...
Ovo ću uzeti.
Slušaj.
Vidio.
To ti je neobičniji glumac. Šta je to, nukovana čitava mapa?
Treba da uzmemo to, trebamo da, brate, pokupi jedan
Isebe.
to, može da uzmemo.
Welcome to my channel.
I ko priđe prvi, on je uzobe. Što ovo dobro izgleda.
Ajajajajaja. Puerto Rico.
Rećeš.
Puerto Rico.
Ovo je 2020.
Da. To tebe čujem.
Ne.
Welcome.
Kako misliš?
Pogledaj kako je ček napravio ovoga, kako zove. To se neće viš doktora, ali plek doktora.
Plek doktora.
Da, pogledaj s kim. Pogledaj majke ti. Umjesto toga dobili smo onu nakazu.
Goodbye for now.
Gde je...
Lano izbacili Expendables 4, jesu oni normalni već?
Expendables? A, znam.
Raven. Welcome to my channel.
90 godina. Dalje ono... Gaze!
O, gdje se rođač, štima?
A što za Jenny? Ovdje sam u Huntu opet staru rezoluciju 1440 x 1080.
I?
Da, malo da se navikam opet. Ne mogu na onu full rezoluciju, meni je ona sve uska, već. Nemam orijentaciju, već, da sam ja tu. Nekako mi sve visoko, usko.
Hoćeš da kažeš da su moderne gamerske rezolucije previše sitne za naše napaćene oči?
Ili sam ja napaćen?
Ne.
Onda jesu.
Možda jeste, možda nije, moje srce tajnu krije, i tako dalje. A gdje je glasno govornik?
Glasno govornik. Bio je tu priča da smo sat vremena preko telefona, to je priča.
Ako Bog da, više neće dolaziti neko vreme. Pa zato što on tako dođe, nisam ga otvorao, nego sam sebe terao, kreten jedan. Sam je sebi šutirao. Uvredio se nešto i otišao preko vrata. Pijarko, dobro. Danas sad će se seti sljedeći put da je ljut na mene. Ne moram dolaziti.
Ja te mogu.
Psiho.
Stvarno psiho.
Ja kontam da je ta ženska što je nudila tu promociju, znaš? Da je on imao neki deal ili nešto s njom, znaš? I onda...
On kaže nema, vret.
Važi.
Nema on ništa s tim.
Ma, važi.
Pa kaže, svakako rekao ti je bolje i da daš 20.000 za raskid ugovora.
Da dam 20.000 za raskid ugovora i onda da plaćam 3.000 mesečno. Važi. Kad mi on da 20.000, ček da mu napišem poruku. Zapravo, nek da 20.000 u dobrotvorne svrhe, ne mora mene da da. Kad mi ti pošalješ 20 KRSD, raskinuću ugovor sa Telekomom. Eto. Već jednom sam platio penal, sad ću ti reći kome. Raskinuo sam ugovor jer jednostavno nisam teo njihove usluge, internet je prekidao. Satrakt iz Bačke Topole. Platio sam im, oni su tražili 10.000. Ja sam bio dužan još 2-3 mjeseca, oni su nakrikali nekakve kamate, gluposti, opremu, usluge neke glupe. 10.000. Ja otišao, platio 7 ili 8.000 da sam platio, razumeš? Za one kusove me nisu ni tužili. Vratno mi je bilo sitno da se ono zajebavaju s time.
Zašto se radi?
Evo ništa.
Samo ništa čuči. Kaže mi ovako šta se radi. Zbog tog kusora i... Zbog njih. Sad ću da pojedem nešto.
kaže glasnogovornik gdje si išao i trčao za njim i molio ga da ne ode, da ipak raskinete pred.
Da raskinemo? Pa raskinuli smo mi. Više ne mora da dolazi. Naš ugovor je raskinut. To je istina. Ti ja ličim na homo sapiens. Da ja raskidam s muškarcima. Ne. Princess knew before you, just what I said now, princess. Princess who I for you, just go ahead now. Ajde, dobro. Sranje. Gladan? Kako sam gadan kad sam gladan. Nice poison. Nećemo. Ne.
Da.
Ne. Da. Ne. Ne da tebe tvoja ne da.
Ručkujem jaja. Najzdravije jesti
Kaže
jaja.
Milan da smo raskinuli vezu. Dobro, ne tim rečima, ovo je slobodan prevod.
No. Isimao se oko tebe bio i...
Boli me kurac za to.
Uzem jogurt.
Ako će da se cima, nek mi pošalje 20.000. A ni onda neću platiti ugovor. To ide u dobrotvorne svrhe. Somewhere over the rainbow. Da?
On je rekao da ćemo igrati Hanta, ja i on i brate matori.
Jesi sjećaš koliko ste jučer igrali Hunt?
8 minuta.
Ja se sjećam.
Samo...
Danas 9.
Da udaram protivnike s avioničnim pakom.
Kad je mogao Psycho Ghost da napravi kill s time, možeš i ti. Si gledao kad se zaletao kroz boss arenu sa kutijom municije i deknuo čovjeka u glavu.
Danas samo kutiju municije s Milanom i tako igram.
Pa više nije ni zaslužio.
Viš, on se buni kad ti tako nosiš taj gear. A on koji nosi sablju i šotku.
I ne nosi choke bombu.
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Šta ne možeš?
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio. zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Šta ne može?
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Skrepik da pa...
Ne kaže skrepik. Skrepik.
Alo bre, maturi, gasta govna. Alo bre, maturi, gasta govna. Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Sram vas bilo. Što je za to čovjek?
Idem, zagnija pručak, jel takav sam gladan da mi se nešto vrti u glavu, ja.
A gdje je? Prijatno.
Pazi Šakira. Šakira, pazi, ne mogu da prođem od tebe. Prođi.
Tamo radi šapa. Sabotira ga.
Šapa težak saboter, znaš. Težak.
Ne mogu, volim.
Ne mogu! Ja ne mogu!
Ja ne mogu!
Ne nad njemu, pičko jedna.
Ja ne mogu!
Ja ne mogu!
Ja ne mogu!
Ne mogu.
Jer ja ne znam, ja ne mogu!
Nie ma good. Czekaj, ima tu bolje. Futbal uzbrdo. Si gledao futbal uzbrdo?
Ne.
Čekaj.
A sada predlažem...
Ruksak i nove kofere, zbog čega me srećom što...
Uzbrdo i pod opterećenje. Plasman obezbijen. Ciramo u futbala u kofere. Kako ste vi za ovdje oko penaltika? Brdo mu je! Evo je Gvindeći! Čeki! Ne mogu da bacim! Evo je Gvindeći!
A gledaj, kad ovaj viče, ne mogu dobačit. Ne mogu, gledaj, ne mogu dobačit. Ne mogu dobačit. Bila na aparatima. Ne mogu dobačit. Ne mogu. Isti original ko Zonja. Zonja 2.
Nešto ga bije.
Treba da ga bije, to. Izlaz napolje.
Pronađi me. Ali ovaj teren najjači, bret.
Da.
Teren na brdo. Aj jebet.
Streamers Social Space. Welcome to my channel.
Da. Ja nie mogu. Ja nie mogu. Aj!
brate, kupio sam glavicu kupusa prekjuče, sva se ubuđavila je, smeša glavicu. Da, ovo je. Čemu si to radi?
Ja nie могу. It's not even funny. Ne mogu to pačiti.
Moguće ovo. Brate, najljepša scena za ovaj Books of knjige. Kaže, najljepša ona scena, brate, crkvi. Popove, baš ono molim. Ti si, brate, korektan pop, možeš da je jebeš gore, ubijaš. A ovaj kaže, pope, moraš nam pomoći. Imamo nekakvu mrenu. Kakvu mrenu? Da ti jebem ženu. Strašno. Kaže ovaj, krstice, kaže, ženu mi ne diraj, Sotono.
To je samo pravoslavni popovi ime žene.
Kaže, Bog je šalu stavio pope.
Gdje je to? Ko je to klip? To nisam gledao.
Jesi.
Ma jesam kurac.
Молодец ты!
Кто ты? Кто ты?
Горим!
Не могу.
Я горим!
Я не могу.
Welcome.
Я кодими!
So this could potentially save you quite a bit of time.
Kako ne zašao u scenu?
Slučajevi pravde.
De Silva. Welcome to my channel.
Не могу, горим!
Oh my lord.
Ženo mi ne diraj.
Ти горим!
Sign in to confirm your age. More marš.
Welcome.
Obožava korektne ljude, a popove baš voli. Ti si korektan i pop, imaš da jebeš gore, da ubijaš.
Pop.
Ti si korektan pop. A ja.
Da ti jebem ženu. Pa dobro, pa što je sve?
Ženo mi ne diraj, Sotono.
Bog je šalo ostavio pope.
Što pričaš? Znaš i da je žena prevarila, napravila mu dijete i ostavila ga u 5. mjesec trudnoći, sad on sam podiže to dijete.
Ja nisam znao, jer već time. Je ono, smo se zajedno još čovjek.
Vidi dijete kako je slatko kao fudbal izgleda.
Žena ga ostavila.
Sotono. Čuj, to je sveti čovjek. Bogorodic.
Ne znam. Nije, sinoć danas smo u 9.
Halo? 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 Viši policijski inspektor Rastkovine ovdje. Nekome je neregularno perso. Hotel Mjesečeva vaginaleta. Soba 211. Pošaljite nekoga, molim vas. Imam obliku ran. Skrvavliću. Umrijeću. Sutra imam posla važu. Moram gume promijeniti.
Evo ti ovo Julka. Evo pa ti to sortirao. Šta je to bilo, Radoš?
Neko mi zapali ruke, gospodine načelniče.
Kako majk mu jebe?
Ne znam, ništa nisam primijetio.
Je neko krenuo u rat protiv policije. Ti si se zajebao, prijatelj. Ko da si?
Halo, Dante, brate, Labrador.
Ne mogu!
Kako koji Labrador, zajebavaš me? Vraže, man.
Slušaj, ajde pokupi Borišu i odmah krenite vamo ka meni.
Aj mu daš mi ono 20.
Da ubijemo jednu...
Ne, zapravo, znaš što sam rekao? Ti 20 ide u dobrotvorne svrhe.
Ajde, ende.
Pa za crkvu nikako.
Muzeum Hiberius i u Pitu.
Da, ko popovi kupe nove gume na džipu.
Puno bolje meso nego riblje meso. Ja ti
Pa da, za decu, da.
Ako se dobro začini, to ide kao alva.
Ali, brate, crkvi...
Ja ga hranim sa najboljom mekinjom.
Ne pričam o religiji, pričam o organizovanim popovima, znaš. Šta će popovima telohranitelji džipovi? Ste vi normalni? U kojoj je to država? Pričamo...
Dobro, oni imaju sve u stvari, ali...
U stvari.
Njima je plata to što im mi damo.
Pa od moje plate vozi džip, ili? Ima 3-4 telohranitelja.
A ne to tvoje plate, nego što ja na primjer sam dao, brate, manastiru.
Pa...
Tu ne rade za, brate, platu.
Pa inče sam siguran da popovi imaju platu.
Pričam za manastir, nema ovaj. Ja govorim!
Ne znam.
U stvari crkva ima, a sad koliko se deli to, razumiješ?
U stvari, da. Slušaj, ti si religiozan i tako to, a Milan jede govna i kocka se i jebe tuđe žene i on je religiozan. Šta i ti tuđe žene, i ti se kockaš tuđim novcima.
Ne, nije to.
Pa onda, vas dvojica niste u istoj situaciji.
Što si ti ovog ne?
Da ne puta na vjeru u Boga.
Radi mater.
Aligator.
Svu mediteransku i češku kuhinju.
Ja ću, mogu da opiknem jednu, ali moraš da zapolim.
Da se naprave sardine od ovoga mesa. Tu se ubaci meso i napravi se sardine. Ne diraj.
Nećem da palim.
Hvataš? Jer je bolje praviti od ovoga miša ribu nego recimo tele. Jer je miš manji od teleta, veći od ribe. Lakše ga je prilagoditi sardini nego teletu ili prasici. Razumiješ?
Nije to loša ideja, sastivi. Davat miša umjesto ribe.
Da.
Strah. Da će se vidjeti.
Što je? Stani! Ko će se vidjeti?
Vidjet će se. Nema pacov peraj.
A što će pacov peraj? Pazi, rekao sam ti. Ovo ti je izuzetno meso, nemaš razloga da se brineš. I proći će kao riblje meso u svim restoranima koje držiš.
A
što što rekao, načelnik oduzeo prošli mjesec. Tamo sam bio dobio bonus.
Bap welcome to my channel.
Nije nikoga likvidiralo nam. Ja jebem. Bolje nego iko. Upražnjavam. Upražnjavam. Stani se.
Ja, mene samo čekam telefonski poziv da ja ustanem i dođem.
Evo gledam neke slučaje. Da vidim kako su to radili ovi prije mene. Najbolji. Ajde, doći ću onda. Doći ću odmah. Ajde. Ne vama, načelniče, ne vama. Ne vama, izvinjavam se. Evo, idem ja.
Otkazao ti internet film. Ostanite na...
Nećeš se valjda sad ostaviti?
Hoću, moram.
On mi je otkazao internet.
Mazi ga slobodno, pa nije pas, nećete zahvat, pomazi. Hajde, pomazi. Hajde, mene, aj, majku dive. Aj, mene, majku dive. Halo, šefe, vi ste?
On kaže da nije tako bilo, da se napravi baš...
Evo, samo za 5 minuta sam dolje, samo da se presvuče. Evo idem.
Ne znam, neko... Koliko to ne slaganje, ja
Oh, koga sam ja zaboravio, koga sam ja zaboravio. Mene, majko moja, kako te volim. Kupio sam je da se kupa u mlijeko od kamiondžija, da mi koža bude lijepa kad ja to mazim, kad ljubim, da to bude šprice 7 eura. To je najskupljenije što biću je tata otkuca pred tobom. Znači, neđe ću uhvatit, razvuću je pred tobom.
Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel.
Vidi ovdje. Moja. Jesi ti normalan?
Mi smo imali dvije ruke da operemo, ali srećom nismo se niđe ne špricali, ja čisto kao kamenjac.
Ja ne mogu da vjerujem kakvi kreteni rade za glavu.
A šta si gledao? Strašno mi.
Čekovijom, 100% nas niko nije pratio.
Da?
Niko vas nije pratio. Hoćete li malo ribe da pojede? Jel nešto kašikom, a? Prije no što dođe
Rođendan.
da pohapsi, izranjava ili
Dobro. Poželeo
no
ti je
tebe
tvoj
voli kurac, ti
najbolje.
se naživjeli, što ću ja?
Tako da mi
Un
otreba
špric.
nije policija.
Slušaj, ja
Puta policiju mog oca.
Onom golišavu sliku, ali?
Bili smo zamotani u veliku rusku...
Ne, pošalji mu flašu piva, Darin.
Vidio je ćeba da ne nas.
Čuti, moja me boli kurac, evo ti ga sve, moje lijevo muludo, pa to njemu ispričaj.
Čekaj, stvarno idu.
Ajde, gdje to?
Sve je završeno, nešto smo...
A, koja vrućina danas radi?
A bila bi manja kad bi ugasili grijanje.
Zašto da gasim grijanje? Napolje je još toplije, kad bi izašao izgorio bi kapuh. Ne bi od mene ostalo ni ljudšture, a?
Javljaju tvori o nemanju.
Što ti je to u prc? Crven ti je?
Ovo sam slučajno povrijedio, ja izađem na balkon, žmurim i tako odmara.
Evo majko, autobus prođe. Ide da ti na posao.
I onda mi je vele nekakva psica potpuno nokat pojela. Što ću? Dobio sam na tombolu 7 eura, sad ovaj mjeseca prošli 3,5 eura.
Osulote. Gdje ćeš s tim grnim parama? Gdje ćeš ih potroširati, brat?
A mogu li da vas pitam nešto?
Kaži.
Jeste li kad ubili nekoga slučajno? Nekoga vlasnika restorana, nekoga vlasnika trafike ili bilo kakvoga vlasnika?
Ne, Rajko, ja ne ubijam nikoga. Bezločinci i kriminalci.
Nisam ni ja nikog ubio. Nego se ovaj potpuno poša normalno od mene iz kuće.
Duško mače kad ode u penziju, ići će miran. Siguran da nije nikoga koga nije trebao da ubije, ubiju.
Ja nisam ništa tako... A kako ono pucate pod uglom?
Rikoše?
Jes.
Lijep. To me naučio načelnik.
Ne bi oni bre dali ono za parenje krava i kombila.
A nije ovo, mora je čovjek da umre. Svaki čovjek ponekad mora da umre. Isto kao svaka druga životinjica.
A jes.
Naučio me da gađam iza zgrade i da pogodim. Mogu da te pogodim da si ti ispred zgrade, a da sam ja iza zgrade.
Ja, što bi...
Samo ako nađem dobar odskok, što se kaže.
Što mene da pogađate?
A nemoj, Rajko, brate, pričar glupost.
Hoćete li mi pokazati kad...
Kazat ću ti sad čim stane.
Vidi, tata ti je kreten. A čime s takvim tatom i mama ti je kreten. Što mu negdje dođe, jebi ga da si i ti neki kretenčić. Ajde.
10 sekundi opet.
Ma jedi govno!
I to bez toga.
Vidiš jednu gospođu, Rajko?
Pa rapid male.
Mislite na onoga kretena s televizije?
Ne seri, Rajko! Sad ću da ti pokažem kako ću da je ranim iz rikoše.
Ti promašio i onda kad ti kažeš Dobro Milane, hoćeš ti ući konačno, je. Jeli Milane? A posle pola sata kad hvatiš da jebeš jastuk i kad ti ona kaže dobro...
Ali se pomjerila krava.
Hoćeš ući konačno. Sad se onda desi.
Biće
Šta radi taj čovjek, to je čudno.
Aj, dosta, Danče. Sad malo ja.
Ovako, anđele moje, boj da se i ja nešto pitam, doći ćeš i ti na reč.
Čekaj da ga treba.
Čekaj, šutrne ti džokite, a?
Vidi ovaj, nisam uvijek trak, alo!
Nije mogao da te čini, imao veliku ruku, pa je mislio da mu ispadnu pluća. Tako mu je kriminalac.
Pa jebeli vas obojicu ja.
Da su mu ispala pluća, slomila bi se u 100 komada.
Brate, nema za
Pluća su centar života.
Jedi govna!
Jedno drži vodu, i drugu drži vodu.
Jebate, ovaj mi zatvara vrata.
Držimo vazduh i višak vazduh.
Nutra diševo. I s njima se puši.
Da, inspektori, ja se pomalo bavim hip-hopom. Strašno sam talentovan, barem mi tako majka kaže. Ja bi nešto da vam odrekujem. Promaja me juri, spor sam ko spaček, išijas me ljubi, inspektore maček. Mrš!
Jela?
Mrš!
Geri zove.
Dosta ti je. Malo ko da ti se vratilo bolje lice. Kako se ti osjećaš? Puno mi je bolje. Puno. Ja, vidio sam.
Za istragu je najvažnije da se dokazi ne izgaze ili ne zapale.
Što ti je ubojica totalone moćela ti
A ako se desi da je neko zalijepio na ljepnicu na njih, tada je detektiv skoro ne.
Baš malo izblamiraš.
Se desi neka baba nage dokaze baci u smeće. A onda ti ne znaš što je dokaz, što je smeće. Možda umeš dokaz, misliš da je smeće ili da umeš smeće, misliš da je dokaz. Onda si na grebu u sir.
Ti zazivaj, djavo, kad je budem pitao, nestaćeš odjednom ćeš posjetiti Herceg Novi jebiga, posle 20 godina, ali moram na...
Ja sam inspektor Duško Maček, a ovo je moj pomoćnik, Rajko.
Nema me do 20. oktobra 2026.
Rastuković, vezano za droge i šverc tableta iz Bosne i Hercegovine.
Inspektor je ovdje, znači moj dobar prijatelj s fakulteta na tajnom zadatku po pozivu načelnika DBA koji se...
Proveriti sve, jao.
Postoji sumnja da neko iz vrha bi
Ja ukaćemo svi zajedno ovdje, neki od smija, a neki od ulelea.
I nakon nekoliko sati su ga nelegalno operisali. Ubica je pobjegao kad se inspektor probudio, ali ostavio je u sebi sve instrumente.
Jeste li vi i muzičar?
Bože sačuva, Bože sačuva. Vi mene niste dobro razumili. Ja sam viši policijski inspektor.
Da ne bi telo ti prije tu
Znaš da sam ja teško bolest.
Ali Anković kad se lažu, kad vidi, ja sam bila profit.
Znam da ste bolesni.
Za mene nema taj.
Nisam znao za ovo drugo.
Ostavio je hirurške instrumente.
Koliko puta je,
Razumiješ?
ja ga zvala 45 puta da dođe s Borinska mora. Teo ovo, teo no, te dolazi, te ne mogu ugoriti, te ne mogu stati skrepi.
Ne mogu dobačit, ne mogu treneru.
Idite vi na čanče, mi ćemo se pozabaviti.
Te pitajte Bjelicu i onda...
Vidimo se.
I onda ja eto mora to da proverim.
Sad se vidim.
Čovjek
Ja te
reklamira.
vidim, znači. Vidimo se.
Dobro, vidimo se onda.
Ja otkažem termine, Boris najavi, ovaj se usere, ne može da izađe iz kupatila, jebi ga, znaš, ono, razumeš? Nije u redu, razumeš?
Natori tipere.
Rekao sam ti da kod mene kući ništa ne pričaš, jer prisluškuju onim malim satelitima. Mene su baš fabe od onih malih, onih buva, ono, to prisluškuje da ti gori, može sve da mi vidiš, radi moj tata. Budalo jedna. Ovdje smo sigurno obložio sam auto novinama, novina je najbolji izolator. Novine ti ribu zamotavaju kad si na pjacu. Pune su lundare, cipele ti pune novinama. Kamion kad se zapali, gase ga novinama. Budale jedne. Novina je puno olovan, odbija špijunsku, to što ovi hoće da špijaju. Ovdje ćemo sada pričamo o filmu. Što je bilo s tabletama? Znači, isparile su, jel?
Probudio si zanade, morali smo da pobjegnemo.
Gazda će da mi traži nečiju glavu, ja ću da mu dam tvoju ili tvoju. Tvoju ću mu da.
Ako te ubiju, kako da nam plaća zaštitu, pa sunce ti jebem, ti direktno radiš protiv nas.
Tata, ja ću sad ga ubijem. Ja ću te sad ubiti.
Nema veze.
Mi ću te jebem li ti sunce!
Nemoj, možda je Miki. On mi je javio. On me prebačio do hotela jer mi je meni hvalilo gorivo.
Bez gorivo si krenuvac. Pa sunce li ti jebe, pa zašto ti dajem dnevnice? Čuješ li ovo, mali, čuješ li ovo? Moguće da kradeš dnevnice!
Groban večo, nisam ukrao dnevnicu. Nijedno.
Nemoj taj ping,
Nego mi sine kaže, životinjica povukla pod auto, ona mi sisava gorivo. Ako lažem, evo, obećavam da ću se nabiti da kuku od auta.
Nema,
ja ću tebe nabiti. Na kuku od auta, ali tebe.
Ja, tata, nisam ja smeća. Tebe i tebe, govnaru, jedan odvratni.
Znači da ja problem s tim. Dik ispred nas, Dale, stola.
Ja samo jednog vidim. Da, jedan.
Da nije neko ukrao neki organ, možda iz tebe, da ti ne znaš.
Pa nije, evo, fino vidim, evo jetre, evo pankreas, evo želudac, sve je tu. Ako je nešto neko ukrao, onda to sigurno nije važno, mislim nešto.
Jebate, kakav tajming za poziv.
Ta sitnica, pa to.
Meni ovo lijepo izgleda. Meni lijepo izgleda.
Pa nemoj mi dirat, bolam, ćeš me sad prljavim rukama inficirati, si ti normalan. Ti sam me inficiraš pa da dobijem neku alergiju, pa da odem u kurac.
Ozbiljan policajac pere ruke i zube, uvijek prijeli, postojeli kad ide u WC. Jedino noge nemamo vremena da peremo, hodamo s njim. A i on te ne dira nogama, nego te dira rukama.
Ne čujete da nešto kuca, ko da imam dva srca. A?
Dva srca?
Da.
Da ću ti reći, skeniraj ako možeš.
Sat.
Kakav sat? Da nije vodovodni.
Obični sat. Potpuno obični sat. Ali kazaj, ima.
Na zid.
A neću da ga jurim, be.
Pogledaj, ima dve žice.
Čekaj, ja sam ufatio juče ovoga pilera pred anginom. Onoga mešu Drakulu da mi nije šta, da mi oni nisu šta, ubacili.
Meša Drakula?
Moram da idem, ali
Da kurva beži samo, jebem ti mater.
Ne ove, nego ove naše, ne one.
Pa ne.
Najko, probaj ovo gore da podigneš. Oklopac ovaj, oklopac.
Evo gadi.
Bomba!
Momci, ovo je jedan veliki šupak iz Amerike. Jedna budaletina koju su nam poslali ovdje. Gospodin Smith, goni ga u pizdu materinu. Yes, seri malo. I...
Hey! Ajde! Volim me.
Načelniče!
Čovjek nije opalio metka, be.
I Jackija?
Retem.
Samo sam se okrenuo i evo što se desilo.
A ne mogu da vjerujem.
Ne mora.
Slušaj, odmah idi kod Julke. Reci joj nek zove ministra Jokića i nekog iz Zavoda za eutanaziju životinja. Ajde, trči.
Jedan poziv meni sve. Jedan poziv meni sve.
Jes, šupak, jes.
Jedan poziv meni sve.
Ko Mikica moj! Vidiš i ti kako ovo radi. Feris kaže da si ti ocinkario mešu Drakulu. Je li to istina, Miki?
Ko je?
Ne mogu da tvrdim, ali on je sigurno.
Sigurno. Gledaj ga kako izgleda. Ovako ćeš ti da izgledaš ako počneš da radiš slične stvari. Jasno?
Ti znaš da te ja obožavam i tebe i tvoga oca. I da toliko poštujem ovo jedno odlično prase. Prase jedno! Ovakvog čovjeka si htio da srozaš pod prase jedno gdje vas pitam.
Ja moram izaći odmah.
Radite to, pržite ove spinoga čovjeka, jel? Znate li da je čovjek rođendan?
Rođendan?
Sad se gleda na Facebook, ima 20 lajkova.
20 lajkova imaš?
Odvežem to.
To ne znaš da ti je rođendan?
Ajde, povići neki želj.
Ajde da duvam.
Ajde, povići. Ajde, duvaj. Ajde. Daj si to prnu. A nemoj da...
Evo ti, brate, jesi zamislio želju?
Povećemo ovo posto.
Joj, dječadan bio. 100 godina. 100 godina da si ti mene živiš, znaš?
Dobro.
Da se spremim.
Fino, dosta ste ga mučili, pržili, aj sad da ga mučimo kako treba, uman. Konjima. Da ga davimo. Konjima, bre, kako da ga daviš?
Kakvim konjima?
Kao što si ti i on, kakvim konjima? Konjima, brate, dodaješ 2 konja, bacaš malo sina, na genitalije, pojeli genitalije, ali sin.
Tata, ajde, moramo da radimo. Ovo su ozbiljne stvari, nemoj me nervirati.
Što, ja sam neozbiljan čovjek. Felić, daj mi tu ruku, ali, molim se. Pipni to. Vidiš ti to? Vidiš?
Kamion, dobre su vam ude.
Pa dobro, nije što sam mojno, stvarno jesu dobro.
Malo da ti uđem, a?
Sad ćemo...
Malo da ti uđem, a?
I nabavi 2 konja i malo sije. Ali požur, poporno. Ajde, koji posao, ajde ima.
Moja.
Ajde!
Šef je rekao da sam ja gladni.
Koji šef, koji gazda, koji šef? Ajde, mali, požuri.
Evo sinoć kamion, konje u ovom trenutku nisam mogao niđe da nabavim.
Nisi mogao 2 konja pišljiva da radiš. Daj mi to ovo. Što, ko jedna nevaspitana. Ti, majku i jebe, nesposobno. Dođi vam. Evo ovako.
A što radiš se? Tata! Tata!
Opa se muči kamion muda.
Ovo je sino odlično, mogu ti reći. Moraš da probaš.
Jaketić. Jeste li sigurni u to?
Nema ko drugi. Dozvolite da ih pobijem na čeliče.
Ja sam tu za nekih pola sata.
Baček, mi smo policajci. Na šta bi to ličilo kad bi mi sad počeli ubijati svako ko nam se ne sviđa?
A ne svako.
I sad me zove kurirska služba, je moguće ovo, bre?
Samo advokata Tutovića i onoga ogromnoga zeca.
Halo?
Kakvog zeca, Maček?
Ogromnog! Mislio sam generalno na zeca.
Ja mislim da treba da ih ubimo, a tek onda da se nađu neki dokazi. Znači, tako.
Ne možemo osuđivati i ubijati ljude bez
Kazani,
dokaza. Razumiješ?
welcome to my channel.
Ubijanje, je li jasno? Jasno?
Šta je bilo, Luka?
Čim iziđem iz kancelarije, neko nekom spali ruke.
Nisam ni primetila dok mi je počeo da dimi.
Juče su spalili ruke mojoj svastiki, nekolicini policajaca, jednom paščetu što živi ovdje kod nas.
Svastiki?
Gledaj. 304 sa 320.
680. Svaka čast. Da je Maček. Medicina.
Gdje crč?
On je mene osudio na 7 godina i uzeo mi ženu, Mariju. Oženio moju ženu.
Kako misliš oženio Mariju?
Fino, išao, zaprosio je i oženio.
Čeče, ne pitam te to, nego kako neko može da uzme tuđu ženu?
Bio sam u zatvoru, kažem, čeče. U zatvoru sam bio i oženio je.
Znamo to, nego pita kako je moguće da neko oženi ženu koja je već udata.
To. A nije vam jasno? Dobro. Ću da vam to pojasnim na jednom primjeru. Ima ženu? Nema. Ima ženu, jel da? Ima Vesna. Vesna? Lijepo ime, da. Vesna je. Evo recimo Vesna. Ima ženu Vesnu i tebe uhapsi.
Što mene?
To je primjer, konju. Onako, ko primjer pričam. Ko primjer. I on onda priđe tvojoj Vesni na ulici i kaže ja te volim, volim frizerski salon. I ona se zalijepi i uda za tog kretena.
Jasno. Ali ne bi Vesna nikad.
Nije Vesna, to je bilo koja žena. Miljana, Ana, Miljana, ne znam. Nije Vesna.
Labrador.
Da.
Znaš da te poštujem, ali to o čemu pričaš, to je nemoguće.
Kako nemoguće?
To je nemoguće.
Kako nemoguće? Pa ja sam živi primjer. Pa moju ženu, u Mariju, taj Maček, vodi ljubav.
Ali moj nije original, pa je prošlo.
Da. I kako je nemoguće to?
Pa
ne mogu, ali Vesna, nikad to ne bi... Ja Vesnu znam.
Nema šanse.
Nema šanse, Vesna njega obožava, pa toga nema. Vesna iz kuće ne izlazi. Vjeruj mi, ne izlazi. Vesna je fina žena, jedna gospođa, nadasve.
Da, Vesna, da. Da, razumijem, samo...
Nema šanse da...
Ja sam Vesnu jednom vidio van kuće.
Vidiš da si uradio svinjo inspektorska. Ubio si mi 2 brata. Rekao sam vam da dođete sami, račinit će mi ako se sazna.
Pope, Bog će ti ovo platiti, a nećemo ni mi ostati dužni. Uzmi, Pope, valja se.
Nemoj da brineš oko nje, to mi je ljubavnica, ona čuti i sve okej.
Sine moj, ne može živjeti u grijehu, moraš je oženiti.
A oženit ću je, nego sad nemam vremena, radim s tabletama, radimo milion poslova. Ja sam korektan čovjek, znači mogu ušati korektne ljudi, tako mi je obećano kad su me pustili tamo.
Pope, to mi je buduća snaška, znaš, a i strašna je pička mogu ti.
Tata!
Ajde, pa neće biti ništa, čoveč. Slušaj, Pope, kako si ti mislio životu da ja nosim ove teške stvari? Znači kako je jako, ne može i meni i tebi podmjera, Pope.
Ovo je samo na par dana, dok se frka ne smiri, ovdje niko neće vidjeti.
Ima neko ko sve vidi.
E pa taj neko će ti platiti, Pope. A ako te on zajebe, ostaje ti onih 300 eura.
Soto.
Koliko treba lešu da se smrzne? U ledari? Ne, nego kad umre.
Leš se ne smrzava, Rajko. Njega napadaju bakterije i strune i usmrdi se.
Znači on može da pokvari i sebe i miševe i sve drugo što im može.
Evo ga! Pucaj, Rajko! Ubio sam ga!
Koga?
Ubio sam ga, Rajko! Ogromnoga zeca!
Zvijeća? Koga zeca?
A ja našao mi 6 nečeg što znam sigurno nije. To nije.
Viđeno.
Konačno sam ubio svinju, Rajko! Sad ću moći na miru da spavam! Bravo, Rajko! Bravo, Rajko! Bravo, Rajko!
Čovjek je u komi. Ako umre, gotovi ste obojica.
Šef je siguran da je auto vozio ogromni zec.
Promenio ono što ti...
Zec? Jeste. Zvuči malo čudno, ali je vozio zec. Proganja me već 10-ak dana. Pokušao je da me ubije.
Mustafa Iljazi je pravio odlične bureke i nema ništa sa zečevima koji voze kola. Suspendovani ste obojica, ajde vratite pištolj i značku.
Dira? Šta te me dira?
Šta je bilo, Radoš?
Ubistvo na farmi kamionđija.
Zove mi u bukotnu srđu.
Zapalio su mi ruku.
Jurpe.
A Bran Kolovo?
I njemu.
Ko ima ovo?
Ali je moguće da opet grmi napolje, jebo. Da će opet neko govno padne.
Time. There's a lot of gyms in this game, and as you're leveling up your gyms, you see there's like flawless, there's standard gyms, etc. I have been making what is a mistake now that I saw this. I'm going to show you a tweet here that just leaked some stuff that's actually quite important. But if you look at the different gyms, so you got all these different style of gyms, right? And you can actually level the gyms. If you didn't know, the flawless ones actually go to Royo, and the Royo seems to be the cap. However, there's something that makes that where that might not be entirely true and might make gyms even more important. I follow this guy on Twitter. He's been data mining basically all of the Diablo games, and he says things may be rough without a gym tab, but don't completely waste your gym stone drops by ignoring them. There are more upgrades awaiting for us in the future. This is data mined information. So this is effectively in the game code. He was able to see, and this right here was the Royal one here in the bottom left. This is Royal. There is actually looks like 3 more tiers of gems that are literally already in the code. Now, the reason this is important for you is if this is true and more gems are coming to the game, you don't want to do what I've been doing. And when I get these normal rubies, I'm like, oh, just drop them. I'm not going to crunch them all up. You're actually going to need all of them. Because you can craft the gems, and you can't actually see the higher tier ones that you can craft until you hit a higher tier level. You see, the Royal Sapphires, I think, unlock at like level 70 or something like that. I forget the actual level breakdown there. I've never actually seen that knowledge, so I can't tell you off the top of my head, but you can craft higher tier gems, which means if you keep dropping the lower ones, like the chipped ones, even the ones from the very beginning can go up to Topaz, and then you can use Topaz to go up to Flawless, and you can use Flawless to go up to Royal. So
Welcome to my channel.
I think it was like Diablo 3, right? When he started, I thought it was just, oh, you go to the next tier, you get...
Hateless Heart. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You do stream Hunt Showdown. I remembered correctly.
A ti Drakula ne streamuješ 8 minuta više, a? Da nije to ni Drakula, vjerojatno.
Nema nikog, sam sam. Svima su zapaljene ruke.
Daj bježi. Imate sreće ovaj put, ali samo nakratko. Hajde uzmite to. Sladite u Bregdžincu i raspitajte se kako je Mustafa. Ja ću vas čekati na fari.
O, Lord.
Obožava korektne ljude, a Popove baš voli. Ti si korektni. Pa kakvih ljudi ima, ja ne mogu da vjerujem. Nevaspitanih, nekontrolisanih, neemacipovanih, neobrazovanih, nekulturnih, ne... ima još tih. Izraza. Uđem u WC i...
Goodbye for now.
Get the next gem, whatever you replace the other ones. But there's actually a use even for these ones in the beginning. And because there's no gem bag or anything, they take up so much inventory that a lot of people are just leaving gems literally on the ground right now, which is a pretty big mistake if this data mine is true. Part of the reason this is so important is because, I mean, look at how much damage you get from this. I'm getting 24% critical strike to crowd controlled enemies just from the 2 slots on one of my items alone. And then we're getting, look at this, we're getting 8% maximum life from that. We're getting another 8% maximum life from there. Even the armor from the skulls, I mean, 250 armor just from the Royal skulls as well. So there's a lot of stats. I mean, there's a significant amount of stats and damage that is still to come from gems. It was necessary because I've literally been leaving gems on the ground. You see, I didn't realize that after Royal there was more to come, and I thought that, okay, well, once I have my Royal, I'm done. But it looks like because of this new data mine information, there's actually a tier above it. So you're going to want to, from the beginning of the game, meaning World Tier 1, you're going to want to save all of your gems, because even the beginning gems, okay, the very beginning gems, you're going to be able to use as a potential portion of resource in order to crunch up to the higher tier gems, and actually have even more for you.
Što?
Pa, vidiš da ti Malwarebytes ti skenirao minut, prijavio 5 i kaže system scan not complete.
Malwarebytes, ako imaš, da kažem, krekovanu licencu za Malwarebytes, on javlja da je to isto kao malware. Možda je to vama smešno.
The same data miner gentleman in question actually did the math and said if they keep at the same pace of 3 goes into 3 goes into 3, this is actually how many gems you would need. You would need 1,250 of the normal rubies in order to be able to turn into 5 perfects, for instance. So this is the math. You literally need over 1,000 of like the world tier 3 ones or 400 of the world tier 4
Welcome to my channel.
So for this reason, this is an absolute warning. Do not waste them, okay? You literally need over 1,000 of these things. All right, so just big heads up. Also, just real quick at the end of this short video, because that's all the info, but I want to say a quick thank you, is the stream and YouTube channel has been absolutely exploding. I've been doing YouTube for 5 years. This is the quickest growth pattern I've experienced literally ever. Everyone from Asmongo to Quinn have been watching my videos. If you've seen me through them, welcome. Love you guys. I appreciate that. Everything is going exceptionally well. Just from the bottom of my heart, not to get too sappy, and I won't do this every video, but it's just thank you very much. It's meant a whole bunch. People have been buying the horse through the Twitch stream, which has been hugely supportive, and now I'm going to be able to buy a computer for editing. Everything is just going very well. So I just want to acknowledge that and spend a moment here at the end to say thank you.
Ne, ako nemaš ništa bitno, ja bi na svom mjestu i puku Windows.
Aj, završimo to, Boris.
Blizzard just teased what they would like to do for a 6th class in Diablo 4.
Hello?
Sometimes watching people in films makes me angry. Because there's a lot of talented actors out there. And not just me, you know? There are other talented actors as well. I know it's hard to believe, but there are. And what really irritates me is when I'm watching a good film with a bad actor in it. I have a thing about watching horror films. You guys like horror films? I love horror films. And I was watching a horror film recently called The Deep House. Alright. Now, it's on Netflix. It's not worth your time if you haven't watched it. The Deep House is acted in by James Jagger, Mick Jagger's son. So, clearly a very wealthy, very well-connected individual. Someone with access to the best of training. Oh, we don't have enough room for the priest count, so I'm going to drop the cooked meat and the pigeon cages. Someone with access to a great deal of training. Someone with access, I haven't said he's taken it, but he's got access to money, to schools, to time, to skills. And James Jagger was in the film The Deep House, and I watched it. Sometimes an actor will make me angry because they're in a film that's really trying, and clearly there's skill there with the director. Clearly there's skill there with the script writer, with the supporting cast. There's so much skill. And then there was James Jagger. Now, people are saying, Josh, are you saying that you could outact James Jagger? Yes, that's what I'm saying. And James, if you're watching, first of all, thanks. I knew you'd be a fan of the channel. If you want to do a film together, I say we do a film together. I think that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. We should do that. That's one thing we should definitely make happen. let me put my priest robe on. That was in reference to the game, not in reference to us making a film together. Yeah. But no, I love horror films, and I watch a lot of them, and some of them are really good, like really good, and some of them are just bad. I feel that as a film critic, I should have, like, given you more information than I just gave you. That's probably not the most analytical take I've ever given. So Josh, what's your opinion on films? Some of them are good, and some of them are bad. Thanks, Josh. Clearly all your training is paying off. That's exactly what we needed. That's the insight that we come to this stream for. That's what you guys want. As a fellow connoisseur of horror movies, the bad ones are the best. I just finished watching a film called A Cure for Wellness. And that, again, everyone apart from the lead actor in that film, phenomenally well acted. Beautifully well shot, really good. A Cure for Wellness, genuinely interesting film until the last 20 minutes, and really, really good acting from everyone apart from the lead dude. What is my favourite and least favourite film? I'd say that... So, just bear with me on this one and see if you can pick up what I'm putting down. So you can feel where I'm coming from with this one, okay? The more you're exposed to various forms of media, let's say horror films, action films, comedy films, video games, the more you get used to them, the weirder they have to become to appeal to you. So, if you've seen one horror film ever, oh my god, it's amazing. You don't know what the tropes are. You don't know what the expectations are. You can't have your expectations subverted because you have no expectations. And the more you consume of one type of media, the more bland it becomes to you when you've experienced too much of it. You need to almost chase that weird high of a film that does something you're not expecting. That's pretty much what it is. It's almost like with anime. And the same with MMOs. Once you're used to what it does, you need weirder stuff and stranger stuff and new things and unique takes. So when I was young, you know, my favourite films were action films, because I'd not seen many action films, and therefore they were incredible to watch and did something totally new and unique. And as I've now experienced a lot of films, I have now found a deep, you know, powerful respect for films that do something weird or super different or, you know, beyond the norm, which is why sometimes after I finish watching a film, I'll sit there and go, yeah, that was good, get up and go and do something else. I know that a film is good or has changed me as a person when, after it finishes, I think, I feel different. My life is now divided into the time before I saw this and the time after I saw this. That's what it is. And the last film to do that to me, I sat there and just stared at the credits, was Everything Everywhere All at Once. Everything Everywhere All at Once is an absolute masterpiece of cinema. It's incredible. If you were to show someone that as their first film, it would make no sense whatsoever. You need to watch that with an already, you know, pretty established knowledge of what film is, what it should be, what it could do, the emotions and the relationships that it's exploring, because you very much need to understand, right, this is what it's parodying. This is what it's taking the piss out of. This is what it's using. There's a cat, by the way. Everything Everywhere All at Once was phenomenal. There have been a couple of films throughout my life that I've watched and thought that is an incredible piece of cinema. So, Fight Club did it to me when I was a kid. I watched Fight Club, and I know now as an adult that there are expectations and it's derivative in places, but I thought Fight Club for the time was a really good film. The Matrix was another excellent film that really changed how I saw cinema. I still think Children of Men, and people in the chat are putting some really good suggestions. Blade Runner, both the original and the sequel, phenomenally good bits. Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz are, you know, comedy moments in time when you think, right, the world is now divided into comedy before Shaun of the Dead and comedy after Shaun of the Dead. Requiem for a Dream, that kind of stuff. Almost genre-defining films. Terminator 1 and 2. These were those moments when you watch a film and you think, right, this is more than a film, this is a moment of cultural significance. And I know that I am sounding like an absolutely pretentious drama teacher, a pretentious actor. But this actually links back to The Rock from earlier, as in not the film The Rock by Michael Bay, which is an incredibly good action film with one of the best villains, Ed Harris, that I've ever seen, but the actor, The Rock. Try this. Go to Google, type in The Rock, or The Rock films, and you'll get a list of films on the top of everything The Rock's been in recently. Go and have a look at the IMDb or Rotten Tomatoes score for all of them, because you'll find a weird trend. All of them are between 5 out of 10 and 7 out of 10. Like, firmly in the middle. Not great, not groundbreaking, nothing incredible, but nothing bad. You know, it's like a firmly watchable film. And what you very quickly realise is that The Rock's skill is not in making genre-defining cinema. Wait, what's he talking about? Just hopped in. We're talking about The Rock, or Dwayne Johnson. The Rock's skill, both as a producer, as an actor, as a director, as a media mogul, is in producing safe films. That's what he does. He's safe. He's very safe. You put The Rock in a film, it's going to make money. Apart from Black Adam. It's safe. He is a very, very safe creator, and Hollywood like this. He loves the idea of making safe films. That's his... Yes, we'll get you some food in a minute. He's very, very safe. To me, safe films have very little artistic value, very little artistic merit. I mean, I don't think that it's worth anyone's time to watch Skyscraper or the remade Welcome to the Jungle or the remade Jumanji. I just don't think it's worth anyone's time. They're filler movies. They fill in. Darcy, I'm going to follow you. Could we please go to Elena and inform her that the plague is a hoax? Can we just teleport to Ardoon now? I think we can. They are filler movies. I mean, Moana was an exception. That's, again, a really good film. But filler movies, that's the problem. Elena is far. Okay, could somebody teleport me to Ardoon? I need to be teleported to Ardy-Duggledy-Da-Da-Da-Da. What do I think of Jack Black? I think of... You know what? Jack Black is interesting to me as a human being, because I saw a tweet about this, and I completely agree with it. Jack Black is the only human being that I could see in literally any context, and it would make total sense. Yeah, we'll go to Camelot, that's fine. Like, imagine, you go on holiday, you go to somewhere far off and exotic, you're walking around, you peek around a corner, you're on a high street, there's a load of little cafes, and in the back you see Jack Black dressed up as a giant teddy bear frying up some pancakes. And you straight away just think, yeah, I get it. No, he's obviously on his frying pancakes as a giant teddy bear phase. That's a very Jack Black thing to do. And then you go home, you walk down, and suddenly he's directing traffic, dressed up as a giant lollipop man. Yeah, that would again make sense. He's there. He is the one human being that you can put into any context. And your immediate response is, that makes sense. And that, I think, is the... He's with Snoop Dogg in that kind of category. Snoop Dogg and Jack Black are two people who have finished the main quest of life and are now just doing side quests. And it makes total sense. They are firmly on their side quest arc, and it makes absolute sense. Yeah, they're interesting. They are people who have finished the main quest of life and are just doing side quests. That's how they work. Thoughts on Keanu Reeves as an actor? All positive, all very good. Haven't met the guy. I've heard good things. I think he's an excellent actor. I think he understands that Keanu's emotional range has increased as of late. Unfortunately, his emotional films from when he was younger are mostly things like The Devil's Advocate, which I think he was... The problem with Keanu acting in The Devil's Advocate was he was acting alongside, was it Al Pacino, who is just phenomenally good at what he does, and anyone acting alongside Al Pacino just chewing the scenery is going to have a hard time. But I think Keanu has improved recently, and it would be nice to see him in a much, much more serious role. And Terry has not only tipped, thank you for that, but also put some really good, interesting films in Dead Poet Society and Good Will Hunting. Best horror films are The Alien. Yeah, I agree. Alien was an excellent horror film, and The Thing. Jurassic Park was meant to be a horror thriller. It is a horror thriller. Yeah. Alien is one of the best horror films because you don't see the alien until the very, very end, and that's what makes it so bloody good. Any Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman is one of the few actors who is not safe because he acts. And The Rock, God bless him, does not act. He plays The Rock in every film. Arnold Schwarzenegger doesn't need to act. He simply plays Arnold Schwarzenegger in every film. When you put an actor in a film, if you're putting a safe actor in a film, you actually don't want them to act. You want them to play a very specific character. Yeah, Jack Black, again, plays as Jack Black. He is a safe actor. You put him in there, he plays that. That's a really good way, Sleepy. He performs, he doesn't act. So what kind of actor do you think acts? Now, to me, Gary Oldman is one of the perfect examples of it. I also think Tom Hardy is an actor who acts in every film.
Lion O'Fiara.
It's when you see
Welcome to
an
my
actor
channel.
who acts, you don't know who they are. They are just the character the film needs them to be. When you see a movie star, you see them all the time. That's who they are. They sell. Yeah, they sell the film based on them. I mean, I went to go and see the D&D film, and I'm still a big fan of the D&D film. I had a good time watching it. I think that Chris Pine in the D&D film plays a really, really good Edgin. I think he's fun in that film, and he's not playing up to himself. He is playing Edgin the Bard. I like that a lot. Sam Rockwell, again, Viggo Mortensen. These are good, skilled, talented actors who play the character, but not themselves. I would really like it sometimes if they just cast completely random, unknown actors in a really good film, and it turns out to be. I mean, they pretty much did that mostly with Game of Thrones. They took actors who weren't, brand new, but hadn't been in a great deal of stuff, and then they put Sean Bean in there, and every actor in Game of Thrones just nailed it. Really good. What about Nicolas Cage? You put Nicolas Cage in a film when you want a little bit of crazy, You want a little bit of random, a little bit of mental. You stick it in there. Christopher Waltz. Christopher Waltz, wasn't he in both Django and is it Inglourious Bastards? He was, yeah. Yeah, Christopher Waltz was creepy as hell. Creepy as hell to watch. He is such a good actor. And he nailed both. He did. Christian Bale, again, completely transforms himself. So when someone said to me earlier, this whole question, this whole rant pretty much stemmed from someone saying, what's your favourite film? Or, what films do you value? I value film as an artistic medium when you are taking skilled writers, directors, editors, actors, sound designers, and you sat down together and went, right, what can we make the audience feel? And can we make something so powerful and so moving that the audience's life will be divided into a time before they saw this film and a time after they have seen this film? Can we make something that important? And when that happened, I mean, what do you guys think? What are you thinking about Daniel Day-Lewis and Walking Phoenix? Again, phenomenally good actors. Proof that you don't need to be a super mega star, selling out films on your name alone and acting as the same character every time, like The Rock does, to be a respected good actor. I mean, Will Smith, unfortunately, does play the same character a lot. And then you put him in a film where he has to act. We're finished Biohazard, by the way, guys. You put him in a film where he has to act, and suddenly it's actually... He can act. The man can act. I just don't think he gets given a huge amount of chance to do that. Thieving is level 20. Fantastic. We completed Biohazard. Jar Alba says, before Flushed Away and after Flushed Away. Do you think in 20 to 30 years people will recognise any of The Rock's movies? No. I think people don't recognise them now. That's the problem. That's the real problem. People do not recognise them now. Val, I was actually thinking about The Pursuit of Happiness as an example for a really good film. Like a really good film. I don't want to feel what somebody felt like in I Want to Feel Seal. Yeah, that's interesting to see. Dud, when you say you don't like movies like that, you don't want to feel what somebody felt like, for example, in a war, but you want to see a war movie. That's a really interesting division, because to me, watching a war movie would be about experiencing, or at least trying to empathize with the horrific conditions of war felt through the actor portraying that kind of stuff. But again, I suppose if you really want that, what's the difference in a documentary and a movie? Saving Private Ryan, again, very, very heavy war film. Oh my goodness, you look like you grew up in the year 1671. Okay, that's entirely incorrect. I grew up in 1761. You've switched two of those numbers around. Requiem for a Dream was a good one. Full Metal Jacket, again, great war film about the horrors of war. Are there any war films that you can experience emotionlessly? That's the correct one. Can you experience an emotionless war film? And if you do, is that a good film? Because to me, one of the funniest anti-war films, because people don't realise it's anti-war, is Starship Troopers. Again, I think Starship Troopers, excellent film. Really, really well-made film. Blackadder Goes Forth, the final episode of Blackadder Goes Forth, horrible. As in, like, there's an emotionless pit that just forms in your stomach when he says, "I'm scared, sir." And that's just a beautiful moment. The Last Samurai. And is The Last Samurai a war film? I suppose in a way it is. You try and understand and feel.
Welcome to my channel.
When they charge toward the Gatling guns at the end. Starship Troopers was anti-fascist. Yeah, it's a complex. Why are there 2,000 cups of tea? Fine, 2,000 cups of tea. We're going to bank them. We'll bank them next time. All quiet on the Western Front. These are the things we need to look at.
My favorite movie is called Ravenous, a 1999 cannibal western folk horror comedy directed by Antonia Bird. It tells the story of Captain John Boyd, a soldier in the Mexican-American War who's banished to a windswept fort in the Sierra Nevadas as a punishment for battlefield cowardice. One night, a starved and bedraggled stranger named F.W. Calhoun comes stumbling down from the mountains, telling a horrific tale of stranded pioneers forced to resort to cannibalism. Boyd's company mounts an expedition to rescue the survivors, but soon finds that there's much more to Calhoun than meets the eye. 3 years ago, I made a video called Why Ravenous is the Greatest Movie Ever Made, a conviction that has only deepened over time, in which I gushed and fawned over many of the reasons I love this film, such as the performances, the cinematography, the editing, and especially Antonia Bird's exceptional directing. But that was a relatively short video, only about 20 minutes, and I think there's quite a bit I left on the table. So now I'd like to fully indulge the turtleneck-wearing, NPR-listening English major who lives in my head with a bloated, long-winded, high-handed, egg-headed, grandiose, snooty, ostentatious, needlessly oriented video essay in which I use words like dialectic and quote from books with titles like The Sexual Politics of Meat. And yes, I will be criticizing capitalism. Ravenous is a deeply, unapologetically, fundamentally anti-American film. The opening sequence begins with the Star-Spangled Banner fluttering proudly in the breeze and ends with a man vomiting all over his shoes. It's about as subtle as a sledgehammer, but you know what? Not everything needs to be scenes from a marriage. In this scene, Lieutenant John Boyd is promoted to captain as a reward for capturing some enemy officers, and honored with a big steak dinner. The only thing is, this entire ceremony is predicated upon a lie.
For heroism above and beyond the call of duty, for successfully infiltrating the enemy's ranks, and securing victory independently, with cunning and honor.
Boyd's no hero. He captured the enemy command almost by accident. After freezing up and playing dead on the battlefield, he was buried in a mass grave that just happened to be near where some Mexican officers were headquartered. And Boyd's heroism in the line of duty isn't the only lie here. The pageantry, the pomp, all the fluttering gallantry of the promotion ceremony belies the American military's true objective in the Mexican-American War, an imperialist and racist war of aggression. Imperialist in that the war was launched on a thin pretext and peddled by upper-class slavers bent on expanding the plantation economy. Racist in that after Jacksonian democracy emphasized the centrality of white supremacy to American individualism, the nationalist mythology of manifest destiny became predicated on the expulsion, subjugation, or eradication of non-white political power in the American empire. We hear an amen as the soldiers sit down to dinner, the juxtaposition of Christian piety and American heraldry hitting differently in the 2020s, the imagery fitting neatly somewhere between Carlson and Riefenstahl. A different time, but the same old American authoritarianism. as always wrapped in the flag and carrying the cross. Boyd's steak is as bloody as the battlefield. He's sweating, disgusted with the meat on his plate, the whole ceremony, and himself. The other men at the table flash him with judgy, bitchy glances. Why isn't he eating? Why does he look like he's about to hurl? Be a soldier, be a man, be one of the boys. Don't you want to fit in? Eat up! Surrounded by more flags than a 4th of July parade, the white men in charge of this belligerent slave republic shovel corpse parts down their gullets with voracious enthusiasm. Boyd alone can see this feeding for the grotesquerie that it is. But he's got to keep it together. Unraveling in public isn't very soldierly. Feeling queasy isn't very manly, especially when eating the manliest thing of all, flesh. He tries his best to take a bite, but it's all too much. He rushes off to spew, the title card comes crashing into frame with the first dulcimer plucks of Boyd's journey, and soon we're up and away, over the mountains, to Fort Spencer. In 90 seconds of runtime, Antonia Bird rips to pieces 200 years of self-congratulatory American mythology. And it's very intentional. I may be overanalyzing, but I'm not tripping. As one of Bird's collaborators, the actor Kate Hardy, put it in a 2016 interview,
"When you call someone a political filmmaker, it is possible to think you are referring only to the subjects they put on screen. Antonia was a political filmmaker. She was also, regardless of her politics, quite simply a highly skilled and creative director. But she knew film was a deeply effective communication tool, and without doubt she used it to voice her political beliefs and frustrations. The world of film and TV is a pretty conservative place. Although often perceived as highly liberal, in reality, it is rife with hierarchy, emotional repression, and abuses of power. Antonia put herself on the line again and again. She taught me a huge amount about acting and working with the camera, but she also taught me a huge amount about the morality of collaboration. These are not necessarily lessons that make for an easy career. Her convictions and concerns were pretty non-negotiable. Her political beliefs were her map, and at times that made things difficult for her. But in an industry full of dubious morals and flaky convictions, I found her truly inspiring. And it shouldn't really need pointing out these days, but sadly it still does. In an industry whose statistics regarding gender equality are worse than both banking and the army, the amount she managed to achieve as a female director is something of a miracle.
Bird's radical politics played a huge role in all of her films, and Ravenous is a vicious attack on American institutions of power: governmental, economic, cultural, racial, and patriarchal. Arriving at Fort Spencer, it soon becomes clear to Boyd that this is where the Army dumps its undesirables. It's the island of broken toys, a motley crew of oddballs and outcasts. Each of the denizens of Fort Spencer are, in their own way, incompatible with the conservative, bellicose, white supremacist, and patriarchal social order of mid-19th century America. Their uniqueness and individuality subverts the American national myth, so the institutions of power tuck them away, out of sight, high up in the mountains. Colonel Hart, the commanding officer, is an overeducated dork. Bookish, gullible, and sensitive, he's a far cry from the Jacksonian ideal of American martial masculinity. And though he takes his responsibilities as a leader seriously, in reality he's a symbolic figurehead at best. He regards his post at Fort Spencer as more of a prison sentence than anything, remarking in a deleted scene that
one just ends up in Fort Spencer. I'm here for life.
Private Toffler is either neurodivergent or just profoundly weird. Probably both. A gentle, upbeat puppy dog of a man, the greatest source of meaning in his life comes from his faith, to the point of fixation, and he spends much of his free time writing terrible hymns. Major Knox is a pompous, upper-class Southerner, his genteel moonlight and magnolias manner a thin mask over his addictive personality and penchant for dishonesty. The circumstances of his fall from grace no doubt stem from his severe alcoholism, and one can easily imagine him getting sloppy drunk at a white-glove tea party over at the Davises. Major Knox was most improper at the luncheon, Jefferson. I won't have him in my house again. Private Reich is the only competent soldier of the bunch. If anything, he's too dedicated to Army life. We learn in a deleted scene that he was once a major, but got demoted and banished to Fort Spencer after shooting a man under his command, a friend no less, for daring to suggest that Reich order a retreat.
Make court-martial me for him. Killing somebody. That's what you're paid to do, isn't it? Yeah, well, that one is going to be real too.
The military taught Reich to renounce his individuality, temper his empathy, and
Killing somebody.
order a retreat.
Make court-martial me for him. Killing somebody. That's what you're paid to do, isn't it? Yeah, well, that one is going to be real true.
The military taught Reich to renounce his individuality, temper his empathy, and become a thoughtlessly efficient killing machine. To never surrender, never retreat, win no matter what. And then, when he takes that violent mindset to its logical conclusion, he's punished for it. Though at first glance Reich seems to embody the American masculine ideal, he's actually the biggest victim of it in the whole company. Martha, the sole woman at Fort Spencer, and George, her brother, are the only locals in the group. Martha is sober, soft-spoken, and practical. One gets the sense that she's the only grown-up in the garrison. Hart's name may be on all the paperwork, but Martha is effectively the matriarch of Fort Spencer. George is, bless him, kind of a fuck-up. He spends most of his time smoking weed with Private Cleves, the cook, a hippie with an artistic bent with the odd hobby of building abstract sculptures out of found objects. One gets the sense that he never wears his uniform unless he absolutely has to. This really quite sweet friendship between an indigenous layabout and an insubordinate colonizing soldier who clearly couldn't care less about cause and country is, in a way, the ultimate insult to the philosophy of manifest destiny. Built initially by the Spanish as a mission, then repurposed by the Americans as a way station for pioneers bound for California, Fort Spencer's purpose has always been to facilitate the spiritual and territorial conquest of this region. First by the warlike evangelism of Cortez and Pizarro, next by the rapacious expansionism of Jackson and Polk. Our misfit heroes are warm bodies meant to plant a flag and occupy this Lebensraum until the teeming masses of American bulk can arrive and begin the real work of sucking gold out of these hills by the ton, chewing this land down to the bone with the mindless, twitching mastication of cockroaches burrowing into a corpse. Ravenous skewers many aspects of American mythology, but on its face, this is a movie about colonialism. You don't have to be a turtleneck-wearing, NPR-listening English major to see how the film's rendition of the Wendigo parallels the American Empire's insatiable appetite for westward expansion. In the world of the film, cannibals inherit spiritual and physical strength from the people they eat. In colonialism, imperialist governments gain political and economic power from consuming other countries and peoples.
Wendigo eats. Must eat more. He never enough. He takes. Never gives.
But Ravenous's central allegory of cannibalism as colonialism is far deeper and has much more historical precedent than may initially be evident. Ravenous has oft been compared to the masterful first season of the AMC show The Terror, and for good reason. The similarities are striking. Like Ravenous, The Terror is a horror story about colonialism in the 1840s, with subtle supernatural elements and a slight, handsome, long-haired gay cannibal villain who gets fetishized on Tumblr.
Chriso. Welcome to my channel.
Calhoun's Donner Party-esque story in Ravenous and the doomed Franklin expedition in The Terror ring true not just to the historical events that inspired each of them, but to a broader pattern in the colonization of the Americas as a whole. There are countless stories of European expeditions to remote or unexplored regions where the greatest threat to European safety was thought to be the quote-unquote savage indigenous people, with a common racial stereotype associating them with cannibalism. But then, as the expedition falters due to hubris, incompetence, or the hostile forces of nature, the pageantry of empire falls away, and the colonizers are themselves reduced to a savage, animalistic state. Their economic goals are quickly forgotten, and the adventure devolves into a brute struggle for survival. It's at desperate times like these that the knives come out. Special of the day, long pork. Limited time only, while supplies last. Take away the fluttering flags, the soaring anthems, the dazzling uniforms, and the proud ships, and what's left of colonialism? Predatory, carnivorous consumption. In The Terror, Toonbach, the demonic polar bear, takes on the attributes of the people he eats. This actually helps bring about his downfall. Just as the sailors of the Franklin expedition grow weak and sickly from scurvy and lead poisoning from their canned food, Toonbach grows weak and sickly from consuming their tainted flesh and absorbing their tainted souls. In Ravenous, the supernatural powers a Wendigo gains from cannibalism don't seem to have a downside. Ives, Hart, and Boyd don't get drunk from eating Major Knox, for instance. But the basic principle remains the same.
Man eats the flesh of another. He steals his strength. He absorbs the other man's spirit.
Remarkably, 19th century social Darwinists had beliefs about the inherent power of meat that are near identical to Ives's, and some American white supremacists credited the carnivorous Anglo-Saxon diet as playing a key role in their conquest of so many inferior vegetarian races. In one popular medical text of the time, neurologist George Miller Beard explained the foolproof reasoning behind this claim.
The rice-eating Hindu and Chinese and the potato-eating Irish peasant are kept in subjection by the well-fed English. Of the various causes that contributed to the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo, one of the chief was that for the first time he was brought face to face with the nation of beef-eaters, who stood still until they were killed. The peasantry of France, Italy, and Spain, who take their half-bottle of wine with rice and soup, must always give way, in battle or labor, to the properly fed Englishman or American.
Though Dr. Beard's hypothesis is racist nonsense, there is some tangential truth in what he's saying here. The history of colonialism in America is inextricably bound up in the history of meat consumption, and the animal-based economy of Anglo-American colonists played a huge and underappreciated role in the demand for westward expansion. At the forefront of every American frontier in early colonial history were the itinerant fur trappers, disrupting indigenous economies with high-end European demand. Right behind them were the animal farmers, fencing off farm lots and establishing permanent towns, which solidified European sovereignty. Pigs, cows, and chickens are a European export to this hemisphere, and the raising of economically viable numbers of livestock requires an enormous amount of land. From the cow pens of Plymouth Colony to the state-sized mega ranches of Texas, colonizers almost always needed more living space for the animals they ate than they did for themselves. Of course, the indigenous people of North America ate plenty of animals too, but it's not too much of a generalization to say that there was a fundamental difference in how Native Americans and Europeans of the period conceptualized meat as a resource. Many indigenous religions imbued animals with enormous spiritual significance. Hunting and trapping practices were often laden with ceremonial requirements as a result, reflecting a cultural belief in the inherent sanctity of life regardless of species. In contrast, European animal farming was characterized by fixed boundaries and strict hierarchies. Farmland was carefully divided into field lots and physically enclosed behind fences and stone walls. The animal farm was a microcosm of feudalism, with the farmer as lord of the manor, his wife and children stewards and footmen, his cattle lowly villeins. When a Wampanoag hunter shot a wolf, he thanked the wolf for feeding his family. When a Massachusetts Bay farmer sat down for pork, he thanked God for giving him dominion over pigs. In the 19th century, social Darwinism maintained that meat eating wasn't just crucial to the economy of the American master race, it was the reason they were the masters in the first place. As Beard explained,
savages are themselves but little removed from the common animal stock from which they are derived. They are much nearer to those forms of life. Savages who feed on poor food are poor savages, and intellectually far inferior to the beef-eaters of any race.
And the only non-whites carnivorous enough to challenge the dietary supremacy of Anglo-Saxons, Beard believed, were cannibal tribes.
Man is good food for man, and cannibals are the strongest and healthiest of savages. The Fanus, a tribe of Africa who eat the bodies of those who have died of sickness, and who steal and eat bodies that have been long dead, are said to be the finest set of Negroes in the interior of Africa. Cannibals eat human beings, not because they hate them, but because...
Ovaj film sam gledao 3-4 puta. Ali nisam nikad baš ga duboko analizirao. Malo izgleda. O madre mija. Gledao sam ga s tobom jednom. Gledao sam ga na Hermitovom kao watch streamu. Na Discordu isto jednom. Ja jebi smo ga gledali jednom, ne bi imao istu reakciju prema meni. Kao ti. Jesi ti kao bolestan u tom fazonu. Tako što, pa mislim, film ko film, razumeš? Nemam želju da jedem ljudsko meso. Izgleda je film ima neke političke poruke skrivene.
They eat them for the same reason that we eat the lower animals, and do not therefore feel any more unkindly toward them than we feel toward our cows, whose tender steaks we so much enjoy.
Meat was the white man's food, and flesh was the currency of colonialism, often in a literal sense, but more importantly in an identitarian one. Like Colonel Ives, the white race was dominant because they were predators, supernaturally strong from gorging on the life force of others. A tiger doesn't consider the feelings of his prey before he eats them. So why on earth would the white race hamper its own ascendance by concerning itself with the morality of subjugating those that are so self-evidently inferior? The philosophy of white supremacy threw up scientific barriers between the races, very much akin to designations between species. In the Victorian mind, race was not an arbitrary social construct, but an immutable biological classification, which justified systematic exploitation and conditioned otherwise good-natured whites to accept racial hierarchy as a fact of nature. Though white Americans did not literally eat people of color during slavery and colonialism, they may as well have. Colonel Ives fits perfectly.
Šta za paštetu?
Voliš paštete da jedeš?
Ne baš, 13 godina sam radio, mislim da 13 godina u Topovskoj klanici. Ako baš nema šta da se jedi, moram da jedem paštetu. Nije problem, radije ću da pojedem paštetu nego da odražem ti nogu ili tako nešto. Ili da pasem travu, ali...
Znači, toliko mišljenja imaš o tome?
Vrlo, mislim, prijatno ako jedeš i tako to, ali i pre nego što sam počeo da radim u Topovskoj klanici nisam imao neko posebno mišljenje. Vjerojatno mi se u vojsci popela na kurac, tako misliš.
Ja volim paštetu.
Kao što rekao. Ako voliš, power to you.
Da li je zdravo?
Da li je zdravo? So nije zdrava. Za početak. Znaš.
A što se radi?
Za početak so nije zdrava, a sve ostalo ćemo lako. Ti probaj da jedeš neslanu hranu. Probaj. Recimo, sirovo meso, razumeš, bez soljenja. Samo eventualno pečeno ili prženo kako ko voli, ali...
Jebeš ti ono takav život.
Kao so nije zdrava, okej, dobro, ne moramo da jedemo, sve je nezdravo.
Pa to ti kažem.
Pit ćemo vodu iz reke nefiltriranu, razumeš, nije problem. Čistu izvorsku vodu. Vodu si izvoraš i možda piješ, s planinskog izvora. Pa prvo treba da nađeš planinu. Znaš. Ja sam pio dosta puta kad sam bio kod babe u vikendici. Planinsku vodu, razumeš, ono. Nađeš, imaš korenje koje recimo izbija ispod nekog drveta i to ti ta krečniška voda koja se ona skuplja i polako kao teče kao pritoka, razumeš. I treba ti jedno 2-3 minuta, boga mi, dok ona kapa jednu bocu od litra. Ali prije ima u sebi oni, kako se zove, krečnjaka i šta ti ja znam, ali nešto toga dobiti sigurno. Ne vjerujem da ćeš dobiti kamen u bubregu.
Sada pitamo Milana. Milana?
Otkud on znam?
Koje je tvoje mišljenje o paštetama, pošto jedem? Loše?
On je razmaženko.
Onda da ne jedemo nešto.
A najbolje da ne jedemo ništa. Reći ti čovjek koji cepa slaninu i jaja za doručak. Vegetarijanac inače, by the way.
Hello. Goodbye. Too easy. To je stvarno je sve. Ovo je...
Ko što rekao... Ne znam. Da, na konto iskrene i toga, razumeš, zato sam te linkovao taj klip. Taj film smo gledali, izgleda taj film kritika mesožderskog društva, a također i kolonijalnih sila. Ebote, kritika traje, nije samo kritika na taj film. Navodno ima još jedan sličan film na tu temu, znaš? Da.
Flesh, stark, unexaggerated,
Mislim,
honest.
nije ono
Ravenous
zalezi na
doesn't portray
brda
19th
Kolorado i to,
century
nego
America as
o tako liku
particularly complex,
koji
morally
ručka neke mornare,
America
znaš.
isn't an imperfect experiment, a work in progress, a basically good system with some unfortunate kinks that need to be ironed out. Instead, the film pulls up the floorboards of our history and encourages us to get a good long whiff of the foundational rock. After Boyd returns to Fort Spencer, the apparent sole survivor of Calhoun's massacre in the mountains, General Slauson encourages him to amend his outlandish account of events. What comes across as healthy skepticism, even fatherly concern, on Slauson's part is revealed for what it truly is in a deleted scene.
You may not know gold was struck just outside San Francisco a few months ago. And word spread very fast to the rest of the country. The reports are we should experience 10 times the usual number of settlers this summer. The Commonwealth is going to explode. California may even be granted a statehood. Now, word gets out that there's this monster lurking up in the mountains who's got an appetite for human flesh. Well, we can just wave farewell to the rush of 48.
Nothing can stop this gravy train, ever. There might be a shark in these waters, there might not. Who's to say? The beach stays open. End of story. General Slauson is named after a major boulevard in Los Angeles, Slauson Avenue. If Ives is the personification of manifest destiny, Slauson is the embodiment of Hollywood, of Silicon Valley, of the profit and status-obsessed industries of West Coast capitalism. Antonia Bird had good reason to lampoon Hollywood. Her only other American movie, the 1995 picture Mad Love starring Drew Barrymore, was shredded to pieces in editing by the skittish studio, turning what had been a raw drama about a young woman suffering from bipolar disorder into a by-the-numbers teen romance road trip movie. Bird made movies because she had a story to tell, not because it would make her or a studio money. Avowedly anti-capitalist, she had a people-over-profits philosophy in both her politics and her work, bringing an egalitarian and supportive style of leadership to her sets. As Kate Hardy recollected,
Antonia was a deeply socialist filmmaker, both on and importantly off camera. She had a constant eye out for the abuse of power and huge respect for the workers that helped her tell stories the way she wanted to tell them. She saw actors as technicians, as co-workers who deserved her protection and care. To be on an Antonia set was to know she had your back totally, and, often to her own detriment, was not pandering to producers or those with the money. Her focus was on supporting you. I often joke that working with Antonia as early as I did in my career ruined it for me. It's a silly joke, but it has its roots in fact. I first worked with her in 1984, and I've rarely had such an experience since.
Bird was not the first socialist artist to make the link between flesh-eating and capitalism. In his seminal novel, The Jungle, Upton Sinclair repeatedly compared the exploitative conditions of factory workers in the meat industry with the nightmarish existences of the animals whose flesh they were harvesting.
What they wanted from a hog was all the profits that could be got out of him, and that was what they wanted from the working man. And also, that was what they wanted from the public. What the hog thought of it and what he suffered were not considered, and no more was it with labor and no more with the purchaser of meat.
A particularly apt analogy, considering that the assembly line, that most dehumanizing of capitalist inventions, owes its popularization to a visit Henry Ford made to the very Chicago slaughterhouses that Sinclair describes in his novel. Struck with inspiration, Ford incorporated the model into his factories, where it proved so profitable and efficient. It soon caught on in other industries. The assembly line had a profound effect on the American worker. Gone were the days when a skilled craftsman took pride in the creation of a singular product. Now labor was fragmented, with each worker performing a rote, repetitive task that formed but one chain in the process. The pursuit of profit to the exclusion of anything else stripped workers of their artistry, annihilated their sense of workplace accomplishment, and transformed them into inert, unthinking machines. The capitalist economy is a meat grinder of labor, and it devours workers' most precious commodities, their health, their dignity, and their limited time. On the other side of the meat grinders are the consumers, baby birds with mouths open wide, quivering in carnal excitement for their sacrament of blood. In Bret Easton Ellis's American Psycho, Patrick Bateman describes murdering and eating women in some of the most graphic passages in all of American literature. Flip the page, and he's going on an equally indulgent screed about all the features of his new cassette player. There is no meat without death, and there is no consumerism without exploitation. Ravenous is a movie fixated on the idea of consumption, especially in pursuit of fleeting pleasure or short-term gain. In a way, as individuals living under capitalism, we are all Wendigos, chasing the high of acquisition and consumption, always on the lookout for shiny new toys to play with, until we inevitably scuff them up or get sick of them, whereupon we begin to hunger for consumption once again. Like Romero's horde of zombies shambling through a shopping mall on the prowl for fresh meat and low prices, capitalist industries and marketing intentionally condition us to pursue short-term gratification, which is inherently addictive. In the 20th century, capitalism wanted the contents of our wallets. In the 21st, it realized the astounding earning potential of the contents of our minds, and tech companies like Facebook and Google intentionally gamify their social media platforms to keep users and creators alike continually engaged to maximize profit and increase shareholder value. YouTube Creator Studio, for instance, is structured to make the production and publication of content functionally indistinguishable from a gambling addiction. By heaping excessive praise onto creators when they produce a profitable video, and expressing sullen disappointment when they produce an unprofitable one, as well as providing helpful information on how you can draw in more of an audience next time, Google intentionally fosters an unhealthy psychological dependence on the stimuli of exhibition and attention.
Remember the energy? The disappointment as it dissipates. Strength slipping from your grasp. Growing, killing need to replenish.
Their goal is, of course, monetary. Encouraging creators to post as much as possible, as marketably as possible, keeps you, the user, online for longer, so tech companies can collect more information about you to sell to advertisers. As the venerable Bo Burnham once put it,
it's because these companies like Twitter and YouTube and Instagram and everything, they went public and they went to shareholders, so they have to grow. Their entire models are based off of growth. They cannot stay stagnant. Twitter grossed $4-5 billion last year. It is in the red. It is unprofitable. It has to get more of you. That could be the ceiling for a place like this. YouTube, the ceiling could be 3 hours of engagement. No matter how nice it's trying to be, it is all that they're trying to get more engagement from you. We used to colonize land. That was the thing you could expand into, and that's where money was to be made. We colonized the entire earth. There was no other place for the businesses and capitalism to expand into, and then they realized human attention. That they are now trying to colonize every minute of your life. That is what these people are trying to do. Every single free moment you have is a moment you could be looking at your phone and they could be gathering information to target ads at you. That's what's happening.
but if we are all Wendigos, then at least we come by it honestly. It's not Lucy Westenra's fault that she's a bloodsucker. Count Dracula made her that way. She didn't have a say in the matter. It's often said there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, which is a lie. There are unquestionably ways that we as consumers can make more ethical choices. And even if it's just a drop in the bucket, at least we can go to sleep at night knowing that we're doing what we can to limit our participation in this vampiric economic system. But the point nonetheless stands, that our thirst for blood is peanuts compared to the counts and countesses of the corporate elite. The Wendigo, as a metaphor for the rich, certainly has a fair bit of protein. And I don't mean nice suburb rich. I don't even mean famous actor rich. I mean...
Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't even care about climate change. I'm in New Zealand with my own private army rich. Not like some pathetic asshole beach house on the vineyard rich.
Colonel Ives tells Boyd that the power of the Wendigo saved his life. He suffered from tuberculosis, migraines, depression, and suicidal ideation. But switching to a long pork diet cured him completely of all those ailments and left him
happy and healthy and virile.
In the world of Ravenous, the cannibal diet has certain curative powers. If Ives had killed just a few people and eaten just enough human flesh to cure the diseases that were going to kill him, then we might rightly still judge him a monster, but at least we'd understand why he did what he did. But he doesn't stop. He keeps going, keeps killing, keeps eating.
Wendigo eats. Must eat more, more. Never enough. He takes. Never gives.
There's only so much money a person can spend within a single human lifetime. Every billionaire on the planet has exceeded that number 100-fold. And yet, they still put all their energies into the acquisition of yet more money. At that point, it's no longer about being rich. It's no longer even about being powerful. It's about being the richest and the most powerful. Everything's relative.
Postaviš pitanje, ne, postaviš pitanje ovako. Snake, kad radiš? Ako tebe zanima. Ako tebe zanima, radim večeras od 10. Ako tebe zanima, jel tebe zanima?
They've got it made. When I reached 100,000 subscribers myself, I was content for a while. I thought that was a very respectable number. And then the enthusiasm began to dissipate.
Ako nije neko homo pitanje, ne želim da znam njegova pitanja.
200, 300,000 subscribers, a bigger audience than I could have ever dreamed of when I started making acerbic reviews of mummy movies on my days on. I started getting used to being the most interesting man in the room.
Tebe zanima nešto. Šta?
Andy over there has a big YouTube channel. Yeah, pretty cool. Oh, it's called Atunshe Films. I don't know how to spell it either. Just search Checkmate International and it'll come up. And soon enough, though, I'm getting dinner with like properly famous creators, people with like salaried employees and shit.
Šta želiš da koristiš? One...
O, što sam kupio?
Zalepiš ga iza monitora, šta je s tobom?
5 metara ima ovdje.
Pa, vjerojatno postoji način da ga skratiš. To je moja pretpostavka.
Axe. Welcome to my channel.
Dobro. Što sam sad odgovoran? Aj.
Puerto Rico.
Ovo za mene špansko sve.
To še nije toliko komplikovano. Ako baš hoćeš da ti dam onako pro savjet, hoćeš pro savjet. Znači tu čala. Pitaj njega. Stari ljudi vole da se bakću s takvim glupostima. Preće on to da sredi nego ti.
Pogotovo ne znam.
Ma daj ne se bavim samo, ako ima veze sa osvjetljenjem i sa strujom, napravit će ti to bolje nego ti. Ja ti kažem, to ti savjet. Pošto pretpostavljam da ti isto ko ja imaš diplomu, jel tako, elektroinženjera. Što će reći da nemaš, da se ja like totalno za to. Pitaš ljude koji imaju malo više godina životnog iskustva, ako si ili to razume.
Tako je. Don't worry.
Don't happy be worry. Don't happy be worry.
And then suddenly, I feel 2 inches tall again. It never ends. Whether it's Sackler getting us all hooked on dope, or Zuckerberg trying to bring Prime Intellect online, or Musk doing whatever the fuck he's doing, all the power plays, all the acquisition, all the obscene piles of untouched money, any one
Wilson,
of which could solve homelessness
welcome to my
overnight.
channel.
It's all to sate that.
Growing, killing need to replenish.
The lives of countless millions have been consumed to feed the egos of these sallow little rich men, and their industries are devouring people and profits at a faster rate than ever. Like Ives, they would rather die than stop eating, and the only thing that seems to be trickling down is blood. The global temperature is rising, each hurricane season is worse than the last, but hey, the beach is still open, the gravy train's still moving, the meat grinder is still ripping through a biblical quantity of sinew and bone. When the Atlantic surges through Manhattan, the boys at the stock exchange will still be buying and selling right up until the moment their heads disappear beneath the water. Planet Earth sacrificed atop the Stygian altar of capitalism just so a gaggle of spoiled brats can get just one more fucking hit.
Eat to live. Don't live to eat. Huh? Huh?
In a 1999 interview with the New York Post, Antonia Bird remarked,
"I was a vegetarian once. After I made this movie, I went off meat again, for obvious reasons."
I used to regard Bird's vegetarianism as a cute little tidbit. How funny, the vegetarian made a cannibal movie. But the more I watch it, the more I'm convinced that Ravenous is right up there with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Babe in the holy trinity of radical vegan cinema. Now, real quick, I do want to be specific with my terms here. So when I refer to veganism, I'm talking about the dictionary definition, which is...
Veganism, noun, a way of living which seeks to exclude, as far as is possible and practical, all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to non-human animals.
So I'm talking about veganism, the philosophy, not veganism, the diet. And it's also important to distinguish it from vegetarianism in that regard. Vegetarians abstain from meat, but they may also eat dairy or eggs, or wear leather or fur, or use products that have been tested on animals. Ethical vegans believe in achieving animal liberation. Basically, a world where humanity has evolved beyond utilizing animals as resources.
You're not an eater of ribs, Carlisle?
No, Major, I can never forget it used to be an animal.
This is a fun, ironic little exchange, but technically, you could be vegan and still eat people. In fact, since most people perpetuate animal suffering in one way or another, maybe the only way to be a good vegan is to eat people. One more definition to throw at you here. The philosophical antithesis of veganism is carnism, a word coined by psychologist Melanie Joy in 2001.
Carnism, noun, the invisible or unrecognized belief system or ideology that conditions people to eat certain animals.
If someone hurt my dog, I would go absolutely postal. When I got through with that person, there'd be nothing left of them but a red spot. So why do I eat pig for breakfast, chicken for lunch, and cow for dinner? What's the relevant moral difference between killing a dog and killing a pig? Why do we as a culture get all bent out of shape whenever some rich asshole goes over to Botswana and guns down an elephant, while at the same time, every single day, we turn a blind eye to pigs killed by the billions in CO2 gas chambers, deemed the most humane method of slaughter? Industrial fishing trawlers dragging enormous nets across the ocean floor, indiscriminately dragging up all fish caught in their wake, including endangered species, wreaking so much havoc on aquatic ecosystems that at the current rate, the world will run out of wild-caught seafood in less than 30 years. Dairy cows forcibly impregnated on a device farmers nicknamed the rape rack. Their genetically modified, oversized udders drained with painful industrial milking vacuums, only for the whole process to immediately start again, over and over, until those cows can no longer reproduce and are subsequently killed for their meat. Egg-laying hens imprisoned in dark, cramped cages by the billions, each bird living her entire miserable life in a tiny space no larger than a sheet of letter paper, genetically engineered to lay 30 times more eggs than they would in the wild. Then, once spent, usually after about a year, ground up for byproducts. Well, as Dr. Joy has it, it's because of carnism. According to her,
carnism runs counter to core human values such as compassion and justice. Most people wouldn't willingly violate these values and support unnecessary violence toward other sentient beings. Therefore, carnism, like other oppressive systems such as patriarchy and racism, uses a set of psychological defense mechanisms that distort our thoughts and block our natural empathy, so that we act against our values without fully realizing what we're doing. In other words, carnism conditions us not to think and feel. Carnistic defenses hide the contradictions between our values and behaviors, so that we unknowingly make exceptions to what we would normally consider unethical.
In the 1995 film Babe, our adorable hero narrowly avoids the grisly death that his mother and siblings face at a slaughterhouse.
Warwick Blank Lumber.
Not so long ago.
Welcome to my channel.
Pigs were afforded no respect, except by other pigs. They lived their whole lives in a cruel and sunless world.
And though he's removed from imminent danger, he still faces prejudice at his new home at the Hoggett Farm, which serves as a microcosm of the carnist world in which we live. Dogs and cats assume their implicit superiority over the other animals. Sheep are, quote, morons, to be dominated, and a pig's only purpose is to be eaten by humans.
They eat pigs? Pork. They call or bacon. They only call them pigs when they're alive.
Under carnism, the value of an animal's life is to human interests. Case in point, Ferdinand the duck frantically schemes up ways to avoid the butcher's block, eventually learning how to crow like a rooster, so will have some utility to humans beyond food.
I suppose the life of an anorexic duck doesn't amount to much in the broad scheme of things.
And the sheepdog Fly perfectly illustrates the carnist mindset when she prevents Babe from coming into the family house.
Babe, you wait here.
Aren't pigs allowed? Not live ones.
Sorry, dear. Only dogs and cats inside the house.
Why?
That's just the way things are.
There is no relevant moral distinction between Babe and Fly, only the crude bigotry of cultural tradition. It's just the way things are, a phrase used to justify every species of oppression since time immemorial.
The only way you'll find happiness is to accept that the way things are is the way things are.
The way things are stinks.
And this strikes at the very heart of carnism. It's made up. It doesn't exist. It's a social construct like gender or race. The only reason we love dogs, eat pigs, and wear cows is because we were told to. Every child has a horrible moment when he or she realizes that the flesh on their plate came from an intelligent and emotionally sophisticated individual, just like Mr. Mittens. And their parents have to explain, no, sweetie, Mr. Mittens is family. These other ones, they don't matter. Yeah, we kill them by the billions without mercy, but it's fine. Just don't think about it too much. Babe, therefore, is a triumphant tale of victory over carnism. When Farmer Hoggett brings Babe out onto the pitch of the sheep herding competition, the entire crowd of onlookers laughs and jeers. Blinded by arrogance and prejudice, they can't conceive of a lowly pig as an individual worthy of respect. When Babe uses a trick he learned from befriending the sheep at the Hoggett farm to flawlessly execute the trial, testifying to the power of Babe's tolerance, his Paddington-esque superpower to see the best in everyone, carnism is effortlessly defeated, blown over like the paper tiger it is, and the crowd can't help but be won over.
And though every single human in the stands or in the commentary boxes was at a complete loss for words, the man who in his life had uttered fewer words than any of them knew exactly what to say.
That'll do, pig.
Imagination.
That'll do.
That's Kino right there. That's cinema. One of the best endings to any movie ever. Almost as good as Tobe Hooper, director of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, famously remarked that the horror classic was a film about meat. Early in the runtime, Franklin, one of our doomed teenagers, regales his friends with lurid tales of a nearby slaughterhouse where his family was once employed.
Now they got this big air gun that shoots a bolt into their skull and then retracts it. It's just boom!
Later, when the teens are themselves slaughtered, it's by the methods of the factory farm. By turning the tools of the slaughterhouse against human victims, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre weaves the carnist's worst nightmare, the animal's symbolic revenge, the human race finally getting a taste of its own unspeakable medicine. When
Welcome to
Leatherface
my
kills
channel.
Kirk, his first victim, he drops like a rock and twitches, exactly like a pig or cow does on the killing floor. Consider the iconic climactic dinner scene where Sally is presented to Grandpa to be stunned for slaughter.
Grandpa's the best. It won't hurt a bit.
Sally writhing in fear, the frail Grandpa trying and failing to bring the hammer swinging down, is a remarkably accurate representation of a slaughterhouse worker trying to stop a cow. This supposedly humane measure is in reality a messy and painful process. Cows are frequently improperly stunned and are subsequently bled out and dismembered alive.
ima nekih tako zajebantija što se ta nekad u fazonu zabode TV ne reaguje
Welcome
da
to
li
my channel.
No fault of their own.
Payday im is free NA epic nemec to prophecy.
Znam, ja sam tu igru kupio pre 10 godina. Uzeo sam je sad na Epiku, ali... Dobro je, kao Hitman. Imaš misije koje možda igraš kao Hitman, ono stealth, ono 100% stealth. A imaš i misije koje pucnjava nenormalno.
Every serial killer worth their salt got his start mutilating the neighbor's cat. And a chronic lack of empathy toward non-human animals will inevitably lead to a chronic lack of empathy toward human animals. Often the inverse is also true. When Cracker Barrel added Impossible sausages to their menu in the summer of 2022, there was a major outcry among right-wing Americans who perceived the rural chain as being theirs for some reason. This sort of controversy should not come as a surprise, since the far right's defining characteristic is the othering and attempted domination of groups they perceive as inferior. The mere suggestion that non-human animals should be viewed as anything other than a resource existing purely to serve humanity is unthinkable, totally beyond the pale. In a carnist culture, basic empathy is viewed as weak, effeminate, impolitic, or misguided. The opening scene of Ravenous has Boyd struggling to keep it together and maintain social niceties, as the rotting cow flesh on his plate makes his stomach roil and his gourd rise. It's the horror of being the only vegan at Thanksgiving, encompassed beautifully by Anthony Richmond's cinematography and Neil Farrell's editing.
Mogli by sutra do probamonismo odavno donas nem ambramena imam boge raspert I gradivo.
Ako budeš sutra tu zove.
But Ravenous's most biting animal rights commentary comes in the form of its satire. In my opinion, some of the best progressive satire out there right now is coming out of vegan spaces, such as Elwood's Dog Meat, a website which mimics the folksy marketing of the animal agriculture industry to advertise dachshund sausage, retriever steak, and pug bacon. Naturally, most people who don't get the joke
Odo Barazda odradim to sto imam Vajra.
Angry, even threatening emails every day from dog lovers who think this is a real business, to which Elwoods always has a quippy reply ready about how awful it is that people...
Ne, nego rođak mi piše preko Twitch. Idem da radim u 10, oprosti. Imaš ti neke obaveze, trenutno? Alo. Oj, Nenad. Imaš ti neke obaveze?
Strane.
Dobro.
Vi raznih za vikend.
Aha. Znači, sutra, preksutra. Dobro, može. Slobodan sam, verovatno.
Hoću ga se ne mogu da uživam, a ne da...
Aha. Dobro. No problem. Evo, brother. Kao što si ti rekao, najbolje si igra u multiplayeru i veruj mi, dovodim dizajn određenih bossova u skoro pa nemogući. solo zatući. Skoro pa nemoguće. Ti si igrao Dark Souls 3, jel tako?
Jes.
Sećaš koliko neke bossove mogu da se zatuku solo, ali koliko je frustracija crkneš dok ne odradiš solo, a recimo samo da imaš jednog čovjeka da udari bossa s vremena na vreme, znači samo i da ne umre, samo da izigrava mamac da ti možda zatučeš bossa, a to je nekad lakše reći uraditi. Isto tako ti bio i Elden Ring. Većina izazova u tom Elden Ringu dolazi od toga što nemaš koga da ti tankuje. Znači sam si DPS i tank, to je nenormalno. Nešto igra teška je, a ovi što su kao puritanci, znaš, što tryhardaju oni
Ajde, nisam čuo što si rekao Milan.
Dobro, nema vas, reći drugi put. Pričano.
Milane, internet ti buguje.
Nesiguran da njemu buguje, ti mi prekidaš kad pričam. Možda pucaju serveri...
Discord jebava ljudi, Discord jebava.
Discord serveri, da. Čujem sve isperkidano, i tebe, Kesiću, i ovoga, Nenada. Da, serveri jebu. Razvalje.
Jebo i Discord, nisu mogli da plate malo skuplje server na socijala gala.
Znaš kako, ovo je, ajde kažem, premium servis koji mi koristimo besplatno.
Da. Da.
Ovo je premium servis.
Ono što se u suštini plaća. Da. Obično plaćaš za ovakve stvari.
Ma smeće jebote, malo prekida jebote. To najjeftiniji uzeli.
Pa to je Tencent, teško da je uzeo nešto.
Discord je trenutno u vlasništvu kineske medijske kuće, to najveće. Isto kao i League of Legends.
Kineske vojske.
A vojska, Tencent je vojno, ozbiljno? Wow, to je novo za mene. Znam da su medijska kuća, ali nisam znao da su u vlasništvu vojske. Brother.
A što ti veka činiš?
Pa čak, Tencent posjeduje čak i ovo, kako se zove. Crytek, kako se zove.
Ne, Riot. League of
Pa
Legends.
dobro, nije ti da si bacivala.
Ako se ja dobro sećam.
Tencent akvali Crytek, to potencijalna ekip. Ja sam ali Tencent.
Ozbiljno?
Da, to kao ekip China Army with the Cry Engine.
Wow.
Znaš koliko su dobili? Dobili su 300 miliona.
To je 2021. A i jao, neko je našao financijski izveštaj Cryteka od fanova ovog Han Shodana. Iz 2021. godine dobili su anonimnu donaciju od $200 miliona, znaš?
300 miliona.
Da, ima financijski izveštaj, neko je našao, znaš. To je javno kao dostupno.
Ja vidiš kao...
Ja sam mislio da je kao...
To je napravljeno za NATO zemlje,
100%. Da. 100% su prodali Kinezima. Jebi mi sunce. Ovoga nema nići.
Nema veze, sve to u redu.
Tako je Kesić. Sve to za ljudi.
Pazi ovo jebate, PUBG Mobile je skupio 10 milijardi čovječe.
Nema veze, zabraja se za 1-0.
Ujebote. Jebote. 10 milijardi za jebenu mobile igru.
Ko PUBG?
Da.
Pa mobilno tržište mobilnih igara ti je najunosnije. To znaš.
Da, ješ u kurac. Oni su i PUBG su napravili da im bude ko trening za tu vojsku i to. Da mi se onda u vojsku Liga Šibica treniraš. A i Poljaci isto, oni su World of Tanks koji se za obuku tankisti to. Bija, ako slušate, vidite da sam dobar tu da nabavljam informacije te prebacite me da radim kod vas.
Možeš da radiš u kontraobavještajno, a definitivno ti ne mogu da vodiš četu ljudi u akciji. To ne možeš. Možda prođeš osnovnu vojnu obuku. Možda se baviš špijunažom ili tako tim. To što nema neki veliki rizik. Šta god, koju god informaciju nađeš, dobar si.
Puno teško da se prođe osnovna vojna obuka.
Pa kako trenutno stvari stoje, da.
Najlakše da se prođe sine.
A Milan bi nešto znao o tome, on tečkara u panciru okolo, tako? U panciru. Čuj panciru.
These preachy, militant vegans are attacking their poor family farm. There are all sorts of variations on this theme in modern vegan satire, including with cannibalism, but Ravenous did it first and did it best. After Colonel Hart kills Major Knox, Boyd is left alone in Fort Spencer with the two cannibals, and a fascinating dynamic between the three men immediately takes shape. Intentional or not, it's a pitch-perfect satire of carnism, with each character representing the three most common attitudes toward the human oppression of animals. One of the first things Hart tells Boyd after decapitating Knox is,
I hated doing that.
Hart is a cannibal, but at least he has the decency to feel bad about it. He's the reluctant carnist, the empathic meat-eater. He may recognize the evil of animal exploitation in the abstract, but won't dig into the moral arguments too deeply, as he's ultimately afraid of what he'll find. The truth about meat is behind a door he'd rather keep firmly locked. He knows that if he were to be fully confronted by that truth, he would be forced to make a choice. Either to continue perpetuating a system of oppression, now without the reasonable excuse of not knowing any better, or to radically change his outlook on life. So, for the time being, Hart postpones that choice with cognitive dissonance. Consuming flesh makes him feel terrific, and he will offer up any flimsy justification he can to maintain that pleasure.
I'm still having nightmares. Oh, no. No. Reich. No. Cleves. No. Knox. No. I don't want to hear this. There's no turning back now. I know that, sir. Don't you understand? All you have to do is kill. You have to kill to live.
Outnumbered by cannibals 2-1, Boyd is the aberration, not Hart and Ives. As the only non-cannibal at dinner, refusing to partake until his life literally depends on it, Boyd's situation is a perfect representation of the mundane horror vegans face every day living in a carnivore world.
Isn't this civilized?
Boyd's abstention is an affront to Ives's and Hart's cannibalism, and they immediately set about trying to convert him, in the same way that many carnists view veganism as a threat to be immediately quashed, a personal offense even. Because, after all, the mere existence of people who refuse to use animals as resources raises the horrifying possibility that the way we treat animals is fundamentally wrong. If the lives of animals matter, then we are all guilty of a monumental atrocity. No wonder most carnists will retreat into comfortable fictions rather than accept that frightening and humbling reality. While Hart, the reluctant carnist, attempts to sway the vegan Boyd with an avalanche of bro science and pseudo-logic, Ives has only one argument. It feels good, so why wouldn't you do it?
That's what surprises me about you, Boyd. You've tasted it, felt its power, yet you're resisting. Why?
Ives is the unrepentant carnist. While Hart deceives himself into thinking that his meat eating is a necessary evil, Ives is more honest. He doesn't concern himself at all with these moral questions. Might makes right. The strong dominate the weak, and the most ruthless creature eats best. Ives doesn't consider cannibalism as an evil at all, but a positive good. That is, if he even thinks about it that much, which he probably doesn't. All he cares about is the power and pleasure that cannibalism gives him, and his lack of empathy leaves him completely indifferent to the suffering he causes. Like the boomer uncle who moans over steak to provoke his vegan niece, Ives's real problem isn't that he eats meat. It's that he's an asshole. As the ultimate expression of carnism in its purest form, Ives is entirely self-interested. His hunger for human flesh is an incidental extension of his hunger for dominance. Unrepentant, or at least unexamined, carnism is the dominant philosophy in our culture. Similarly, Ives rules Fort Spencer as a tyrant. He's not just content to control the individuals he regards as food, but to control his fellow cannibals as well. The capitalist meat industry, too, aggrandizes itself at the expense of hundreds of billions of brutalized animals, of traumatized and mistreated workers, and of the climate of planet Earth itself, guzzling up flesh and labor and profit into a bottomless black hole of greed. Since Ives's carnism doesn't tremble behind cognitive dissonance like Hart's does, we can see it for the baldly self-serving, authoritarian ideology that it is. As a Wendigo, Ives is a purely selfish being, putting his own taste, pleasure, and personal greed over the lives and well-being of others. In the little world of Fort Spencer, he enforces, through violence, a fundamentally evil status quo that regards thinking, feeling individuals as nothing more than a crude resource to be ruthlessly extracted. The only difference between Fort Spencer and our culture is what's on the menu. One of the biggest reasons for Ravenous's cultural staying power is its gay subtext, and many in the queer community have wholeheartedly embraced the film as a camp love story. The central relationship between Boyd and Ives is dripping with homoerotic tension, which both Antonia Bird and Robert Carlyle have confirmed in interviews and commentaries was fully intentional. Eating meat involves taking someone else into your body. It is a communion, an inherently intimate act. Hunger and lust feel very similar. They come from the same primal areas of our psychology, and they both have the power to completely overwhelm us. 19th century Gothic literature linked penetrative sex to vampirism, with the self-evidently erotic imagery of hardened fangs plunging into quivering flesh. Now, with media like Ravenous, The Terror, and the NBC show Hannibal, 20th and 21st century horror cinema has made a similar connection between cannibalism and homosexuality. Like the scripture, "Blessed are the cheesemakers," this metaphor is not meant to be taken literally. By no means is it perversity or immorality that connects cannibalism and queerness. It's cultural non-acceptance. Because the cannibal is a monster, he has to hide his true nature from the world. Likewise, queer people are made to feel that they are monsters. Heteronormativity forces them underground, pushes them to the very fringes of society. The forbidden flesh is titillating because it is consumed in secret. And just as the Wendigo gains strength with every helping of chair humaine, a closeted queer person is empowered every time they express their true sexuality. When Boyd was dumped alive into a mass grave in the Mexican War, he found himself in a giant pile of male bodies, with warm liquid seeping down his throat. Human blood, which infected him with the Wendigo spirit and gave him enough strength to escape and capture the enemy command. This was Boyd's first gay experience, the drunken fumble in the late-night darkness of a college dorm. Boyd doesn't know how to feel about this experience. At his promotion dinner, he's presented with a cut of cow flesh, a socially acceptable form of meat eating, and it disgusts him. He tries to force himself to partake, to close his eyes and think of England, but he can't do it. At Fort Spencer, Boyd falls into a deep depression. In a deleted scene, Hart tries to get Boyd to open up to him, noting that the rest of the garrison can't help but notice his
sulking walks around the fort, lots of appetite.
The only thing that seems to perk Boyd up again is the arrival of Calhoun, the handsome and enigmatic stranger. When Calhoun tells the garrison the story of his lost wagon train, he includes a crucial detail of the effect cannibalism had on the party.
We were soon hungry again, only this time our hunger was different. More severe, savage.
In places where homosexuality is not accepted, often the way partners find each other is through little hints that would go right over a straight person's head. Directly outing yourself is dangerous, so this is an important part of the courtship process. Boyd clearly gets the hint. As the garrison makes their way over the mountains in an attempt to rescue the survivors of the wagon train, he approaches Calhoun to drop some hints of his own.
He said that when you ate the man, you said that afterwards your hunger was different, that you felt wanton.
I seem to remember something like that. A certain virility.
At this point, it's incumbent on Calhoun, more comfortable in his queerness and more sexually experienced, to make the first move, which he does, in a metaphorical sense, in the massacre at the cave. He reveals his true, authentic self, puts his hand down Boyd's pants, and Boyd can't handle it. It's all too much, too soon, way too fast. Boyd's not ready. His fantasies have been all candles and rose petals, and this is a whiskey-soaked tongue down his throat. It's handsy, aggressive. It makes him feel like a piece of meat. So he flees, right off the edge of a cliff. Alone in the pit with Reich's rotting corpse, unable to get out due to a broken leg, Boyd struggles with his conflicting desires. He wants Calhoun, in spite of it all, but a lifetime of heteronormative conditioning is a hell of a thing. He struggles to push his desires deep down, but in the end, something's gotta give. With Calhoun's laughter still ringing in his ears, he plunges a bone-handled knife into Reich's leg, groaning as he pumps it back and forth, alone in the dark. Beat that meat, Boyd. When Calhoun reappears as Ives, Boyd is overcome with emotion. His lust for Ives is terrifying and debilitating. In the scene where Slauson asks Ives to remove his shirt to verify Boyd's story, Boyd is caught somewhere between drooling and dysphoria. When the two men are finally alone again for the first time since their encounter in the forest, Ives shocks Boyd by speaking frankly, even flippantly, about this shameful secret that Boyd has spent so long hiding and agonizing over. When Boyd makes an appeal to morality,
because it's wrong,
Ives immediately recognizes it for the self-hating heteronormative conditioning that it is. This queer-coded dialectic, see, I told you, of Boyd and Ives is near identical to that of Louis and Lestat from the foundational text of the murder boyfriend's genre, Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire. In a pivotal scene where our blood-sucking French Quarter gays have a screaming match over the morality of killing.
Lestat said, "You do not know your vampire nature. You are like an adult who, looking back on his childhood, realizes that he never appreciated it. You cannot, as a man, go back to your nursery and play with your toys, asking for the love and care to be showered on you again simply because now you know their worth. So it is with you and your mortal nature."
Lestat is arguing here that once liberated, a gay can't just go back into the closet. Not really, not in the same way. Expressing your queerness, your true nature, changes you fundamentally. Ives puts it more directly.
You know, it's not courage to resist me, Boyd. It's courage to accept me.
In response, Louis too makes the appeal to morality.
Because it's wrong.
Arguing that he can live off the blood of animals, or in our analysis, abstain from sex with men. Lestat replies with a question.
"Does it bring you happiness?" he asked. "You wander through the night feeding on rats like a pauper. Does this give happiness? This is insanity, Louis. This is vain.
You hunger for it. You just won't resign yourself to it.
And what truly lies before you is vampire nature, which is killing. For I guarantee you that if you walk the streets tonight and strike down a woman, you will be filled, Louis, as you were meant to be, with all the life you can hold."
It's not so difficult, really. Acquiescence. It's easy, actually. You just give in.
However, Boyd differs from Louis in that he doesn't just pliantly accept his seducer's advances. While Ives has been busy concocting a seduction, Boyd has been growing into a better version of himself, finally having the courage to embrace his queerness, not on Ives' terms, but on his own. The climactic knife fight between Boyd and Ives, that heated exchange of bodily fluids, is full of homoerotic imagery. Sweaty, bearded faces, huffing and puffing, blades sliding into soft skin, long, meaningful eye contact, and to top it all off, a deadly post-coital embrace in a bear trap. During his final and fatal sexual encounter with Ives, Boyd goes full power bottom, expressing himself sexually to Ives on his own terms, never losing control of the pace of the encounter. As they lay atop one another, panting and spent, Ives can't help but be impressed, opening pillow talk with,
"That was really sneaky."
Boyd's arc ends with him redeeming himself for his cowardice in Mexico, choosing to die, so the curse of the Wendigo is stopped once and for all, or so he thinks. Through the lens of a queer reading, we can see an equally triumphant ending for our tormented protagonist, as he quietly reconciles himself with himself. Ravenous as a story of queer liberation is certainly affirming, but like with Louis and Lestat, it can only really exist in the realm of myth and metaphor. In fiction, lovers dying together is romantic. In reality, it's morbid. Where a queer person may see a highly stylized mythological tale of sexual awakening, a feminist may see a barely exaggerated story of male predation and abuse. Both readings are perfectly valid and can exist independently of one another. I want to make that clear. Tumblr people, please continue writing your dirty gay fanfics without shame. Or maybe just the ordinary amount of shame, even accounting for the fact that the object of his desire is male. Ives' consumptive sexuality makes him a perfect avatar for heterosexual male aggression. His most traditionally masculine trait is, of course, his carnivorousness. Sexually aggressive men consider women to be pieces of meat, existing for male pleasure only. They are objects, not individuals, and once chewed down to the bone, they are easily discarded. Victims of sexual assault often describe their attack in terms related to animal flesh and flesh eating, such as the repeated use of the word hamburger to describe the result of violent penetration. The landmark feminist text, The Sexual Politics of Meat, which is somewhere back here, here it is, by Carol J. Adams, explains how meat eating as an expression of masculine gender roles reflects patriarchal supremacy.
The male prerogative to eat meat is an external, observable activity implicitly reflecting a recurring fact. Meat is a symbol of male dominance. It has traditionally been felt that the working man needs meat for strength. A superstition operates in this belief. In eating the muscle of strong animals, we will become strong. According to the mythology of patriarchal culture, meat promotes strength. The attributes of masculinity are achieved through eating these masculine foods.
Likewise, in our culture, vegetables are a symbol of female submissiveness. Even the names of those who abstain from meat or animal products, vegetarians, vegans, have feminine connotations. There are an awful lot of V's, A's, G's, I's, N's, and A's in there. That's all I'm going to say.
Vegetables, a generic term meat eaters use for all foods that are not meat, have become as associated with women as meat with men, recalling on a subconscious level the days of woman the gatherer. Since women have been made subsidiary in a male-dominated meat-eating world, so has our food. The foods associated with second-class citizens are considered to be
Tatjana išla krv iznose.
Gde?
Pa tebe išla krv iznose, vidim tamo ono...
Prije 5 dana bila, nisam imao čime da... Razilo me ja tražim maramice, uzao sam krpu i sad se bacio pranje. Da. Bella. Oh.
second-class protein. The message is clear. The vassal vegetable should content itself with its assigned place and not attempt to dethrone king meat.
The fixation toxic men have on the magical properties of meat is indicative of how anxious and unsettled masculine identity can be. Is these people's sense of masculinity so unstable that it has to be continually reaffirmed at every meal? That certainly seems to be the case with modern-day fascists, whose terror of the soybean has been immortalized in internet culture. I swear, if the RAF struck as much fear into the hearts of fascists in 1940 as a protein-rich East Asian bean does today, the Battle of Britain would have been over in a matter of minutes. While both meat-eating and sexual aggression as male gender performance are usually indicators of deep insecurity, that doesn't make these men any less dangerous. The sequence where Boyd attempts, unsuccessfully, to convince the men around him that Ives is a monster rings uncomfortably true for many women who have attempted to publicly accuse their abusers. And his subsequent hair-trigger vigilance is not too far off from many women's daily lived experiences in the face of male violence. And though he is technically a man himself, I think Boyd's perspective could be regarded as essentially female. Boyd is remarkably feminine by the standards of 19th century America. He clearly doesn't belong anywhere near a battlefield, to the point where one wonders how on earth he landed an officer's commission in the first place. He's gentle, soft-spoken, and sensitive. He abstains from eating meat. Almost every aspect of his personality eschews traditional masculinity. So it makes sense that Ives, that shiny red throbbing penis of a man, wants so badly to conquer him. And in a feminist reading, it is very much a conquest. Ives doesn't ask people's permission before he eats them, and sexually aggressive men don't consider women's feelings any more than carnists consider the feelings of animals. As Adams puts it,
rape, too, is implemental violence in which the penis is the implement of violation. You are held down by a male body as the fork holds a piece of meat so that the knife may cut into it. In addition, just as the slaughterhouse treats animals and its workers as inert, unthinking, unfeeling objects, so too in rape are women treated as inert objects with no attention paid to their feelings or needs. Consequently, they feel like pieces of meat. Correspondingly, female animals are forcibly impregnated, a reproductive slavery that is required to ensure plentiful supplies of meat and cow's milk. To feel like a piece of meat is to be treated like an inert object when one is, or was, in fact, a living, feeling being.
Like the carnist, the capitalist, and the colonialist, male abusers' only goals are power and pleasure, and they don't particularly care if that comes at someone else's expense. It's this dichotomy, selfishness versus compassion, that's at the very heart of Ravenous. Good and evil as terms are often vaguely defined, but in practice, these concepts are really quite simple. Evil is a lack of empathy and the aggrandizement of the self. Good is the abundance of empathy and an interconnectedness with others. This is a story of good versus evil, clearly defined and honestly rendered. It's also a story about gay cannibals. It's kind of a movie about everything.
Udara ko Sveti Ilija.
Ko udara?
A?
Rakije udara?
Ništa, stavio sam ovaj led ovo.
A uspeo si,
ja?
Nice. Udara glavu ko mašina.
Kanjam ti na Viber. A gore mi fali još Isus i Sveta Gorica. ću da uzem. A ovo da su mi poklon. Si vidio?
Kako si rekao? Jesi to rekao? Jesi vidio to?
Kako ti čini ovo, Milo? Tastaturu onu da vidim. Malo da banano ovaj. Da se dešava.
Morgan K. Welcome to my channel.
Okay.
Može samo da ja odem do prodavnice prvo, može.
2011 was 12 years ago. You're welcome. As I grow older and wrinklier, I bear witness to a whole new generation of gamers who don't remember ye old times quite the way I do. Sure, you newer crowd know about Dark Souls, but many of you probably weren't around when it was in its heyday. From Software had already been around
Welcome, ladies and gents, for a game of civilization the likes of which you've never seen. Today, I tricked 3 of my friends to join me for a perfectly normal game of Civ 6. We have Potato McWhiskey, the world's premier Civ YouTuber, Vale Fisk, a designer of multiplayer torture devices, and Ambiguous Amphibian. He's, from Florida? Anyway, they were told to join me for a short multiplayer game of Civ, and they had no idea what modifications I'd made to the game. So, time to reveal my alterations. Say hello to Civ 6 Extreme Edition. It's extreme because I've increased pretty much everything by 10 times. This means, for example, that unique nation skills have entered into silly mode. Take Scythia. Scythia, when building 1 cavalry unit, now gets 10 additional copies for free. Wow, that's perfectly balanced, but it gets better. Their horse archer unique unit now gets an additional plus 10 10 range, turning them into long-distance artillery pieces that simply have no counter. Exactly as our Lord and Savior Sid Meier intended. Of course, going into this, because I tested, I knew all of the most broken builds that allowed for wins in just 20 turns. So naturally, I'm here largely to observe and not to win, but I will still, of course, be doing a very, very silly build. So place your bets on who you think's going to win today's majestic video in the comment section. Do it now! Now, I made our players pick their civs ahead of knowing about the actual mods.
Tako je. Ima više bubri.
This way they wouldn't have an overpowered advantage. That said, all 3 of them picked absurdly broken civs. Potato's playing the Creed. They get 10 free traders that claim the tiles that they move on to. This means that his empire is going to become a nightmarish mess of border gore. His unique building and trade routes will also make him stupidly rich. And his starting unit, the Scout, is replaced by something that starts with the same power as a musketman. That's right, this man in the ancient era has a gun. Veilfisk is playing the Zulu, who will have the most powerful units in the game, with his impies eventually equaling the power of a giant death robot. But he needs to survive long enough to unlock them. Which brings us to AA, channeling his inner American dream as Teddy Roosevelt Rough Rider, also known as the Purge Lord 5000. For if you're on the same continent as Teddy, you're going to get forcefully relocated by his plus 29 combat strength. And finally, I'll be committing dastardly shenanigans with Mapuche. I get plus 44 combat strength against players in a golden age, and defeating a unit in an enemy city lowers its loyalty by 90. So with all of that set up, let's begin the game. It's going to be fine. There is a turn time that is dynamic, so we're all at the same disadvantage. There's a lot of world wonders and such that are very good. The statue of Zeus, I think, gives you 30 spearmen. So
oh my god.
Just be careful of that one.
Wait. So we have the 10x mod, but what are there's 5 mods, right? What are the other 4 mods stuff?
So we've got 10 times Pantheon, civilization traits times 10, Cicerone times 10, and wonder times 10.
Oh, so it makes times 10.
Pa si pun energije i onda moraš da pričaš.
Jaja za doručak i slanina.
Actually might be a huge danger move, so I'm gonna go just settle in place.
Good early wonders. Stonehenge gives you 10 great profits. Hanging Garden, 150% growth in all cities. Etymmonarchy is plus 20 science and 10 production on all marsh tiles. And Temple of Artemis is plus 40 food and 30 housing, should you desire the largest city in the world.
Oh my, Pyramids gives you 10 free builders and 10 extra charges on builders. 10 extra charges? You build it and you never need to make a builder again.
Yeah, it's Civ 5 builders where they just work for their entire life.
Wait, what map type is this?
This is Pangea.
Oh god, so we're all in the same place.
We are all on the same continent.
Oh great, I'm stronger on my own continent, so that means everywhere.
That means oh wait, yeah, you're not. Oh my god, he's fucking Rough Rider Bulbous.
Oh god. Ooh, I'm gonna get foreign trade and
Rogue
get one
RL.
extra trader. I'll be able
Welcome
to
to
11.
my channel.
You don't need it. You don't need him.
Alright, I'm gonna plant down my first Mikwape here in a moment.
I'm just beginning to realize how powerful I am. Okay, I'm coming for you guys.
No.
No.
Oh no.
AA discovering he can one-hit the barbarians. After all, why shouldn't this land belong to me?
I have explored this is absurd how strong this civ is actually. These Okichitas are like clearing barb camps solo, like in one hit.
Yeah, that gives you the money to buy more of them. It's brilliant. So, AA has actually never played Civ before Potato, just so you know. So, if he wins, he will have a 100% win rate.
Right, and then you have to uninstall and never play again.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm leaving.
Thank you. Cheers. Goodbye.
I didn't see
can only
it.
imagine.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Oh, fuck, it's Potato.
Hi, where are you?
Is AA to the left of you?
I don't know.
Who is Laventa? Is that one of you?
Oh, fuck, he's found Laventa. Oh, no.
My Okichita can one-shot your scout and take like 3 damage.
Yep. Do you want that goody hut potato? You can have it.
You mean my goody hut?
No, I'm gonna go for the mausoleum at Harley Carnassus. I think that's the smart play.
That's the meta pick.
It's either that or the statue of Zeus for 30 archers, 30 spearmen, and 10 battering rams. Oh, I can now pick my Pantheon. This is such a difficult choice. I know you guys can't even see this choice, but I promise you it's a challenge. If I had faster border expansion rate potato, and considering my city's getting 37 culture per turn, would that mean my capital would grow very fast?
Yes, you would probably gobble up a tile like every 2 to 3 turns.
Uh-oh. That could be useful. Okay, fine, we're going for 150% border growth. Let's go. Oh, God. It's objectively not a good one, but I just want it.
Oh, I get to pick a Pantheon. Uh-oh.
Have fun. Oh, there's your capital veil of
I usually don't reach this level of like not being able to manage my empire until about 100 turns in. And it's too much.
No, you're gonna get it right now, I'm afraid, potato. Enjoy.
Oh, that's a nice settler that you have there. Oh, you trapped me. I don't believe it.
I thought you were gonna kill me. I thought you were gonna steal my settler.
I was thinking about it.
I knew it. How's everyone doing in terms of golden ages?
I have 34 out of 22 golden age points.
I think you might be going into a golden age potato.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's very bad news.
It's really bad.
So, rundown of the stats. Potato has a military strength of 281.
Oh god.
He is getting 18 science per turn and 26 culture per turn. Vale, you have 49 military strength, 5 science and 3 culture. I have 20 military strength, 9 science, and 42 culture per turn.
There's nothing to read into there.
Do I want to build the Colosseum? I could be the person to build it. What does it give? The Colosseum provides 20 of the following. Culture, 20 loyalty per turn, 20 amenities to each city within 60 tiles of the Colosseum. You know what? Maybe you should go for it. Oh, God.
Oh, and then the age is gonna end 1 turn before I'm done with my wonders, so I think I actually am gonna go into a Dark Age.
You seriously can't Dark Age in this game mode.
You say that, Spiff. I'm 1 point away.
Is that even possible? That can happen? That's a thing?
Yeah. So look in the bottom
if you just don't advance enough?
If you're particularly bad, yeah.
Oh, that'll happen.
If you look at the bottom right, there should be a little thing that says your era score. It should be a number.
Oh no!
What is
you too. We'll be okay. No? Oh no, yeah. Oh, we won't be in a golden age, thank God.
What is it?
We're at 17 out of 22.
Okay, you're gonna normal age then, probably.
I have 8.
8.
8. 8 out of 9. Yeah.
I think I could AFK more than that, Vale. Of course.
It takes skill to be at this level, but you don't understand.
I should probably attack Vale.
No.
Get him. Get him. I'll pay you.
You can just announce it.
Yeah, we're gonna have a city right near yours. All right.
Chicago.
Kill him. Get him. Get him.
I think he could. I don't have walls.
I think I can kill Vale. Yeah,
You might be able to kill me too.
Wouldn't it be ironic if I won this?
Wait, did one of you build the panda?
Yes,
yeah.
I just finished it.
You fucker!
Your fury fuels my soul.
You can't make everyone happy all the time.
As long as you're not building the mausoleum at Harley Carnassus, just leave mausoleum at Harley Carnassus alone.
God. Right. I'm just going to start declaring war on everyone because I'm worried. Because everyone else seems to have a plan.
Yes, except me though. Except me, right? You can leave me out of this. I'm not involved.
Actually, you were the first one I was going to declare war on.
No, please, please, I beg you. There's no need to do that.
I mean, you happen to be. It's nothing personal, but I'm hoping that your level of procrastination will meet my level of inability. That we'll have sort of a fair fight after maybe a couple hours. Oh damn! I declared the wrong war.
You declared war on me, I think.
I'm so sorry. Can I take that back?
Sure. I think we have to wait 10 turns or something.
I have to wait 9 turns. Yeah,
no,
I'm supposed to be declaring war on Vale.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Sorry, Vale. I'm going to declare our war on you in a few minutes. I'm just going to finish exploring the rest of your, honestly, psychologically, questionably named civilization. Have you sought therapy yet?
I don't think I'm going to live long enough to see a therapist at this rate.
Yeah, I don't want you around here either, Potato. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just going to start spamming on kitchen dolls and send them at you.
I'm just going to
Dude,
sort of
you should go
try
fight
to
him. He's
slow
much more
you
of a
all
threat.
down because I'm worried. I'm just worried about what's going to happen. I'm a little bit paranoid American civilization didn't exist at this time, honestly. We'll just keep sending presents to the AI.
We have a question, Potato. Why are you making 178 culture per turn?
Don't worry about it. Why? Stop looking at the stats. Why you painting a target on me?
How?
So I made friends with Nan Madol, and I recently discovered something, Spiff. Did you know that wonders count as districts for Nan Madol's ability? So I put a bunch of wonders on the coastline, and now I'm getting 20 culture per wonder.
I've seen something horrible. Potato, I can see where you've sent a trader to my city because it's just a worm extending from your empire coming towards me, and I know it's going to steal my borders.
Your borders are not safe.
I have to buy up land extending towards it. So
That's an act of war. If you buy land, that's an act of war.
Fine, it's your land. I'm sorry.
This land is my land.
I finally found Spiff. Oh, God.
Oh,
I've been searching all over the world.
Hello, Mr. Teddy Roosevelt. I forgot to say, there is actually a prize for the winner of this game.
There is. It's one of my prizes where I pull the rug out at the last minute.
No, there is an actual prize.
That's a real prize.
A real
That's bold.
prize, which I will give myself if I win. But if you guys win, you get this prize. French,
Okay, you can have the book. Wait, what is that? Book of Thought. Wait, this is going to get rid of all of Jeb Bush's faith, isn't it?
That is the prize for peace.
Okay,
Jeb
you know,
Bush
I'll
was given
give
his
you my
faith.
book of Thought for peace, but I want 30 gold a turn.
Done.
30 gold per turn is nothing to him.
Okay,
That's like one tile improvement.
Let's say 100 gold a turn.
50.
70.
55.
60.
Done.
You got a deal.
The art of the deal.
Okay, we're gonna have a surprise war with Vale.
Yeah. You
There
timed
we
it
are.
poorly.
Surprise! Yeah, it really, I still have trying to figure out, find the wheel here.
Potato, whereabouts are you on? Oh wait, I can see you're in the Renaissance era for culture. Which
That's
means
right.
You can be up to having the Enlightenment already.
Yes, I'm getting the Enlightenment in 2 turns.
Meanwhile, 2 of our players are still in the ancient era.
I guess I
haven't lived it.
4 culture per turn.
I did just finish a Petra, and I'm going to start laying down Alcazars, which give 20. God, 20 culture and 15 science. 20
Man.
food, 20 production, 20 gold, 20 culture, 20 science.
You know, Vale, maybe I shouldn't have declared war on you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'll accept the apology. I own your land
Yeah,
now. This
I'm
seems
sorry.
like a fair trade.
Well,
I'll
you know, I
take
mean,
that.
I could give you our whole civilization, but by the sound of it, should we make an alliance now against them? We'll be like.
I think this is a good idea. Yeah, we should do an alliance
Okay.
instead.
Good. I'm sorry.
That famous historical long-running alliance between Jeb Bush and Shaka Zulu.
Now that we're probably about halfway into the game, how do you feel about this experience?
This is great. Yeah, this has gone really well.
I feel a sense of power and dominance that I've never felt before.
In terms of a tier list, would you rate this above or below Sid Meier's Beyond Earth?
Ooh. You know how like the temperature scale works? Like, you know, 0 Kelvin is like the absolute zero of the universe. Like that's how we measure against everything in the world. Beyond Earth is the 0 Kelvin of is a game good. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this is better.
I think I have to disagree. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing I would place above Beyond Earth is the DS edition of Civilization Revolution, and nothing else.
I loved that one. Wait, are we saying that it was bad ironically
No,
or
I-
unironically?
I thought it was actually pretty good.
I really loved that game. I think I played more of that than the main games, which is why I'm struggling right now. Oh, I forgot. I'm going to eBay right now. I gotta buy that.
Hey, Potato.
Hi.
War.
Why? My tiles. He's pillaging me. No.
Pillaging you?
Oh, he actually is really strong. He's killing me with scouts. What do I do?
Oh no.
Suffer the wrath of my loyalty damage.
Oh no, I forgot about the whole thing. He kills units. Oh no.
You think your
Streamer.
mighty man-at-arms will
Welcome to
survive
my channel.
against my slinger that can do more damage than a field cannon?
Oh my god, your spearman kills my man-at-arms in 2 hits. So, guys, we need to deal with Spiff.
This is bad.
The only person who can deal with me is Vale, because he's not in a golden era.
Oh, that's right. I'm not. For now, I am above the threshold for the next one, so.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I do against this.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. 400 culture and 100 science empire with a bajillion golden faith doesn't have a solution. Oh, look at him building up walls.
And I'm gonna plink you for like 3 damage. Look at that.
Ow, my scout felt that.
Oh, why did I build such a big This is Civ regret. This is Civ regret. This is just, why did I do this to myself? So like every unit in the game does a minimum amount of damage. So here's my strategy. I will just drown him in crossbows. And as long as I'm doing a non-zero amount of damage, eventually his units will die.
There's logic to that.
Pantheon. I don't think we ever got a Pantheon. I had one before. I don't know what happened to it, though. I thought that was a statue or a character in League of Legends. Oh, no, the volcano erupted right next to our... Why did I build my civilization next to a volcano? Nah.
Oh my god, he's killing my capital.
That's not good.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah, look at you. You're running to the hills now, aren't you?
Ah, you built a wall, you fucker!
That's right.
How dare you? That's illegal.
What? How much do I have to give you to make you go away? What do you want?
1,000 gold per turn.
I have 600.
Okay, that'll do.
No, that's all of it. That's all of the money. You can't have all of it. You can have some. You can't have all.
Okay, let's negotiate. 700?
Wait, that's higher, isn't it?
That's more than I make.
More than you make for now?
You can't just strip me dry.
What?
No peace. I reject your peace offer that I had proposed.
Okay.
Oh, he's still running around with all those pyramid builders.
Xenolema.
Yes, because they had 14
Welcome
charges.
to my channel.
Oh, yeah, right. I was like, oh, but surely they'll go away fairly quickly.
Every tile in his empire is pretty much improved.
Do you know the level of micro I've had to do every turn for the last hour to achieve this level of improvement?
Thing is, I invited the rest of you because I knew you'd have a fun time. I invited Potato because I knew this would actually hurt him. Crossbowman army?
That's right.
An army?
That's right.
Yeah, you were Renaissance, Potato. You're now in the industrial era.
I'm in the modern era, actually, and I'm about to research fascism.
No.
Oh, no, that one gives funny bonuses.
Doesn't it? All units get +5 combat strength, plus 50% production towards it. Wow, your crossbowmen are doing 1 damage to that scout.
How is he so tanky? He has 141 combat strength. He's getting 60 defense from standing on that fortress.
Right, I'm gonna keep my scout there for fun. He's gonna have a grand old time.
Oh, I need to shoot him 5 times a turn just to overcome his passive healing.
Our volcano is no longer active. Why did I build this civilization? I'm gonna know the next time we play not to build my civilization next to a volcano.
I think I only feel safe because I've still not met you, and so I cannot see the numbers that would be next to your name.
Would you like to guess how many digits my culture is now?
4? Is it 4?
It's up to 4.
Oh, God.
Potato has a score of 1,171, which is 10 times more than everyone else. His military is 1,159, and that's after deleting a bunch of it. He has 334 science per turn, as well as 1,600 culture per turn.
Oh!
Let's give recon units +5 combat strength so that my scout can never die.
I think recon is going to be useful for this one.
No, you're going to force me to defend my points.
And great admirals.
Recon.
Ooh, we could all use some admirals.
I only have 1 point total.
Yeah, I only have.
I don't think I have much of a say in it.
I don't think so either.
I have 6 diplomatic favor, 110 diplomatic favor. Not as much as Potato. Yes, he was very nice to me. That's true. How is it that Vale is only at a 1? We declared war on him and then changed our minds and said sorry. I'm pretty sure that's never happened in the history of the world.
We did it. We won!
Recon. Everyone did recon?
Everyone voted recon.
They lose.
Wait, lose 5 combat strength? What? That was an option? How could you?
Okay, let's peace out here. I will make peace with you, and I will send you for your troubles 10,000 gold.
Accepted. Yes.
So you paid him money.
Yes, give me 10,000 gold. Can I also have some spices and marble? Oh, and tea. Can I have tea?
You can have all my love. You can take them all. Grab any spares.
Yay! The greatest peace deal ever proposed.
I love this. You invaded me, and like I took pity upon you, and gave you what you wanted.
Yay! Pity victory.
Okay, my wonder has stopped working. Why has it stopped working?
He who writes the best haiku in chat gets 10,000 gold.
Ooh.
Every turn that goes by, the bounty goes up by 2,500 gold.
Cheerful a forest, the glorious frog wallows under the dolphin.
I like it. I'm a big fan of nature walks, so I like it.
There will be no pain when the game comes to an end. Swift, total, complete.
Probably a good
Yeah,
move.
I have my haiku. Are you ready to hear it?
I am ready to hear it.
The more beets I eat, Vale, potatoes, biff, friends all enter the red wee-wee. Okay, what do I win now?
20,000 gold.
Check your trade deal. That's what you win.
Yeah, potato missed the story. I ate some beets and I was panicking because I thought I had a health scare and I was gonna die.
Your gift has been sent.
Oh, thank you for the 20,000 gold. We'll use this to maybe get some of the people back.
No. Is it a different gift or is it?
I sent you a new deal.
Oh, he sent me a new gift. Thank you so much.
You must accept.
Oh yeah, I did. I was really nice to you before, and I helped out a lot. Oh, that's so nice.
You've got to accept it. You can't decline whatever the gift is.
He's giving me his entire civilization.
Oh, your people will return.
Wow.
Wait, that might prevent the end of the game, right?
Oh my God! Look at the loyalty.
Consequences. Oh Jesus Christ! What have you been building over here? Now I understand. I couldn't see any of this for the last 2 hours. Wow, honestly, that was kind of worth it. Yeah.
Potato is still making 687 culture per turn.
Mildly
Just from
worrying.
his capital.
He's not
Were you
about to
starting
win
to
anymore.
catch up for a while? Yeah.
No, I was never starting to catch up in this situation.
I was thinking it was maybe 3 cities that were very large. Okay.
No. It's a whole ass empire.
Finally, Jeb Bush is president.
Let's see how long you can manage this empire before you lose your sanity and trade it back to me.
Nah, you could have it back. Here we go.
I could just refuse your gift.
Trapped in an endless cycle.
Well, why don't I'm gonna give you my cities.
Oh, we're
and
trading. Trading
yours.
places.
I mean, you really don't want to live in my civilization. There we go. Okay, you have it back.
So what? We're 2 turns away from a tourism victory from you, Potato.
Possibly 1 turn if it's the way the overlap worked.
Okay, possibly 1 turn. Here we go. This could be the last turn in the game, which would mean, Potato, you could potentially win the grand prize.
I forgot there was a prize.
Yeah. Oh, I'm defeated.
God. Yeah, we've defeated. Congratulations, Potato.
Thank you.
How come it's showing a ruined modern city?
Yeah, wait a
We
minute.
never got there. We never got there.
This is what it could have been.
Oh my God! Well, brilliant. We can take a look at the graphs. Player culture. That is a good one. I like that one. Player faith. That's also good. Player gold. Now, I like player gold.
Oh my God! Look at his culture compared to ours. Jesus.
You guys are like a rounding error at the bottom of the graph.
So, are you ready for your special prize? You have won a lifetime of happiness in the form of the greatest game ever created that isn't Sid Meier's Beyond Earth. I am, of course, talking about Sid Meier's Starships.
Oh my God, Sid Meier's Starship. I remember that.
Now, I invited all of you here today because you're creators, and that means that in the agreement you signed up by joining, the stipulation was that if you won, you had to play the prize. So, Potato, you now have to make a Sid Meier's Starships video, and I'll put this in my video to guarantee that if you don't, this is going to follow you around forever.
Just do it. Just do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to have this follow you around forever. You gotta just play Sid Meier's Starships.
Bite the bullet and play Sid Meier's Starships.
I really want to click decline gift.
I'll keep sending it.
Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, you
I'll
definitely
post it
you
to
can
your
never go
house.
back on a public promise that you've made to play something, right, Smith?
I
you
didn't
could never
make a
go
promise.
back on
Hold
that.
on. I didn't. You made the promise for me.
Oh, no. There's no proof. There's no video proof of that. There's video proof of me saying I
Wow.
did, though. And that's basically the same as a legally binding contract. Of course, congratulations to Potato McWhiskey. He may now claim his prize. It's important to mention that he himself said he is legally obligated to make a video on Sid Meier's Starships, provided this video video achieves 40,000 likes. So get to work, my friends. I, a British person, must continue to find new innovative ways for the Irish to suffer, and only you can assist me on this quest. Of course, a massive thank you to you for watching today's video. I hope you all enjoyed it, and hey, why not consider joining the community of addicted tea drinkers by subscribing. A majestic thank you to each and every one of our lovely patrons and channel members, and hey, if you're sad...
Hey, bro. Want me to empty your balls? Yeah, that's right. I'll do it. Right here on YouTube. Live. Just for you. And when I say your balls, I mean the ones inside your noggin. Your brain cells, which I already started destroying the moment you clicked on this video. Let's cut right to the chase, because it gets me hot and bothered watching you run.
It's showtime! Oh, što ima na snimu?
There's a very cool
Nes.
video on the internet.
Jesi igrao Red Dead Redemption 2?
Jesam.
Znaš koliko velika mapa i tako to?
Da.
A ovo nije ni upola toga. Mapa u God of Waru me podsjeća na mapu Hunt Showdown. Kilometar sa kilometar. Sve nabijeno. Mislim, uživaj, nećeš se puno našetati, ono, ima kontenta. Ako ćeš da igraš na malo jače nivou težine, garantujem ti da nećeš igru preći za neko normalno vreme. Kao što je moj brat uzeo, on je stavio na najteže i onda se zlopati onako, dosta dugo.
170 milijuna, 6 €.
Koliko? 6 €?
Halo?
Halo?
Izvoli, ja sam.
Vidio se.
Called How Your Personality Affects What You Play, and this guy lures you into a false sense of security before saying something along the lines of, just kidding, personality psychology is a scam. Stay woke, gamers. And honestly, it's a great and well-researched video, so huge props to Daryl Talks Games for the sweet, sexy content, only there's one problem. I don't want to live inside reality. Do you think I'm the type of person who gets online and thinks to myself, damn, I hope the internet is teeming with nothing but factual information and wholesome takes today? Of course not. I'm an ego, and the chaos is what makes it worth using. It fuels my power. Is it possible for me to know a single gosh darn thing about your personality based on whether you like crafting houses that look like eggplants in Minecraft? Or you prefer making Leon Yurkit in the Resident Evil remake? That was the last woman known to man? Man, I'm gonna beat my... Leon's into some weird shit! Absolutely not. But damn, am I gonna make it fun to pretend that I do. So with that mini disclaimer out of the way, it's time to get started, right after I talk about today's sponsor, because it turns out that screaming about cocks, dogs, and cum on YouTube isn't monetizable. Huh, I wonder why. Follow me on Twitch to get unfiltered content. And that's why I'm very happy to announce that this video's sponsor is Snowbreak Containment Zone, a new 3D sci-fi RPG shooter that features not only cute and badass waifus taking on huge humanoid titans, but also innovative gameplay that combines a variety of guns, unique character skills, epic action elements, and an engaging storyline, all set in a futuristic sci-fi setting. The game supports cross-platform play on PC as well as mobile, including progress sharing and teaming up with two friends for a fun co-op experience. At its core, Snowbreak Containment Zone is a PvE action shooting game where you'll create a team of 3 waifus and fight against bosses that are dozens of meters high with an over-the-shoulder But more than that, the game also features a variety of skills and even a real-time construction of the environment and bosses to deliver an extremely immersive and thrilling combat experience. When setting up your 3-member team, you can choose
Imam istu motivaciju kao ti da igram.
full control on how you want to approach different
$700,000 imam i maksimalni saleva. Jedino što nemam odličane, nemam one 2 puške odličane. Ono sniper krag i krag bajonet, možeš misliti. Vrlo bitno.
All of the character designs are unique, so there's a waifu out there for everyone. The different city blocks, shantytown, and underground areas are well designed, and the gun selection and customization makes the game feel more personal. And don't worry, the game comes in English and Japanese and Mandarin, so this game is 100% safe for the sub-only gamers. Pre-registration of Snowbreak Containment Zone opens now, so make sure to pre-register using my link in the description to get exclusive rewards like skins and weapons. Now back to skirting the lines of demonetization. My editors love working with me. Number 1, if your favorite genre is sandbox games like Minecraft and The Sims, then are probably 10 years old. That's a joke! I'm joking! I'm well aware that most of you are adults, and thank God you are, because for some unknown reason, the players of sandbox games tend to be oddly degenerate. All I'm saying is that the amount of 18+ mods that exist for The Sims, including adding the ability to spread crabs in Sim Society, is more than a little disturbing. But beyond your penchant for living on the wild side, you tend to be very creative in awful, evil little ways, locking up entire families, invading buildings, ensuring your friends' houses and co-op, getting rid of the ladder in swimming pools, and watching as dozens of people drown. On second thought, I'm done talking about sandbox gamers because they're terrifying people that won't tolerate even the slightest hint of bullshit. If one of these gamers tells you they like you and that you shouldn't come to school tomorrow, listen. 10 out of 10 because I'm too afraid to give you a lower rating. Number 2, if your favorite genre is first-person shooter games like Call of Duty or CSGO, then odds are that the things you once said in Xbox Live Chat are unspeakable crimes against humanity that are better left forgotten.
I could actually peel like my skin off, like an onion skin, you know?
Okay, have you ever done this? I would literally my couch.
Oh man, it's like pity like a rhino. It's huge.
And while your hand-eye coordination is strong, so too are your anger issues. Because the amount of broken controllers and smashed TV screens that can be linked back to one of you getting killed in-game is uncountable. And yet at the same time, you guys make the absolute best friends and are the most ride-or-die type of people who will be loyal to their allies to the inevitable defeat. The people you used to play these games with will remember you forever, the way a dog remembers their master, which is oddly wholesome despite the whole everything else about you.
Hey, you're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar in hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life, kid. So yeah, you're gay.
A solid 7 out of 10. Very respectable. Number 3. If your favorite genre is PvP or fighting games like Valorant or Super Smash Bros., then you've been competitive since the day you came out of the game. You probably spat in the nurse's face and said you could have cut that umbilical cord better with nothing but your gums. You're the type of person who doesn't believe in participation trophies, and because you've taken multiple L's in real life, you've decided to at least take some W's in game. They're deceptively intelligent because the amount of very specific things you need to memorize to get good at this sort of thing is
Welcome to my channel. Diablo.
Who only plays overpowered characters to
$70. Ćeš da platiš $70 za igru. Da. Pita me Rođek za Diablo 4. Ćeš da platiš $70 za igru.
Preću kupiti
A jebeni data mineri, moderi su našli da čak ni sav content nije izašao iz igru, već Blizzard je namerno neke stvari ostavio nezavršene ili ne. Recimo, imaš pet vrsta gemova u igri, a data miner je našao 8, što znači da ili hoće da izbace seasonal content ili će da izbace DLC content.
Ovo je super, brate, ovo je
$70 igra.
Ovo dvoje brbljaju u isto, brate.
Voli me kurac i zato. Nek jede govno.
Znaš ti, pusti moj stream i saslušaj vas dvoje šta ste pričali. Drugo, nisi se čuo ni ti, a ni on.
Pa i ne treba.
Kako ste pričali.
Pa i ne treba.
Samo čuješ neke reči, nešto blu.
Pa napravi kopiju toga, ajde. Klipuj sam se, imaš stream, imaš, pustite da čujem to.
Hoću.
To je sigurno raj za uši.
Ako nije, bre.
Instalarao samova payday I probeo aksija prva.
Imaš i stealth misiju Payday 2. To ti je kontrakcije. Bukvalno šunjaža tipa Hitman. Stavljanje ljudi u vreće i zaobilaženje stražara, hakovanje kamera. Ima i toga.
Šta je?
Super.
Hvatao sam dok upalila glupi krajtek.
Ako se primiš na igru, reci mi. Ja sam igrao davno, ali nema ko to da igra. Ljudi su danas postali razmaženi. Šta kažeš ti za kraj?
AKO Hawk Sutra se jabi dug pisamo malo.
No, može. Poz. Šta je ovo? Hello? I see. Huh. Yes.
Welcome. Goodbye for now.
Da. Kako ti šljašti je monitore. Light show. Jel ti tako trepće pred očima ili ti samo kamera svetli? A opet se mutirao.
Ao, brate, mili.
Mutirao si se?
Meni je
si vidio stream svoj?
glava pukla, brate.
Si vidio svoj stream?
Da.
Pa čekaj, a ti to pozadinsko osvetljenje iza monitora?
Da.
A što ne staviš jednu konstantnu boju, oprosti, tupačiju?
Evo, stavit ću white.
Ne zbog mene, nego zbog sebe. Osim ako ne želiš da...
Nego zbog današnjeg dana, ali inače...
Si ti normalan djepot. Pa znaš ti šta je to da ti non stop trepće, razumeš? Meni miš Razer, razumeš, menja boje samo kao sija, glupost.
Ovo je klip, brate. Ošćajte jedan, brate, drugog, to jest...
Ne želim da ga slušam.
Ovo pada, ovo je, znači, ko da smo na traci neko, ovo ko da je Matrix. Ovo je, još ove moje boje, a vas dvoje brbljate, poslušaj. Poslušaj samo, Snake.
Tamo ide, moderi su našli da čak i sam content nije izašao iz igre, Blizzard je namjerno neke stvari ostavio ne završene.
Da se ne poklapaju ti, ajmo reći, firmeri, ali to je nemoguće. On je PCI Express 4.0, ja na ploču imam 3.0.
A data miner je naš... Ovo je dosta dobro. Nikad nisam u životu vidio veći haos. Znaš što je bio štos? Da sam pričao s nekim da je taj odgovarao na moje pitanje.
Strašno, ja slušam, to jest ni ono ne slušam, nego mozak ne može da mi konstantuje.
Ne može toliko informacija da primi, tiltuje.
Da, vrate, kao, ovaj priča o ovom, ovaj o onom.
Dobro je to. Dobro je to, hvala.
Šalim se.
Ne,
ne, nego zato što ste, brate, mutirali jedan.
Ne, radi se o sljedećem. Rekao sam mu da postaje jako toksičan kad se pojavi treća osoba. Ne znam da li poznaješ takve osobe u svom društvu. Da kad si ti s njim i ono sedite, pijete kafu ili pričate. Nemaš?
To je smilan,
ja imam. Ne on, već ima ih par takvih. Znaš, moj kum isto takav. Moj kum isto takav. Ako sedimo ja i on i njegova familija, sve okej. Kad dođe treća osoba, on ne razumeš, razumeš, neke priče nebulozne, brate. Ne sprda mene, razumeš, nego to više nije isti tip, razumeš. To više nije ista osoba.
Milana?
Zato ja to ne mogu da slušam. Kuma, još i slušam, Milana, nema potreba.
Čujem, što hoćeš je, bote.
Šta radim?
Borba za pažnju.
Ja ne znam, bolje da smo upalili novi nalog neki i da igramo sa trećim istim kompjuterom. Nego da čekamo Nenada. Kako se juče matori najjači, nije ponio ništa od brate Gera. Ne možemo. Mi čujete vi, brate, veš mašinu?
Ne.
Ne, čuje se ko da će da poleti avion, a ne...
Ni veliši.
Šta da ne veliši?
Pa veš mašinu.
Šta sad da uzme pločice i da ih lomi po kupatilu da bi izravnalo?
Nije, nego ima on dole može nogice na primjer.
Možda ima neku staru veš mašinu.
Sve mašine to imaju.
Jes. Jok, nego je ovo Nenade otišao... Kako se zove?
Otišao lagije.
Pa, izgleda da. Izgleda da je otišao to i onda se zato tako bučno...
Si rekao da ti veš mašina laguje?
Laguje mi, da.
To je toliko jebeno da se to meni da bolje ne baš mašinu. Ne multitaskujem.
Da.
Ne multitaskujem, svi posle sok.
Da. Ne verujem ti ništa. Da. Gledaj nekako da taj frag baciš u vodu. Da ne ubiješ nikoga s tom bombom.
Ja pucam moje pčele, jo. Da. Daj mi glavu, pčelo. Daj mi glavu. Glava. Baba, daj glavu. Laka se DPL.
Velike, nema problema.
Nećeš da ga ubiješ.
To onaj Zarzjar kad dok on držim. On iz onog eventa s Indijanci.
Eš.
Nije. Ali loše...
Ali slični su. Loše su skinovi, slični su, isti su skinovi.
Kao što sam u Hunter Strike-u vidio skine koji stvarno lepo izgledaju. Ovdje su, znači pogledaš u storu kako izgleda i vidiš u igru. Osvjetljenje loše.
Zor, brate, Against, onaj dobar. Dobar je onaj Gold Rush zato što je zlatan.
A drugačije motive ima, da.
Brate, a ne, njima su skinovi što dodaju neke linije i kao neke oblike, šare. To je ništa. Ovo nije skin, brate. A šta je skin? Uđeš u, brate, Warzone isto. Ono je skin, brate.
Uđeš u CS i pogledaš na šta liči skine.
Ajde u CS-u jedan skin može...
Slušaj, da su im jači skinovi ovdje...
150.000 evra.
Da su im jači skinovi ovdje... bi bilo, brate, bolje.
Might have to drop something.
We drop a nothing, we take everything.
Kako se tradali?
Brate, kako si ga skinuo? To je bilo u letu.
Da.
Welcome.
Da, ja sam rešio dole. Da. Da su im jači skinovi ovdje bi bilo, brate, bolje. Ja sam iz prvog metka gađam lika u sred leđa i preživao. Ja onda skočio i umro. Da su im jači skinovi ovdje.
Ja jučer pogodim jednog s auto 5.
Evo ti imaš šta da uploadiš na YouTube.
Vidi penny shot imaju.
To je tvoj teminus. Milane. To je tvoj teminus.
To ću ga vidim.
Ili je to paging, to je paging.
Moj.
On je moj od mene.
Ne sam morao nego... To čisto. Opa! Vraća došla. Koga ću poslije i kraša nas druga ekipa trenutno.
Samo ti igre.
Znači moramo i ovu pobiti ekipu.
Rekao PUBG.
The snakes in Sorethka are the only redeemable ones, but not by much.
Keep the change.
Dirty animal.
Sad će biti keep the change, pošto imam...
Peniš.
Peniš. Ja hoću da ga... osalim. Bomba.
Peni se. Ma daj.
Ma daj.
Zedao sam se.
Might have to drop
Na
something.
stepenicu.
Might have to drop something.
Da, ovo je desno, ispred odmah. Lako, Milane.
Ubio me kroz zid. Što ti kako upomena, ajde mi se objasni.
Vidi. Uši, kurac, majmuni jedan. Keep the change. No. Sad gore, što?
Šta si mene zapalio?
Što mene zapali?
Kakav mozak.
Da ti Milane, auto 5.
Šta će to njemu? Znaš da ne zna...
Demej to.
Znaš da ne zna... Ne zna recoil, ne zna recoil, ne daj mu to. Ne daj mu to, uzmini ti kažem. Nemoj da mu daš to. Retardi. Ne zna da recoil kontroliš.
Koji si terminus? Auto 7.
Auto 7, pusti to, uzmi auto 7, Milano. Ne zna recoil, to je problem. Ne zna da puca metak po metak, on ba. Znači kad govori recoil, to si gore. Vola ćeš da pogodiš.
Dobar meč. Dva tima i, brate, bounty. Baš clean.
Jajno.
Što sam vidio oni što sa reshadeom mogu da stave da se još više zoomira kada
Šta je jači zoom nego default?
Da. Napraviti krug i dobiješ ultra zoom, brate, sa običnim ovako kad ja gledam sa aperkatom. Ja mogu sad da vidim Milana sa tim reshadeom.
Dobro, ne treba ti aperkat, uzmeš Sparks bez optike i zoomiraš ga na kilometar.
Kažem, čiterski. To ljudi vrate radi.
Šutra preveče, oko pola 6, to nam je sat vremena da mi pomogneš da uberem, možda ne, ima 10 kila višanja.
Čega?
Višanja.
O tome ćemo sutra, neću niđe pobijeć.
Tamo preveče, to nam je za pas.
Ne znam zašto mi to kažeš, valjda kao, misliš da ću ja neđe da odem, šta?
Sat vremena.
Zašto?
Aj. Gdje smo?
Not happening.
Dobar meč.
Easy.
3 killa. Dobro je. 3 killa gorila.
Gorillas?
Gorillas. Kako to dobra grupa? Jebate, ste vi svjesni koliko je to staro, bet?
Ne.
Ne?
Ne.
Onda si u ozbiljnom problemu, Snake.
U ozbiljnom problemu? Oprosti, nisam te prepoznao.
Pa ja sam,
Pa, šta pa?
Pa ja se sjećam kad nije bilo interneta.
Ja se sjećam kad si bila, kad si bila ove noći.
Studio.
I još se moje srce nada da ćeš meni opet doći. Šta kažeš ti to?
Might have to drop something.
Starimo, Snake, starimo.
Starim ja, a u ljubav vere nema.
Ja već 25, brate. Lele.
Slušaj, ima li male dece tamo pored tebe?
Nema, slobodno oko.
Nisam pedofil ili tako to, nego ti kažem ovo. Vidiš koliko si star, kad vidiš, razumeš, oni što su jučer bili deca, razumeš da ono, su već, tipa, razumeš, ako si, jel, ko je bilo klinac u tvom komšiluku, razumeš, ono.
Samo što je problem sa mnom nešto, ja sve što sam stari, ja sam sve luči.
Ti misliš da si ti, kao, unikat, šta? Da taj idiot što dabuje
sve sam više
preko mene, ne.
Sve sam više za igranje, igrica i za... Ko ono je dete neko, znaš.
I ti si sad kao luda. Ne pričaj gluposti.
A što se čini? Što češ ovog? O, već... Kartu korčina. A kako mi smješan jučer bio, vrate, neurotik. Igramo Warzone, bosanac neki, ubijemo ga.
Dobro.
Ubijemo ga i on kaže mamu vam jebem. Kad smo mi skočili, ošao. To je kad igraju, brate, Balkanci, brate. Samo psuju, brate. Stvarno smo stoke, brate. Samo bi da jebemo mater nekom. Bolest. Nacija, kao nacija smo najgori, brate. Pa i treba. Pa i jesmo. Zašto smo 50 godina unazađeni?
Zato što su komunisti vladali nama 50 godina.
Ma, nije vladali, vladaju i dalje.
Vladaju pa. Jes, kurac nisu. Kako nisu?
Ja nisam pono...
Kako nisu, kad je jedan od glavnih komunista bio Crnogorac? Kako ne? Kako nisu?
These tombs supposedly hold untold levels of wealth.
Not happening.
Jes, kurac. Ko nas su... Slušaj, ko nas su ljudima magaze na lopaticu čistili.
Šta? Magaze na lopatima čistili. Ponovio sam što?
Na lopaticu, znači kad ti uzimaju, pokupiti seno, staviti nijedno zeno.
Magaza je kao prodavnica, ako ja išto znam srpskog jezika.
Magaza ti je
Da.
staja.
Magaza...
Za kukuruz i to.
Magaza je staja za kukuruz. Dobro, jeste dobro. Stublice i tako to.
Što se vat?
Nisi nema kaj što si ti učio taj mutavi...
Srpsko-hrvatski.
Srpsko-hrvatski, pa ne znaš...
Da, učio sam srpsko-hrvatski. Nisam učio vlaški. Ja se izvinjavam. Moja greška. Ne vređam. Moja greška, ne vređam.
Bože moj, nisam ja mla jebote.
Šta radi Snake?
Znaš šta ti je vlaški, sine? Vlaški ti je latinski, ali... Iskreno latinski. Smeš. Jesi sam vidi nema, nešto u njemu ne. Da se steglo ili paučne, koliko ime tog basa. Glasi su ti sebi stoče.
Ja, sasvim poživim. Ja ću da je uzem sad. I ja skupljam pare. I ja skupljam sad pare. Ja više ne presježujem, sad i ja kradem. Crveno, nema žice, bež napolje, crveno.
Stavimo još jedno malo da pojačamo onda. Da ne bacamo bez veze veliko. Gdje je?
U liftu, na liftu.
A tu možeš sam da se sjeti nekog kolja.
Ljudi su s druge strane, već. Dođi, Nenade, vam. Dođi, Nenade, ovdje da ubijem vas. Na lift nema žic. Nenade, dođi ovamo, majku mu jebem. Čovjek skroz. Daj da ga bijemo ovdje. Ovdje ga...
Jo, vi ste ovdje, aaaaa, nemojte se zavući unutra.
Mrtav je on sad ako
Ne pričam o tome, znaš što mu pričam. Nemojte se zavlačiti tu, nećete moći nikad izaći. Držite barem pred soblje tamo.
Vrati se vamo, vrati se vamo. Vrati se vamo. Pusti ga ovdje da nek umre. Vidi ga, ludak, ma nije. Vidiš da je ovdje umro.
Sad ne bi trebalo da imaju taj kao left pick advantage, ili tako?
Ajde.
A ono ako su fiksale animacije, znaš. Ono kad izviriš sa telom na levi ćošak desnom stranom tela.
Welcome to my channel.
Dobar je. To je naročito ovdje.
Ušao mi čovjek ovdje, Nenade. Diži me,
Molim.
tredo sam se. Šta
Udari ga.
moliš? Diži me! Levo mene, sigurniji sam se. A upao sam u žicu. Vidiš šta je
Romero, a?
karma? Kaka žica te sjebe. Desno ti, gađa te.
Što te on diže? Alo?
Treba sam Milana pila.
Brate, pao sam na žicu, ovu retardiranu vašu, brate. Jebem li vam žice, vam jebem.
Karma.
Ja sam se duš.
I treba
Jesam,
ovako.
bacio sam već.
Ček. Moru je.
Ušao mi čovjek ovdje, Nenade. Ušao mi čovjek ovdje, Nenade.
Goodbye for now.
Si čuo Milana? Nemoj mi to raditi.
Moram,
Da si čuo majke ti.
Nemoj mi to raditi.
Nemoj mi to raditi.
Što mu radiš to? Što ga mučiš?
A nisam ja njega klipova, znaš, nego tebe, ono, bilo mi interesantno. Kako si pao u žicu.
Ne, kažem ovako, nemoj mi to raditi.
Nemoj mi to raditi.
Ja se tredo, zahvalite si igri.
U svakom normalnom šuteru čovjek obično umre pre nego što opali metak, znaš. Ako si ti pucu u njega. Prvi. Ovdje ne. Jesi ti bio uzeo double barrel sa slagom?
Što sam uzeo?
Jesi ti kupio bio double barrel sa slag municiju?
Nisam kupio, uzeo sam.
Ok.
Kontrabandu.
To se kažem, vidiš da je bacanje para, pošto ti čovjek ubio sa socijalnim numerom.
Ne.
Nema pojente.
A što se čini, bre? Samo klipuj. Ove budalaštine.
Gluposti. I poslije pogledaj sam i vidit ćeš šta igraš. To ti tako ne deluje dok si ono u akciji, znaš. Vidiš poslije.
Malo čudno igrati ovaj hunt. Ja sam Warzone igrao juče.
Misliš mrtvački spore igre, ili to?
Da.
Hvala.
Warzone je keva, bit. Modernije, brže. I ovo nije loš igre, nego me smorilo, bre, ništa novo, daj nek stavljaju nešto.
Novi mod. Deathmatch mod. Kad pogineš, klikneš na loadout, respawnujete random. Da, ovdje nešto kažem. Deathmatch mod, što da ne? Što bi falilo? Kao zebanci, nikakav MMR gluposti.
Da, onaj stari, onaj leteći, se zove, balon onaj fazano.
Cepelin?
Da.
A nije bilo Cepelinu to doba, bilo je balona to da.
Balona.
Od Cepelina, da.
Might have to drop something.
Konj je digao konja. Aj, šalim se. Dođi na do periš. Ajde, vidi ga odmah u zrak, jebate. Neko ljudi mogu da nam naići. Bravo, Milanče. Polomi nam vrata, armore. Jebem ga ust.
Vale, ide na arsenalu.
Čio kakav je gaz dao prema tebi.
sviram.
Strašno za gledanje, razumiješ? Samo bum, kao tramvaj, razumiješ?
Nema stajanja i nema
do glajda do tebe. Čudi me da te ne udario, znaš?
Ide mi malu i veliku.
Znaš?
Ta vrata tu. Slušaj me sad, tu gdje stojiš. Vidiš da stojiš? Mogu te gađati s krova kuće na kontra strani.
Da može?
Ne renderuje ni vrata, ni okvir, ni prozor.
Ja znam kako da uđem.
Ovo još nije umro, ja sam mislio da je on umro, be. Me sprda neko.
Šta, boss? Pa ne. Da. Odbiva da umre.
Šta se desilo? Još se ja opustio, on kao okreće se mrtavi. Kad on brate naskoči, brate, pojahom.
Along with who would seek to bind me, freedom will be our future, my future, at any cost.
Hart.
Da, to najbolje da ne postoji, to ti je moj savjet. Osim ako ne ti neko zalupi to pred nas.
Da me ubije s vratima.
Da.
Mislim da stižu.
Ja moram da jedem ljudi, ako stižu.
600. Welcome to my channel.
Da.
Ma da.
Da.
122 metra.
122 metra.
Gdje si bio, na prozoru?
Nisam na prozoru.
Gardi, ti si, Joki nije.
Da vidim sam, na prozoru si bio.
Ja.
Ubijate, ako nisi bio na prozoru, ubijate zato što je derenderovo, sa onda im de.
Kakav nekromancer si, lud.
Da, znam de.
Calamity Jane. Otišli su iza.
Meni je nevjerojatno da ga ne drži na ništa.
Ne znam zašto bi pikao tu, jesi lud?
Nije ga ukenjalo, gledaj.
Nije ga ukenjalo,
Nije ga ukenjalo, gledaj.
Ima i Milan smo tu milion puta njemu govorili.
Da ne izlazi tu.
Neće da brate učitu.
Bez optike ima ja, bez optike.
A kažem ti da ne renderuje ništa, razumeš li?
Ne renderuje gore ništa, zato smo mi na donjem spratu uvijek.
Ne renderuje ništa, razumeš, stojiš u vazduhu, jel kapiraš? Baš zato što te gađao bez optike.
Ovo misli da je sve nemoguće.
Imaš lika koji ima Steam name, čini mi se the rendering isn't a bug. Ili isn't a cheat. To je. Kao, to je skill. Da, to je skill, da. Exploituješ engine igre. To je skill. Kako da ne? Gdje je bombus? Onaj gore levo, ali? Onaj gore levo, ali? 100%, onaj mali brkati. Gadno. 100%. Delaney ti je desno, obrijan, znaš? Pogledaj onu sliku onoga obrijanog. Ružno. To ti je Delaney. Nego ne neš ga prepoznat, što je uvijek onako čupav za bradaće. Ono ti je delay ni desno, 100%. A dobro, imaš screen delay, ali mislim da smo vidjeli isto.
Šta je ovo biblioteka u ovoj sobi ovdje?
Ona biblioteka. To ti je gradski hol, tu gdje ste trenutno. Znači...
Opština.
A kao opština škola, vidiš da ima tabla i gluposti. Opština škola. Dva u jedno.
Dole je jedna ekipa, oni se pucaju, mi imamo ovdje jednu ekipu samo.
Ne, telefon i pusti malu pesmicu.
Hitlerov govor opet, a?
Pusti, da. Šta mi pinuješ? Čujem.
Čuješ? Opo se gore.
Tri čovjeka, svaka dva čovjeka nosili te... Pored njih treći jebote, šta dva?
3.
Jebote, kad ćeš više naočare bre da vrati staviš?
To... Strateg Hunter rekao da su dva čovjeka.
Da.
Da, jesu.
Šta dva bre?
Jesu, dva. Skeniraj opet Milane, još koji put skeniraj.
Pa 3 puta već.
Skeniraj još koji put, da vidimo možeš da sjebeš sve sekunde. Je, 2. Šta zna Peđa, on to ne igra.
Evo, moguće.
On je strateški genij, nemoj da ga zezaš.
Šta dva čovjeka? Jedan pored drugog su, 3.
Mrdaju se, vidiš one tragove, razumeš? Jedan ide levo, drugi desno. Ti bolesan, to nije jedan čovjek, to su dva. Da, te kuće su se vrzmali.
Prvo da dam headshot s ovim.
Ta kuća tamo, jesi vidio?
Upravo je pucao kroz prozor, a prozor nije polomio.
Ozbiljno?
Ovo je novi update neki.
A to je fiksano? Ne može, da, to je bug. To ti na testeru sređeno, to ti je bug. Pucaju im prozor slobodno. Ništa od toga.
Ima neki ping?
Raš.
Gdje se nalaze nešto ljudi?
Ne znam da ga možeš uništiti uopšte.
Znači to je ono, novi update, a novi bugovi.
Milane, ti umeš da pinguješ kad skiniraš?
A šta da pinguje, zid?
Pa gdje se nalaze od prilike da znam.
Pa ne treba ti pinguje, da ti kažem stepene.
Ajmo napolje prema da.
Možda mi nimo i prema izgledu.
Ilane, ti ovo meni.
Idemo polako k izlazu.
Ne Milane, ja bih sedeo unutra, nemoj slušat. Ti imaš bounty, nek dođu. Dođite, nećete se vratiti. To reci.
Buba!
Znaju da smo tu.
Bilo bi čudno da ne znam.
Znam, Milane, znam. Pretečava.
Toči prema Winderenu. Ko je to ispred vas? Aj, ostao Winderen.
Tako je.
Da.
Je li ima on bounty ili ti?
Milan ima bounty.
Dobro, uđi u kuću.
Da imam ja bounty, njega čini bio.
Pa naravno. Da ovaj idiot nije...
Njegovi zombie, gdje su ljudi?
Da ovaj idiot nije sve sjebao vičući dva čoveka, nema. Dva čoveka.
Malo više. Kod tebe dvoje, ko mene jedan. Nemoj da mi izaš. Neka te gužuje.
Maraša ih. To neću očekivati definitivno.
Ona ima nitro jebot. Mi smo ga najebali.
Of course.
Not happening.
Evo. Nemam domet, brate, ne sam znao optiku bi nas.
Was it just me, or was that speed? If we're not, you have a
Da.
I'm not sure if we can trust this friend of yours. But I trust.
Ne pomeri se. Ne pomeraj se. A i že tu stike neobične. Ne bi.
Bring me his head, of course. I'll be around here when the job's done.
Lik trepuje ovdje nešto.
Nije loš.
Meni pozicija. Lik je trepao šumu ovdje.
Ne može.
Kako igraju ovako pederski. Ovdje jedna, mamu je jebem kurvinu. Kampersku! Šta je s ovim prozorom? Boguje i prozor. Jesu ispred tebe, jesu? Uši mi kurec. I to. Samo hituje dobijem. Još jedan teammate. Pusi. Vidjet ćemo imam bounty, nemoj da misliš o njemu. Iza mene, ispred mene. Ti?
Čuo sam Ivane što si rekao.
Ti mi sada ne nada. Brate, napeto ko kafa, brate. Ovi lik koji igraju kao pičke, crkli majci u pičku da crknu, bre. Ne možeš. Igraš sam protiv njih svih, ima Nitro Express. Znaš, i kampe. Nek idu. To ne valjda. Nek vide. Imaju šta da vidi. Beži odatle. Beži odatle. Beži odatle. Ne. Promaši si. Imao si ih tu. Mogu si da ih zarađaš obojicu.
Milane, a što ne nosi slag? Kako nema veze, bio bi metevo i instant.
Čekaj to igraju, brate, pička sto onako. Kampuju onako. Mnogo su... Nisu htjeli ni da priđu, brate. Nemam ja živaca, to rekao. Ja kampam.
Ajde, ajde. bio neki update za ovaj grupi konačno download, 300 nešto gigabit, 300 nešto megabit.
Kamo sreće da je gigabit.
Sad da maglo.
Dobro.
Dete, no, to ne valja ništa. Idemo Heritage.
Možda je u Ash, majko mu jebem u piču. Daj od ove Pinkstone. Nije, ovo je Ash milijon posto. Ako je nekako zatvorilo onako samo jednu kocku, znači da je boss bio u Ash Creek. Milijon posto. Ujebate, vidio foto.
Više.
Dobro.
Vrlo blizu.
Na sredini mape je...
Stavite tam, sad ću hvalati. Stižu.
Pekmija. Ljudi nas straše, bomba nam ide. Šrpičku.
Pa da!
Idemo, Spektra, šta radi? Jeste sve. Dobar tajming upotida. Njega zgužali smo sva trojica u meter. Šta ti je nenade? Šta cepanje?
Sad sam se... Čekaj, sad sam se setio. Nenade. Alo. Čuješ im? Nenade. Alo.
Daj, brate, posle minut sam
Slušaj me sad. Ako hoćeš da derenderuješ stvari, sad sam se setio, staviš VRAM
Ja da jedem.
na 70%.
Ako hoćete ready da stavim ili ćete da me čekate? Da stavljam ready, ko ovdje fali?
Ako hoćeš da vidiš to što smo ti ja i Peđa pričali, staviš ono video RAM limit na 70%. Znači forsiraš igru da koristi manje tekstura nego što bi trebalo, razumeš?
Na 70.
Na 70%. Igra je tako pa ćeš da vidiš ljude koji lebde u vazduhu, vidjet ćeš zgrade bez tekstura i tako. Ne često...
Znači, nevjerovatno. Ja putim u njega moj ciptac, jedan pogađa. I ti kažete fucking bad. Malo govno. Ne zaslužuje da živi.
Da. Ko ne zaslužuje živi?
Jedan lik ovdje.
Bomba nam ide.
Kako ste vi svi umali u 3 sekunde, nije jasno. Evo, gledam, nije jasno. Milan izleće napolje, umire.
A Milan nije trebao da izleće.
Pa ne, on treba da izleće. Ti si umro i Peđe umro.
Idemo, Spektra, šta radi?
Ja sam u ovoga što me ubio i moj hitac nije
isto.
Isti čovjek vas je sve pobio na ista vrata. Znači, to je definicija ludila, to što ste uradili. Ako...
Ovo ima svega koliko, 3 kilova. Ja. A ja sam toksik.
Ne verujem. Pogledaj iz Peđine perspektive klip. Na šta je to ličilo? Milan bot izleće, umire. Ti nešto kao čekaš da vidiš, nećeš i ti možda pucat u njega prvi, umireš i ti. Peđa kao puca Romerom, ništa. Ma vaš, ništa se to nije desilo. Pogledaj. Da si ti puku u njega, onda bi ga Peđa ubio, valjda. Duše, to je Romero. I sva sačma ide u jednu tačku. Promašiš li, gotovo.
Jesi čuo da sam pukao?
Kako je živ?
Slušaj, na 14 sekundi.
Dobro, kako je živ?
13. Slušaj, 2.
A dobro, otkud ja znam šta si ti pogodio? Možda je pogodio jedan pelet. U nogu.
Pa nisam ja Milana promašujem.
A on je izašao i umro. Zapravo nije ni stigu da izađe.
Ali koji me...
Lag switch radi. Mislim da su ovo neki Amerikanci, nisam siguran, ili Britanci. Nisam skontrol po. Nemci! S takvim akcentom. Si siguran?
Da.
Ne bi rekao. Možda nije neko VPN da koristi.
Pazi ovo. Od 356 kilova ja imam 96 asist.
Da.
Sine, trećina.
A koliko ima gospodin?
Milan na 11.000 kilova ima 1424 asist.
Znaš šta ti je taj asist? Da ga je neko tagovo samo, to jest, da ga on tagovo sa sačmom, znaš. To ti je taj asist. Pluton. Dao mu je asist na 2 peleta. Ja mislim da ja imam... Koliko? 20 ili 25% imam asistova. Nisam siguran. On ima 10%. Kao 10%. Nije manje.
Oni što su ubacili ovoga Tate u GTA.
Too easy.
Nine out of 10. Just make sure to watch your blood pressure. Number 4. If your favorite genre is horror games like Resident Evil or Amnesia, then peering into the depths of your soul would instantly cause a black hole to form, thereby absorbing humanity and warping us into the universe of Silent Hill. A terrible tragedy by any stretch of the imagination. For anyone except you, because you're convinced that you'll be able to handle it. You'll probably even bust out the camera and take selfies with Pyramid Head, because you're just that goddamn ballsy. And actually, yeah, you probably can. You guys are so desensitized to fear that nothing scares you anymore. You laugh in the face of jump scares, and your heart maintains a steady 60 beats per second whether you're playing Fall Guys or Dead Space. Your sense of humor is so dark it could make the likes of George Carlin blush from his grave.
Does God really give a fuck about details like this?
You almost definitely want to f monsters, by the way. Badly. Holy shit, you are thirsty. Despite this, you are also one of my favorite types of people. 10 out of 10. Keep being terrifying. Number 5. If your favorite genre is platformers like Mario or Cuphead, then you are the definition of a balanced and level-headed person. You prefer to keep things simple, and you reject the notion that things must have crazy ultra-mega-big graphics in order to be good games. You probably miss the days of playing in arcades, and in your days of the current state of gaming, you feel a tinge of sorrow stab through your heart. Actually, you kinda do have the vibe of an old grandpa waving his fist at the sky, wishing all the Fortnite gamers would get off of his lawn and stop begging for Freddy Fazbear to breed them. That's right. You're a cultured gamer. You'd rather be bred by Donkey Kong like a true red-blooded American. Dare I say based? sorry, you probably don't even know what that newfangled kitty term even means. 8-bit out of 10. Keep on truckin', dinosaur. Number 6. If your favorite genre is rhythm games, then you are constantly linked to an IV drip of pure, unfiltered caffeine that you're totally not addicted to and can quit anytime you want. You unironically consume nightcore. You're just like me, for real, for real. When's the last time you were able to sit still without shaking your leg, cracking your knuckles, or tapping your fingers? Don't answer that. I already know you've never managed to do that. You're on some gigabrain stuff because your eyes move faster than the speed of light to play the hardest beat maps in the game, and other people are both impressed by your skill and ashamed that you've spent thousands of hours to achieve it. You, however, have no shame, and will probably flex on the normies as many times as it takes. Watching your favorite waifus and husbandos dance to the little tippy-tappies gives you the good brain chemicals. And you know what? I'm thinking you're valid as fuck. 100 out of 10. I wish to mother your children who will listen to nothing but J-pop while they are incubating in my room. Number 7. If your favorite genre is MMORPGs, then forget everything I said about the sandbox gamers. You're the real degenerate. The things that you've done with your character on late Sunday evenings should not be spoken of, even within the pits of hell. Seriously, the shit I've seen, man. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all MMO players are like this. I'm just saying that homework folder with 12 terabytes worth of data on it might not actually be homework in your case, okay? I'm just being realistic about the odds here. On the bright side, if you are into role-playing, you tend to be pretty creative. In really rude ways, but creative nonetheless. Many of you are extreme experts at the specific MMO you play, long-time veterans who know literally everything there is to know about it, and you will probably keep playing it long after it's already dead. Or maybe you're already doing that. Either way, that means you can be trusted not to cheat. Unless you're into role-playing in TR with strangers in the MMO, then you... Oh jeez, just take the 7 out of 10 rating and don't grade me when you see me online, Jesus Christ. Number 8! If your favorite genre is action-adventure games like Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring, are you kidding me? Then I don't know how to say it, so I'm just gonna tell it like it is. You hate yourself. You hate yourself so much that you can't fathom what it's like to have a healthy sense of self-esteem. This means that you expect other people to hate themselves as well and get confused when they don't. That's the way I like it! I mean, this is what we have to assume when you throw yourselves at things with Dark Souls difficulty over and over again, as if the only thing that's growing stronger from that repeated failure isn't your sense of internal despair. Stop trying to beat Melania at level 1 with fists only, dude. We're worried about you. On the other hand, you might come across as mature, but you've actually got a child's heart, getting easily excited over making small and simple discoveries. Not to be cringy or anything, but I think that makes you kind of adorable. You enjoy the satisfaction of figuring out things for yourself, tackling problems in your own style, and you value your independence quite a bit. Now we got something going. But holy shit, listening to people like you talk endlessly about the different aspects of these games is such great content that I'm going to...
Hello. It's me.
Hello.
Gdje je on sad? Nešto?
Is this me you're looking for?
Čekamo Milana.
Šta je rekao? On.
Budeš rekao ili ja?
Aha, da. Rekao je... Ne znam šta je rekao.
Rekao je čekaj sekundu.
Otkud ja znam šta je rekao. Da bi ti rekao šta je rekao, moram da slušam šta priča.
Da kupim ovaj Romero, Alamo, Swaps, Drake.
Skin? Kupi.
Da.
Kupi, doplatit ćeš uskoro sve te Bloodborne. Ja bi ti sad to ni jedan više da ne trošiš.
Da ne trošiš?
Da.
Znači menju i ekonomiju toga.
Više nećeš moći zaradiš ni jedan, morat ćeš svaki put otvoriš novčanik, tako da slobodno navali, potroši sve što imaš.
Znači igrica im već postaje popularnija, zato,
a? Ne, nego smatri da gubi previše novca.
To su dobro shvatili.
Čekaj.
To smo ti ja znali.
Stvarno misle da će ljudi kupuju bombu onda kad snimim?
Ja možda uzmem, ako se budem baš zainteresovao za event, da igram sezonu, možda uzmem minimum, razumeš, koliko mi treba da kupim Battle Pass, ako mi fali par. Možda. Ali, znajući mene, ja imam...
Jedan put ima ovaj najveći paket od 7000,
da?
Dobro, da bi
40 evra. Šta da funkcionišu, s tim normalno? Na šta da funkcionišu? Da nisu platili sred posljednji bolji. Nemo me zajebavati.
Znaš mogu početi na kucima taj najveći paket?
Da.
2,5 evra.
7000 Bloodborne košta 2,5 evra. A na Tursku? Nije čak ni problem što su oni zalepili cenu na to. Problem je što cena ne odražava platežnu moć koju mi imamo. Ako ja radim za 300 evra, neću ti sigurno dati 30 evra za jebeni skin jedan. Znaš? Ako radim za 300 evra plate. Ni 400 ne menja stvar puno. Da imam 2000 evra platu.
Da zatvore u pustinju da radim.
Ti radiš u pustinju?
Ti radiš u pustinju.
Ono je to već 3 godine, nego će se poći sve broj. Ne kažem za poći.
Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Na 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 na.
Origin. Welcome to my channel.
Ne mora pričaš. Može neki driver ga je. On ima svoje driver, taj M2.
Ima?
Pa ima svoje driver, čuš ti še...
Misliš da ti moraš da mu ih instaliraš? Ne. Ništa tako. Evo ja ti kažem, ništa tako. Ima firmware ako to pitaš, ali firmware i driveri nisu isti.
Ne mogu, skrapik me zapalio. Ne mogu. Ne vidim ništa.
Ljudi.
Ne mogu, jebate, nisam ni provalio.
Pazi, Bjani, u tebi.
Gdje su ljudi, u Periš?
U Periš. Uzmi u biologu, mislim da još imaju nože. A premašio si Milane.
Bogac.
5 metri ispred tebe. Ništa sad znaju da smo tu. Pale tamo nešto. Neću kurac. Tu je boss je tu.
Redu si. Ne dare se smijesti.
Daj! Ma daj, ne kurac, ja vidim ovako!
Da. Emulator te rasturi, ja?
Pukao sam ga 3 puta, nije htio od umene.
Ja nisam htio da odem poziciju, Milane. Da vidiš šta se desilo, ubio sam ga, jer da sam pucao emulatora, pobjedio nas on, ne bi ovdje bio. Pustim, brate, moje u igru, kako ja igram.
Pucao sam 3 puta i njega nije htio od umene, pomno jedno.
Emulator?
Ma da, be.
Pa nisi dobro pogodio.
U sve njega ili ja sam pogodio, u sve njega.
Probaj u glavu. Headshoti imaju critical, kao taj critical bonus.
Auto 5.
Šta će vam auto 5?
Kako se sjećam, auto 5 demo je... To je upaki demo manje damage-a. Da si gađa u glavu.
Ne postoje headshoti, ne možeš ubiti nekoga u glavu. Znaš?
Šta ti si desili? Ti njemu ubaci stikicu.
Sad ću ti reći zašto ne.
Promašio.
Slušaj me,
Promaši stikicu.
kad gađaš sačnom u glavu, zapravo radiš manje štete, jer svaki pelet gađe glavu i svaki pelet radi određenu količinu štete, međutim, to je shotgun, peleti lete na sve strane.
Pa ti... Ne pucam se auto 5.
Bolje da je klap.
Ti koji ima stamina shot i sablju, a ja da ga bijem.
Pa ti, nego šta, on se priprema za
Stilojno!
okršaj.
Evo. Tu ispred tebe je peć. Milane, tuci jebenom.
Što da troši snagu, udare ti malo.
mene ubio uopće. Evo ti dole Peđa prošao. Milane. Ne mani, čekaš tu, idi ubi bossa. Da mi vratiš kelte. I tebi ne vratiš kape. Ne, po mene si uopće.
Šta bro?
Milane.
Aj, ali moguće. Ko su ovi ljudi?
Nemaš pojma. Nemaš pojma. Trebao si da biješ bossa sa mnom, a ne da se zajebaš. Ne bih to bio! Ne bih to bio da bismo mi ubili njih!
Uti! Tamo gore svi. Napuni se HP. Jedan ovdje prošao.
Se 5 sekundi umre.
Oooo, bro!
Ima bomb speed.
Imate bomb speed. Evo Milane. Milane, pomoć! Moguće da nije umrla.
Ne, previše si brzo opalio.
Bože moj, kako im ubijan?
Ojica to... Još jedan, gdje je drugi? Obojicu si ih pobio?
Jedan ubio.
Ma laš.
Kurac se obojicu na zločinu je.
Laž.
Nemoj da mi daješ fake info, bre. A ne rekao si ovdje obojica! Nemoj da mi pričaš obojicu, kaži jednog si ubio.
A ovdje si...
Dobro, ti si jednog ubio, bre, sad čovjek. Ali nisi to rekao. Rekao si obojica samo. Nemoj da mi pričaš obojica. Nema veze što su tu dvojica, pitam te za vrate koliko si ubio. Nemoj da mi pričaš dvojica, tu ima čitav server. Čitav server je tu, jebate.
Rekao si dvojica, na laž.
Ema šta da igram, gotovo je, svi su mrtvi. Ovdje je čitav server, šta je s tobom? Nego si mi smešan, kažeš mi dvojica. To je info. Nema veze s vezom. S vezom, info. Ima ljudi koliko hoćeš ovdje, svakako.
On ubio mene. Luti ga pa da ga zapalim. Ovo je kad se opa kako on ide na ovo...
Rade, on je tebe pogodio.
Misliš ne vide se pola tekstura, ali to?
Da, kako je
kad se se opa.
Pa o tome si radi.
Ovo je kad se opa.
Mislim,
ja ne mogu ligim ovo.
Možeš ti da vratiš na 90%, čisto da znaš protiv čega igraš.
Meni ovo ne igraju.
Ne igri,
Oči me bole u novih teksturi. Morat škiljim.
No šta čkiniš?
Okvirao sam zonu.
Zona zamfirava.
Idemo.
Idemo Niš, idemo.
bi da tu uzeo sve njega.
Što? Eto. Zato što znam mehaniku i gdje je brže. A zašto bi imalo... Čekaj, šta smo mi to loše uradili pa da kažeš nema veze. I don't understand. A da, ono...
Da ti 5 minuta samo.
Ja zaboravim na to.
Može, samo može, nisu bili tu. Nisu bili tu ti 5 minuta. Nisu.
Ma jesu, ja sam vidio.
5 minuta se ti priliče da biješ sa mnom ili ne. 5 minuta. Za 5 minuta mi možemo 5 puta da gubimo, posebno zato što ti imaš jebeni stamina shot. Nabežno tu bulju i non stop ga imaš.
A dobro, ali zašto da troši snagu na bossa? Razumeš? Hoćeš da ga pitaš zašto mu služi ako ne za to?
Kasniš, Milane, kasniš. Kasniš. Sam te pogodio. Klik. Što se čuje kako onako leti i... Oh, you open the box.
Bacio frag bombu u vodu, ili kako?
Ne.
Nego?
Stegne bombu.
To je dobro.
Too easy.
Na. 6 kilova. Idemo, momci. Dobar meč, dobar.
Malo experience.
Kako da ne padam. Sam izginuo 2 puta sam.
Sam ja kriv. A žena me ispirala, znaš.
Evo je jebena igra koja nije ubila jebenog emulatora sa tim metka.
Matori.
A igra je kriva, a?
17.000 Snake ima. Ubim pored.
Prema to imaš više novca od Milana. Da?
Svaki put nagorem do 40 levela i onda taj 3. 4. meč usaremo kao što je ono sinoć bilo, neće da nosi heal. Tako te strane.
Trolling.
Znaš, jedan meč odigramo top, dok drugi je sasvim suprotno. Rolling na max. Što se čini? Ja si se opekao. Gledam ove tastature danas. Tastature po 280 €. Znaš ti to?
Zamišljam.
Po 300 € tastature. Razer naravno.
Ti kupi jeftinije, hoćeš.
Normalno ćemo kupiti jeftini, nemam ja sam.
Ili pitaj Milana.
Ja ću i da kupim ne ove brate,
Neo.
brandovano. Jes, Neo.
Neo.
Upravo je lik pustio tebe da prođeš, da bi mene pucao. Milane, kako si ti ovo
s
loše
desne strane.
odigrao, sunce ti jebem. Sunce ti jebem. Da li si ti normalno da te pitam ja, bre?
Gluv ko top.
Te pita brat svoj, ti nisi normalno, čovjek te... Šat, dobro. Čovjek te pustio bio ladno, bre. Ja.
Ovog pustiš prvo.
I u sred dvorišta gleda, bre. Pametno to, nego... Jebi ga...
Ti budi prvi. Nemoj Milana nikom da daš da ide ispred tebe.
Lik je pored mene gore.
Ne napadaj.
Idiot.
Easy. Too easy.
Kurac.
Ko su ovi ljudi jebe? Nemaš li lik, bre. Nemaš li. Ko su ovi ljudi? Ubio sam dvoje. Ko je još ta tima?
Jedan je bio došao do dvoje, možda došao još jedan tim posle.
Još jedan tim, brate. Ubio sam već jednog.
Nisam se smijeli, nemoj da me bizim. Ja sam se smijeli zato što je Peđe ubio ovoga.
Eto Snake, šta sam pričao?
Da se gine start.
Još i kažem ne hoćeš da se ideš.
Drugi meč. Uradimo kurat. Ja sad opet moram na gala socijala. Na Romero i...
Druga ekipa Peđe, druga ekipa.
Jesu, znam, nema veze, ajmo. Bili smo u sandviču.
Slušaj, ti kad trebaš da napadaš, ti ne napadaš. Ti si sada kao lik koji ima... Slušaj. Ne. Ne. Znači da ti kad imaš skraćenu pušku ti trčiš na daleko. Kad dođeš do teba skraćena puška ti ne izletiš. Kad je na 3 metra ispred tebe ti ne trčiš na njega. Šta si ti sad očekivao da ćeš ti da ujadaš? Bez tlaga.
Ništa. Da mu puca u jaje. Pucaj mu muda sljedeći put. Da pokažeš ko je boss.
Ajde ready, Nenade.
Milane, ajde objasni šta si očekivao da ćeš ti ujadaš.
Ajde objasni.
Ne, flačete nek uzme, bar ga neka izbliduje, Nenade, znaš. Da čuješ? Da čuješ? Oj šone. Alo?
Ja čujem.
Flašeti. To ti je ona municija što bliduje.
Znam to.
Ako ćeš već, bar možda headshot ako išto. Ako dovoljno peleta pogodi, ne znam koliko procentualno headshot se računa. A nemoj ti, skupo je to što sad će ti bleed municije. Ti voliš penetraciju, tako. Poznati penetrator.
It's going, haha! You're now look, I may, despite all, I win-win. All right. Once you're done there, after that, you'll be off. Where else? Oh, come on. Where's that fighting spirit? It's going to work.
Yes?
Here.
S.W.Frost. The god.
S.W.Frost ide da odrema jedno sat vremena.
Šta?
Nisam zainteresovan.
Aj, lako noć.
Pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
Možeš jedino ako hoćeš da me, dođeš da me ušuškaš. Da me staviš u spanku, ne ti nego.
Hoćemo. A, on?
Da.
Hoćeš Milane da ga ušuškaš.
Da mi ispričaš priču za laku noć.
Crvenka po juhu.
Da.
Šta radi ovaj lud?
Kao to harč dok strema. Onda poslušao za sat vremena. I'm gonna be off to take a nap. And we'll be back after commercials. How can I say? It's a lonely day, it's mine. It's the most loneliest day of my life. It's the most loneliest day of my life.
Peculiarismer. Welcome to my channel.
simply can't. What I can do I can make a good coffee and drink it, and that's it.
Desci!
Desci, nie nada.
To Mateo je došao.
Ne, to si pusti.
Alo bre, matori, gasta gome!
Sve.
Evo, ne spavam se, Joe. Da, to je jedino. Da popijem dobru kafu i to ti to.
I popuši
Joint.
jedan dop.
1 kilo kanabisa.
Dao bi ti ja, imam ja lekove za spavanje.
Ono što si meni slao.
Xanax.
Ali to je, ne, ovo je prirodna baza. Kalifornijski zlatni mek. Ovo je kirave. Lomio Armored ovu ogradu, mnogo je ljut. Stopirao sam ga vrata da vam ne slovi. Spasio sam vrat. Veđe za spasitelja vrata. Crveno. Tu piču. Dobro si to uradio, je.
Ne gledam.
S kojim ja retardima igram. I ubije me lik. S kojim ja retardima igram. Bože.
Nisam ja bacio.
Kroz koji ugao?
Imamo tjeren. Pa da, jebeni zombi.
Vi se borite sa zombijima, a?
Milane.
Nemaš domet, sine.
Milane!
Šta je ovo? Šta je gubilo?
Pauza kad si me sjebao, pauza. Dobro si mi to uradio, mislim. Jesi, odlično si me... Dobro si me spasao da me ovaj razvali, da mi izraša. Šta mi uradi čovjek, jebate, ono najveći neprijatelj.
A ne gledaj, ne gledaj.
S kojim ja retardima igram. I ubije me lik. S kojim ja retardima igram. Bože.
Nisam ja bacio.
Što tebi piše da te... Meni se čuno kao da sam čuo da je to bila Winchesterka, znaš? A?
Ma jako šatka, ma jako ona...
Jesi siguran? Boga mi?
S kojim ja retardima igram. I ubije me.
Ovo zvuči kao šta? Ne znam. Čudan zvuk.
Duo sam počistio, majko.
Duos!
Goodbye for now.
Bravo Milane, bravo.
I to jako dobro.
Zahvali se Milanu za ovaj meč.
Ja ti pogledaj. League of Legends. Šta se tu desilo, meni nije jasno. Šta ste vi uradili?
Ništa, ja sam teo da odem dole da uđem kroz boss arenu. Milan bacio žicu, blokirao me i ovaj me ubio.
Da, Peljice, da.
Tako da eto šta je bilo. Dosta nešao, igrat ćemo poslije, igramo već 2,5 sata. Da malo iskuliram.
In-game cutscene I've ever.
And I'm like, well, if you manage to do that, I'm all on. It's all good. It's pretty nice.
Pa na šta je bilo s nekim?
Šta?
Pa ništa, ja htio da prođem tu, ja sam stao, pustio to sa turu i miš. Da zaradim, boli me kurac da idem okolo, a ljudi su već prišli, to je to.
Jesi video Toxic Pancake ono?
On the back of his on the car. Also very nice.
Znači nisi.
And there you have my
Pogledaj. Izgleda dobro. Nemam para za to. Trenutno da dajem kritiku. Znaš kad ćeš kupiti kozmetiku ili Bloodborne? Da prave DNS server. Kad ne budem lagao svaki kod opali metak.
Up against us. We were overthrown. For centuries, hidden away in darkness, tortured by thirst, choking down dust.
Mislim, film izgleda, ali nekako bi više volao kad bi te resurse koje ulažu u štancanje tih govana uložili nešto pametnije. Znaš, no problem. spoken, trivials are spoken, never forgotten my name. Don't know the reason or what is the season.
Nisi trebala i... A ne treba, nisi mi... Dok nisi bio tu.
Šta to? Šta se desilo? Zakaj si prišel? Wire? Mislim da sam to gledao.
Nenad,
Da sam
ne
ja
bori
to
se.
klipao. Vidim sam.
Nije. Nego Milan čovjek, fantazira, ali dobro.
Šta se tu dešava? Halo?
Kako sam bacio žrtvu, jer nisam bacio žrtvu do konca.
A on mene kopira, jel?
Kad mogu da uđu niz mrdeni.
Ja sam ostavio noža, možemo da gledamo akciju, ali...
Pa rekao sam ti da je baciš, ođe ne pravi se pametan! Ođe baciš i zatvoriš sve!
Čemu ti služiš da zgodno?
A sad sam opet ja kriv, jel?
Ne znaš, taktiku!
Ne radi, ubiću te! Peđa, vidi li ti što uradio?
Vidio.
Peđa, jel vidiš, Peđa?
Vidio sam.
Peđa, da li si video, Peđa?
Ko je koga ubio?
Držamo. Što si ovo uradio, Nenade?
Ovo mi podsjeća na ono kad smo i ti zatukli Milana, sjećaš se? I zapalili ga. Se sjećaš toga?
Sjećam se.
Na Godar dokojima.
Kad smo gostili.
Da. Ne znam šta je bio razlog, isto neko kenjanje njegovo.
Što je bilo, kad smo gostili i nismo igrali taj dan.
A nisi ti prvi ko je to uradio, Nenad? Ko misliš da jesi, varaš se.
Evo, vapi ga puknem u stomak i ne umre.
Pa gađi uglom. A znaš zašto se... A znaš koliko se štete prima kad u stomak gađaš čovjek? Modifier za stomak ti je oko 50% ili manje. Za grudni koš ti je 100%.
A i opet 2 metri za autoped.
Jer ti mene ne čuješ šta ti ja pričam.
Što ti pet? Kako si to preživio sam?
Ne čujem, man.
Čuješ kad se rekao 50%.
Pošto niko nije se udostojio jebeno da skine te serveri da proba, modifier za stomak ti je jako mali. U grudni koš radiš tipa 120 damage-a, u stomak radiš ako 70 damage-a. To je stomak, donji deo, od pojasa na dole.
Ja ne mogu da...
Nije čak i noga, nego stomak, baš stomak.
Pa tu ti svi vitalni organi, tu podcepa čovjeka.
Meni je žao. Igre nisu realnost. Dobro jutro. Pa... Milan je osjetio kako je to loviti. Kad te saigrači love. Što si morao Nenade to da mu radiš? A?
Neću.
A što je on to zaslužio? Ti si zadnja osoba koja je on to očekivao, znaš? Od mene to mogu da očekuje, na primjer, ili...
Ma, ali ne vjerujem da me... Ne umije da iskoristiti arenu u njegovu korist.
Da on iole razmišlja strateški, ne bi nosio to što nosi i igrao s tim što igra, znaš, da razmišlja strateški. Ne bi bacao svaki put frag bombu u vodu i flash bombu vama kad izlazite s mape, znaš. Možda bi nosio decoy, fuse ili tako nešto, razumiješ. Ali pošto on ne razmišlja strateški, ništa to. Svi me ispituju, ne ložim od me, šta ti rade doma. Halo, da? Šta je sad, krize na Dalekom istoku?
Welcome.
Eternity is relentless.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Alpha Central. I'm your host, Jack, and today we found the best moments when women get rejected on the internet, but it's an hour-long special. Now let's jump right in, right after you subscribe, of course.
Disclaimer, this video was made for strictly comedic/artistic purposes. No offense is intended towards any...
If a girl is doing this to me on a train, I'm switching seats immediately.
Goodbye for now.
Update 113 has been live on test servers for about a week, and I have some playtime now so I can share my thoughts. The headline features for Update 113 are the new ammo resupply changes, the buff to incendiary ammo, the removal of blood bonds from most gameplay systems, and of course the shooting range, which doubles as both a testing area and a small PvP arena. But there are also some bugs that I hope don't make it into live servers, so let's get into all of that. Perhaps the biggest meta shifting change is the resupply tweaks, where now the number of bullets you get back from each ammo resupply option is a fixed amount. I'll show the numbers here because I don't want to read every individual value, but the gist of it is that compact ammo gets the most back from a resupply, medium is somewhere in the middle, and long ammo gets so few back it's considered somewhat of a nerf, but it also depends on the box you use. Added to this, you don't get extra bullets in a resupply for using the same ammo type on your primary and secondary weapon, though you do still share an ammo pool. This change is clear. Clearly targeted at the Opto Sparks pistol combo, and I think it'll reduce how prevalent that is in the 5 and 6 star lobbies, just because the ammo concern can be kind of a hassle. That being said, in all my testing across the different ammo types, I didn't feel particularly hamstrung by any of the loadouts. You'll probably feel it most on long ammo, especially if you used to bring the Sparks pistol or the uppercut, but I would say most of the loadouts are still viable, with the caveat that you may need to plan a trip to the resupply cart after each fight. Also, I would say because the ammo box consumable gives back 2.5 times that of a normal crate, the ammo box is now competing for a consumable slot. That being said, if the ammo changes are keeping you up at night, I would breathe off a little bit of the anxiety because it didn't actually feel that bad. But let's shift focus to the incendiary ammo, which is the change I was most curious about. Now, incendiary ammo bullets can ignite targets in one hit within their damage fall-off range, and your target will need to extinguish those flames pretty soon, but the hard counter to this is salve skin, which will prevent ignition. Am I still apprehensive about this change? Sure, but the incendiary ammo does have some pretty substantial downsides, like the lack of penetration and the tracers to your location, so maybe it isn't too bad. Given the option though, I'd probably still take FMJ over incendiary, but I think there is a question about how fun incendiary ammo is to fight against if you don't have salve skin. I guess the same could be said about poison or dum-dum ammo. The big difference here though is you have to stop the flames or lose a bar, which you can only restore through a banish or extracting. I don't know, court's still out on this one. It's fun to use, but I'm not sure it's fun to fight against, and that might put it in the camp with the old Opto and the current flash bombs. Which reminds me of my favorite change with this update, and for some reason it wasn't in the patch notes. Flash bombs got a huge nerf, and that's really great. Oh wait, no they didn't. They are the exact same. I'm actually starting to get curious if Crytek is being funded by Big Mercury because, I mean, come on. Anyway, one change I am actually excited about is the bomb lance can now carry 2 ammo types. There's definitely more bomb lance coming to this channel very soon, so check back for that if that sounds interesting. Other weapon tweaks, the officer carbine has better recoil now, much more manageable. I think most people already viewed it as a head clicker that punishes spam, so I'm curious about that change, but I'm guessing the pick rate just wasn't there for the carbine. I rarely see it in the Bayou, but this change should make it more user-friendly, I think. I'm also not sure that it needed it, so we'll see. Also, the Opto got a recoil nerf that feels well deserved and way overdue. Here's what that looks like. Another massive, amazing, totally awesome change is that you can respec your health bars, remove traits, and reroll hunters without using blood bonds. I have a more in-depth monetization video about that, which I'm still kind of thinking through, I guess, but I really like this change. You can remove traits for 1 less than the value of the trait, so if you remove a trait that costs 4 points, you get 3 trait points back, and that's just a good compromise to me. This is going to be so useful for everyone, but especially solo players who kind of need Necro to have equal footing. Also, small change, Resilience now gives you full health, so definitely run that if you're playing solo. That will save you some time and some health charges. I am really happy to see blood bonds get removed from the gameplay systems. Still a bit bummed we won't be earning them after each match, but I'm curious to see what Crytek does with it next. We're going to talk about the shooting range, but first I want to discuss some bugs I've noticed. The obvious and most annoying one is this awful menu scroll. I think I've come to terms with the menu bugs just being a part of the game. But this one is very annoying, and it would be to the detriment of the game if it made it to live servers. There was also a bug where I had to make a new lobby after every match when playing in a pre-made team. Hopefully that is fixed too, but I also haven't tried it since they did the small hotfix. In the same vein, if you invite a person while queuing for bounty hunt, and then you decide that you want to go to the shooting range, you have to disband the group, and then make a new group once you've selected the shooting range tab. Kind of convoluted. Hopefully they fix that too. Okay, that brings up one of the best additions in a long time. The shooting range, which is, as I said earlier...
Zato što idem na posao za 2 sata i prošli put sam se sat vremena objašnjavao s tobom da je današnje društvo konzumersko i da elektronika se pravi da bi, ne elektronika, sve se pravi da bi što brže otišlo u kurac, da bi što brže morao da uzimaš drugo. I ti to ne, ja to mogu da napravim. Ne, gotovo je, nećemo da pričamo. Nećemo da pričamo. Ajmo da pričamo o projektilima, o Putinu, o Ukrajini, o ratu na Kosovu. Ajmo o tome da pričamo. Ne, ja neću da pričam o tome. Ne, nešto drugo, druga tema. Ti imaš svoje mišljenje, ja svoje mišljenje. Neću da se raspravljam. Juče sam sat vremena, samo sam, znači sebi digao pritisak. Otišao sam na posao ljut na sve. Teo sam kolegu da zadavim. Ništa mi nije uradio, osim što je lenj. To je normalno da je on lenj, međutim ja inače kakav sam, ja se ne naljutim na njega. Ok, razumeš, boli ga kurac, ostaje mi uvek da moram da radim naredni sat vremena kad dođem da se razvalim. Navikao se na to. A došao sam, znači teo sam ga i šutiram, nisam to pričam s njim. On mi nešto priča, ja i idem, radim svoje, boli me kurac njega. Kratan. A nije mi on kriv, nego Vlada. Neću s tom da se raspravljam. Današnje društvo je konzumersko, stvari se prave da bi se što pre raspale, da bi morali da menjamo, novo da uzimamo. Kraj. To je moje mišljenje. Ti imaš svoje.
Šta mi je pre neki dan stigao?
Nam, dildo.
Nije.
Neša ti ga poslao.
Stigla su mi sočiva za sjelice, sad sam počeo da popravim sjelice.
Dobro, okej. Na to nemam ništa da dodam.
Mogu da kažem da rade mnogo bolje nego ove što se kupuju.
Sočivo za sjelice.
Sočivo za stoku.
Sjelicu od 12 vati ja kupim za 40 centi.
An area where you can test loadouts for damage fall off for weapons. This is honestly really great for players, for content creators, and for newcomers. You can basically master the damage ranges in this environment and know when your shots are going to do their full potential damage what surfaces they can penetrate, what traits they benefit from, and so much more. As a feature for transparency to the players, it's really great, and I'm glad they added it. I do wish they were moving targets, but you can kind of get that experience when you enter the shooting range in PvP mode. I also tested that out and had a lot of fun. I wish there were more modifiers like disabling the ground loot so it doesn't become king of the hill, but it's a great private area even if it's limited to 25 minutes. Also, you are limited to 3 players, so hopefully that gets expanded in the future. The problem with new features is we always want more of them. So that about covers all the changes I feel are most notable about this patch. I'll link to the patch notes in the description if you feel like reading through every single change, because I didn't include them all in this video. For the most part, I'm excited to see how the update changes the loadouts we see on a match-to-match basis. I'm not too stressed about the ammo resupply changes, but I never use the Octo with the Sparks pistols too much because I want to be an upstanding member of society. And I feel like people are missing it, that the Octo is still totally usable, totally lethal, so it's not going away. I want to see how the incendiary ammo feels on live before I pass judgment on it. There is something fun about it, but we might need a new system to restore lost health bars too. I'm not really sure, but we'll find out soon. The shooting range is going to be really helpful for everyone, I think, and a good place to goof off with your buddies or warm up between rounds. Anyway, that covers it for update 113. I'm excited, but I want to know how you feel about it. If you got a chance to try it out, let me know. If you're worried about the ammo changes, which I feel like a lot of people are, I also want to know about that. So tell me down below in the comments, and until the next video, goodbye.
Juče je jednim smo lincem najbojavili. Spucala ga neka žena.
To sam čuo, indirektno. Neko od tvojih ukućana je spomenuo, ja sam zapamtio, ali nikad nisam te pitao ništa o tome.
To je sigurno bilo na svijetu, ja? Imaš o tome neki tekst?
Ne, samo se pričam u sebi.
Šta, ljudi?
Da.
Ljudi su nervozni mnogo i ponašaju se kao stoka, znaš.
A ja sam nekad nervozan pa se ne ponašam kao stoka.
Znam, ja sam isto tako, ali ja, brate, kad sam nervozan ja se lečim, a nije me niko drugi kriv.
Kriv si sam u sebi za to što si dopustio te to iznervira.
Došlo je neko gadno vreme mnogo, najbolje. Pre nedelju dana kad sam išao na posao, na ulici glavnoj, jedan sa nekim malo puknutim autom stao je na sred ulice i priča sa nekim likom, znaš. I ovaj iza mu svira i ovaj izađe iz auta. Šta ti meni sviraš? I izađe i ovaj iz auta i odjednom, brati, sa jedne i s druge strane se još po dvojica, trojica su se stvorili, znaš. I ja nastavim dalje, mislim, jedite se svi.
Lako je napraviti konflikt, malo veća mudrost, ono, znaš, iskulirati, ono, otići svojim putom. Što ne živimo pre 100 godina, razumeš, da idemo okolo naoružani, pa ko ti iznervira da ga oladiš?
Pa znam, ali ti nešto kažem, tad mislim da je bilo mnogo manje nasilja nego sad.
Jeste, jer si znao da je ovaj drugi naoružan. Jer mislio si 3 puta pre nego što mu kažeš. Prvo pogledaš koliko je visok. Jel' tako? Da li izgleda zajebano, ako izgleda zajebano onda ga zaobiđeš, tako.
Pa, da li se hantuje?
Ništa od toga. potrebe za tim. To kancera je dosta bilo. Nadam se.
Što je ova grafika ovako loša?
Gde u?
Vidim, naši se.
U čemu? Let the hunt begin. Gdje tvrdiš da je loša grafika?
U ovome kako se zove...
Da?
U God of War.
Belated.
Grafička podešavanja.
Welcome to my channel.
Pretpostavljam. Napad moji minioni. Ako sam dobro video, trebalo bi 7 Days to Die do ove nedelje ima onaj A21. Live. A nema na YouTube, samo na Twitch.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Hi, Dav. Hi, Green. How are you guys? Welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's do drive for a little bit, then we'll do some races, then we'll play some 7 days. All right? Yeah? You guys ready? Happy Friday. What's up, Assassin? Hope you're good, man.
Friendly, we are a family-friendly stream with lots of innuendo up in Junkieville. No F-bombs, racial slurs, excessive vulgarity in the music. Other than that, you can play the tunes you want to hear. I have music on my live streams, no music in the VODs. So if you're watching one of my VODs, there won't be any background music. The size, it took about 5 minutes. I didn't notice the size. Wait, does size matter? Does size matter? I've been told my whole life the size don't matter. Let's see, we had a couple more follows I didn't welcome in, I think. Let's see, Mr. Gooey, Reebok the dog, yada yada, Valgasm, thank you guys for the follows, Rubber Side Down, Chrome Side Up, welcome to the community. All lies. It's not the motion of the ocean. It's the size of the dinghy, right? Not all dinghies are good for deep water, right? Is that what you're saying? Right there? Question I've asked my whole life. Oh my. Still drinking my morning coffee, y'all. It is 8:44 in the AM here in the Great White North. Cheers on your morning coffee. And there's Basurga. We're all in trouble now. Everybody hide like cockroaches. If y'all don't know Basurga, that's my lovely bride. My beautiful lady. Good morning, Miss Basurga. So, Basurga, we were having a debate. If your whacker breaks, you should need wood to repair it, right? Is that right? It's not the size of the ship, it's the motion of the ocean. Well, honey, it takes a long time to get to England in a rowboat. Well played. The boss of Junkieville. Oh, Papa, let me give you a shout out, brother. If you're just rolling in, we got 15 more minutes before I can switch screens over to Alpha 21. It's already downloaded. The world's generating. Let me know when we get over there if any of my sounds need adjusted. If the music's too loud, too low. The game's too loud, too low. If I'm screaming into the mic, let me know. Primordial, thank you for the follow. Rubber side down, chrome side up. Welcome to the community. For real. This just in, you are a big deal, no doubt about it. Newest politician in Junkieville. Take that hype bike for a cruise around. Twitch, brother, get out there, represent all the awesome folks in the community. Appreciate that big prime sub, thank you. Okay, giveaways are gonna happen 2 today during this first 12-hour stream, 3 tomorrow during the 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. Alaskan time stream, because that's like during the daytime for most people, and then 2 for the third 12-hour stream and 2 for the fourth 12-hour stream. Again, we have 9 copies of 7 Days to Die to give away during this streamer weekend. 3 copies courtesy of the Fun Pimps. Thank you, Fun Pimps, for your generosity. 3 copies courtesy of the Real Big Zeke. Thank you, Zeke, for your generosity. And 3 copies from Junkieville. So if you don't have 7 Days to Die, or you have a friend that doesn't have it, these are not codes for streamer weekend. These are not going to get you the game, the update any earlier. But these are free copies of the game. So you will have Alpha 21 on Monday. It is snowing. It always snows in Junkieville, baby. You know that. Unless it's not. Good morning, Bugga Jugga Lugga. The only woman to ever tame the wild junkie.
So this could potentially save you quite a bit of time.
That's the rumor.
There's a lot of
That's the rumor. So how it's gonna work, Junkie, is I'm gonna set up a keyword giveaway once we get rolling. Maybe the first break, 2 or 3 hours into the stream, I'll set up the first one, and then I'll tell everybody what the keyword is. Everybody that enters the keyword in chat for like the next hour or so, then we'll draw a winner, and then we'll do that again later in the 12 hours. That's how it's gonna work. Stepdad has been wanting to try 7 Days out. Told him not to buy it yet, just in case I win. GG. And I guarantee you, I will whisper you these codes by Monday-ish. If you win, I'm gonna try to do it in the breaks. Like I said, I'm 12 hours on, 6 hours off. So it just depends how hard I'm crashing in those 6 hours, if I whisper it to you during the breaks in the stream, or if I whisper it to you like Monday. morning when I wake up. Golden Shellback, thank you for the follow. Rubber side down, chrome side up. Welcome to the community. Whisper, you too. Come here, baby. I'll whisper in your ear. Come on in here. I'll talk to you real soft in your ear, okay? Come on in here, baby.
To visit the trader to obtain a key component, a water filter. Hey, what's up, Trouted? How are you? Water is slowly accumulated 3 jars every 24 hours. That's not bad. 3 over 24. And if you set up like, I mean, how many storage boxes do I normally put out? So in other words, I put out like 8,000 water collectors, and I have enough water. They want you to die many more times in the beginning, yeah, because I drink, yeah, dude, because unless they rebalance the exertion, because food and water go down quicker if you're exerting yourself, like mining and running and stuff like that. You'll have poopy pants all the time because you drink the nasty water. Players can place multiple dew collectors. Dew collectors must be open to the sky. Hey, Krez. Bars and other see-through shapes are acceptable to place above that. See-through. So a window is see-through, right? Oh, I don't know. That's the Windows 7 days ago. They're pretty bad. But they should reword that.
Šta si pušio, da čujemo, šta? Da čujem. A, to se točno. Kume, alo, alo, narkoman uzje. Interveniš.
A što se on se sad tamo ono štreca.
What time does it start? About 10 minutes. Son of man, thank you for the work, I appreciate it. Let's see, the crafting skills have 2 crafting skills all students. Players won't be able to skip progression with tools and weapons. Yes, I understand that. So if you can craft the tier 5 stone axe, doesn't mean you can craft the tier 5 iron axe. Right there. Good example would be stone axe is crafted at quality 5, but then iron and steel can be crafted at the same level.
Iron ingot, reinforcement. Okay, iron ingot.
10 minutes until no jars. Hey, welcome in, Joe. Thank you so much for the Joe from Amarillo. Joe from Amarillo, what's up, man? Oh, Amarillo, that's not, well, actually pretty far from me, but removes the crafting unlocks from the perks. Players are no longer required to perk into various classes to obtain unlocks. All crafting skills can be unlocked by all the players because you need to find the appropriate magazine. And then they moved all the physical perks that went with like your stamina. Sexo Tyrannosaurus has been moved, and it's per perk. Yeah. So it's been moved into Pulp Feet. Wait a minute. Did they rework the whole Sexo Tyrannosaurus thing? Because that went with tools also. Or is it included in the tool thing? Find out. Fury of Blows has been moved. Let's like skip all the boring stuff and go to what they changed. Huh. They added a recipe. That's always been silly. Yeah. How do you know?
Jesi vidio.
I just wanted to make sure that they added that because it's Sexual Tyrannosaurus is melee and tools, right? But did they remember to move it to the tools section too? I was just thinking I'd check on them. All right, dude. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. And that's a portal. They changed some of the perk books. We'll go through that when we find them. They overhauled the spear. You don't throw it anymore. It has a power thrust attack now. But then with the spears, well, you have a chance of bleeding, and then if you get down here to 6, and the final, if you complete all of them down here, punctured lung to penetrating shaft, power attacks now penetrate and damage multiple enemies. So basically, if they're lined up, you can damage multiple. And then if you get a kill shot with the spear, it refills your stamina. So is the spear the way to go now? Stuff. And a step-by-step breakdown of initial stages of the game through user-friendly instructions, on-screen assistance. Both novice players and seasoned veterans will be effortlessly guided through the swiftly accomplished initial milestones of their gaming experience. Still interact with doors, containers, vehicles, and more. Press F7 again, you get the picture mode, which hides all the HUD elements. Pressing F7 third. Oh my gosh, man! Press F7. What? The spear? They changed it. They changed it in the perk book, right? Starter quest. You would think it okay. Yeah, you would think it would be pretty step by step, but I guess some people just didn't understand what they wanted. And then you gotta spawn near your backpack thing. It's very important. I must read this.
This will not
It's important to me. In the latest update, our new exciting feature has been introduced for respawning after death with an active bedroll. Players now have the choice to respawn close proximity to where their backpack is found, or if they're bad. Convenient option enables players to swiftly retrieve. In its particular function. More like yeah. Yep.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh yeah, for you that's gonna be a big one because I hit everything in the game. Basically, vehicle collision take more damage. Great. The repair kits are more prevalent.
Hvala ti, Luto.
Tako je, tako je.
Ovo je prvi put da ga čujem da psuje, znaš? Prvi put.
Da ih isključim.
Nas da isključiš. Šta smo te...
Nego ove, jebem i poziciju i opoziciju. Majkinga nabijam.
Yeah, I was working over there in Europe. Have you gone into your router and prioritized? Are you on, is it like, it's hardwired, right? The PC that you're, or whatever you're streaming off of is hardwired, correct? If it isn't, just go prioritize. If it's on Wi-Fi, prioritize that one. That's a lot of stuff. And you know what time it is? It's noon. Ooh. There was one I wanted to check out. The further down here, all the words. Look at it. You want me to read all this? You really want me to read all that? We'll figure it out when it happens. There's some vehicles I want to go back to. Improve ragdolls, do blood splatter, repair kits fix a certain amount, sparks when hitting blocks, improve. About time anyway, I know, right? We'll get back to this. We do this. Hello. Hey, it's Red Friday too, by the way. Or I would have wore my another shirt. We're waiting for the game. Oh, that's new.
Bio kod nekih prijatelja i oni počeli da me loži da je Mortal Kombat da je imao svirku u
Mortal Kombat.
Balancija. I ti kažem, pa što me niste zvali kao, pa nismo znali da ih volimo. Te niste znali, nego nije bilo, ja ih mnogo
Kit, hey, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Welcome back, Kit Tursa.
Jer je palo nekom od vas na pamet kao recept za da bi lečili žice da popravite recimo
Motion blur off.
Ne.
Meni je palo na pamet da mogu da sebi sačuvam mentalno zdravlje da ne pričam o tome. To mi je palo na pamet.
Oh, it's time for Pepe Willie to resub. Thank you, Pepe.
There's something about weapons you might not know. There's actually multiple things about weapons I'm going to go over in this video. First and foremost, there's a difference between the types of weapons, and it does not just have to do with damage per second and the stats that are the secondaries. It actually also has to do with the stats that you see at the top of the weapon. For instance, if you look at this axe, you'll notice the axe has plus 84% damage to healthy enemies. If I look at another axe, it also has damage to healthy enemies. So you might wonder, oh, well these two axes actually rode the exact same. But then if we look at a mace, you're going to notice the mace has overpower damage rode, and I'm talking about the road that's just below the attacks per second there at the top for these. That is overpower damage. And if we look at another mace, you're going to see, well, that's overpower damage. You're going to think, oh, maybe those rode the same. Then you're going to look at the staff, and you'll see the staff actually is damage to crowd-controlled enemies. And if you looked at another staff, you would see the same. That is because weapons in this game have multiple different varieties that actually matter. Two-handed axes will always roll healthy damage. Swords will always roll bonus critical damage. Staves will always have crowd-controlled damage. And so for this reason, when it comes to actually building your character, knowing what weapon you are looking for would be important. Due to the fact that I'm using a pulverized one-shot build, I want a high row of damage to healthy enemies. I would like to one-shot the mob before I have to hit them time. Healthy enemies is anybody above 80%, so I take the damage to healthy enemies from the axe. However, I'm also doing an overpower build, so I could take the overpower damage. However, since I am going for the one-shot damage to healthy enemies is better, therefore, anytime I see a two-handed ancestral axe drop, I keep my eye acutely aware of it, so I can think maybe this one has a better damage to healthy enemies.
Thank you for this.
There is something else to keep in mind. Different weapon types can have different types of attack per second. So if you look at the axes, the two-handed maces, have 0.9 seconds. Whereas if I look at
bolesan, mentalno bolesan čovjek. Si ti, stvarno ne znam šta nije u redu s tobom. I jesam ti rekao da su serveri govno, da igra valja i šta ja bi igrao, evo sad bi bio u Han Shodan. Jel kapiraš? Jel kapiraš šta ti pričam? Hit reg je sranje, razumeš?
Crowd control also includes slow. So I know damage to healthy enemies would work, I know damage to crowd control enemies would work, and overpower would work if I'm doing an overpower build. However, overpower is the smaller percentage chance of both.
Ja ne mogu da verujem, majke ljudi.
Pazi kad ne mogu da verujem.
Ne mogu da verujem.
Ja ne mogu da verujem.
We're good, don't worry. We'll try a warrior just for the see how it works. If it goes super crazy, then we'll change it. But or if it's not enough, start warrior.
Aha.
Airdrop every 3 days. For the airdrop. Hey, look, they set that to default this time. On for default. That's great.
Hello, boys. I naravno, ni ovi nemaju mikrofone. Jedan je. What?
Guys, second bounty. Pick the bounty. Pick the bounty.
Šta će im bounty? Idu na drugog bossa. Ti lud.
Uzeli smo, be.
Možda su tu radi killova, možda nisu radi bounty.
You live vicariously through me? Why? How? What did I do? I got a super boring life. Nobody should live vicariously through me unless you're like a snail. I think it's
Wait.
He might have a few more.
Wait him. On laufen.
Just server settings.
Ozbiljno, neću si na njega.
Da, naš.
Thanks, Dave.
Piše laufen.
Pa to je on. Jes on. Je, ba nema ko drugi.
Čekaj da li ima za peti.
Mogu ti poslati njegov... Gdje im je Discord za buga?
Šta se čini?
Ne vidim možda nijedno poslati. Možeš vidjeti da je laufen.
Ne vidiš
nema
što će da vidiš.
Laufen, si to ti?
Momo, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Reci, znaš li S.W.Froste? Samo to reci. Toliko.
Jesi naš.
I didn't get secondary. I didn't get any secondary stuff. It's right there.
No.
Gdje, dođi ovo na...
So better. Dude, this looks
na onaj... Game for life.
Look, that's one right next to a thingy. Probably not the best place to go.
Opa.
Šmamuti jebem. Retter menelers.
Let's see, craft a bedroll. That's...
S ovim mikrofonima jeste vi normalni?
Halo?
Oh, they explained everything on that, man. Except for placing said bedroll. Oh, is that the secondary that you said I got rid of? Oh, I bet you I did because yeah.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
I know what happened. I thought you guys said I got rid of something else.
They can, I guess.
Thank you. Like, what are you talking about? I got rid of my secondary. Oh, my secondary action. My whole right mouse button was like, yeah, I don't think they needed to, like, really have to explain that all out, but, I mean, it might help some people. Hey, EMAP. Well, Daisy, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How does the UI look?
Šmamuti jebem.
Same. Oh, the land's like blocked now.
Mene si našao majmuni.
You shall not pass this area.
Your mind is mine to control.
Daj mi plate neki
on
majmuni.
Monday, if everything goes, there's nothing breaking Sunday. We get the skill trees when we get the skill trees. Right now, let me knock out the... You don't break the game. It's better we break the game than, like, you break the game and you get mad. Oh, you can't play the game. Wait a minute. I don't have to craft a shirt. I just gotta put pants on. Oh no, you don't believe me. You did miss something. And you complimented it exactly, right? It's our new second edition for survivors only. Alright, what do I have to do? Oh, bird feathers. It even shows me where the death is. I didn't even have to bust that nest up. Think on your feet.
Never lost before. At anything.
of knowledge.
Somebody came out here and planted this grass in Little Bitty Road, by the way. Who would do that? Oh, I'm not finished yet. I can't flip today. I took too many days off from the spell. Okay, hurts. Needs level 4 before you even get that one opened up. I'm not gonna go through everything first. We'll go as we go. Increase damage dismember. Feet. So that's where you're. I can't like do it, but right in here is where your stamina is. With the sexy team. They do it in the number across. Zombie Gardeners, Bilbado. I do apologize that I haven't been here for the past one.
Opuši mi kurac, kamperu, mrtvi.
Starting late today, I did not feel good all week. Starting out Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, Wednesday was even worse. And then I finally felt better yesterday.
There is no space in my inventory.
So this is like,
If you want this ore, you're gonna have to get through me first.
Just flurry, yeah, just a flurry. So you get it for like combat protection instead of working into it itself. Get it for protection.
Let's hear that crunch!
So you have to flex that.
Crush
Your attack speed depends on that. I was hunting the wilder people. I know, that was a great movie, dude. I think Sledge will actually make a, well, that's the fun. does... I didn't... Let me do this. Before I forget. We'll go with the, and then this is, scrap deals and bicycle parts. Cheaper, so the recipes one way, you have to find them. Remember Green Monkey, that's how you opened up the ability to do the scrap stuff. Cheaper and so basically back to like Alpha 6. Yeah, no, it's right there. Right there's lots of I never use lock picking. So I couldn't tell you if it where it used to be. Never used it. Oh, I got puppies.
He's low. Jebote život.
Know what Santa does on some, if you know what Santa does on some break, let me know so I can find that guy. He owes me. Is it under strength? Yes. But it doesn't unlock anything. Cooking pots required for everything. This just use 20% less recipes and that's you're gonna have to find cooking magazines. Level 10. So does it last only by that or by just cooking? I think you have to tell me. Let's start going. Before I put all my points. That was dumb. Big Daddy Speed, hey, welcome in. Thank you for that. Thank you for that sub, that follow. I appreciate it. Blah, 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 blah. Wasn't there a sub there too? Kobe, thank you for the sub. Free sub. The new sub. It put me right by the snow biome too. So. Ugh. See, his little leg was like a How was the there it is. Love you.
Traje još ovo 4 dana. Ali mogu ovaj Battle Pass da ga pređe.
Za Call of Duty. Evo kaže mi Case da pokušava da pređe, da uzme neke gluposti.
Da, evo ja sam se iscimo, uzeo sam svaki onaj CP, one premium pare već. Ostalo mi samo 2 slota za one free premium pare. To je to, onda posle su mi ostali ovi skinovi, free, ovi puške, baneri, tako to, kola. Inače sam pokupio, imaću onda 600 ovih CPU poena. A sa sljedećim, tu se dode još 300, onda ću imati 900. Sad ne znam koliko košta Battle Pass. Poena košta... 1100 košta.
Can you ping resources? I don't think you can ping them.
Neću imati dovoljno.
But all you can do is track.
Ali... Može posebno da se kupuju peni, može.
Haven't seen any water yet, no.
Da.
This is a new POI.
Može. Ladno može biti. Do jaja. Znači sad ako budem uzeo još jedno, tu ću imati 6 CPA i od sljedećeg Battle Passa još uzem 300 fazona ako bude bilo 200 i onda kupim za $2 još 200 i imat ću za Battle Pass.
Not new, it's just overhaul.
Doktorski.
He hit his head. I didn't hit you in the knee. I think it was more like ping, like I'm looking for stone, and you can ping that. That's what he was actually asking. Oh. I don't have a headlamp yet.
Bend, Tamara. You will make a fine servant.
Ne mogu, gorim, skrepik me zaglavio,
Šta ne
ne
možeš?
mogu da te dignem.
Šta ne možeš?
Ne mogu, gorim,
Šta ne
skrepik me
možeš?
zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
A gde ste momci, šta se radi?
Your mind is mine to control. You will find fulfillment in service.
Freaking dark in here, man.
Gde ste momci, šta se radi?
A gde ste momci, šta se radi?
So much light.
I will make you mine.
To ti se samo čini.
Something in there?
Your mind is mine to control.
Oh, look. You put the drain pipe in there.
Gdje ste momci, šta se radi?
Gdje si, Boris?
Šta ima?
Šta ima novo kod tebe? Ono, znaš, ja se trudim da budem na dobrim terminima s Vladom, Vlada zna da bude zajeban, zna da bije kad se neko ne slaže s njim.
Radi.
Ako nema lekitja.
Pa, jedini lek je da ga ne nerviramo, ako ga nerviramo...
Čape, si tu.
To mu je jedini lek.
Kako je rekao prekice, Vlada na to lekitje, idem do spavanja.
Let's see. There's a magazine. Those are open.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Dude, I can't see crap, man. That's an old POI update. I recognize it now. Alright, let's see, yeah, I can see.
Ne mogu, skrebnik me zapalio.
Ne mogu, Gorim, skrebnik me zaglavio! Ne mogu da te dig...
Ne mogu.
You look at couch. Monday.
Presmešno.
Ne mogu.
Я не могу. Вы понимаете, я не могу. Я не могу. A znaš da niko ne priča tamo tako. Taj akcenat ne postoji. A to je kad neko zamišlja kakvim akcentom neko priča, kao evo ovako bi trebalo, znaš. Niko ne priča tako. Ne pričaju ni u cucima, ni u Nikšiću, ni u Pljevljima, ni na Cetinje ne pričaju tako isto.
Ali pričaju u kući Belade, a jel?
A ne znam. Ne znam. Možda njegov dede je pričao tako. Ne verujem. Ne mogu da ga pitam, čovjek trenutno nije među nama.
Goodbye for now.
Ajoj, gorim, ljudi gorim!
Gori, srce moje, izgore.
So, you've probably been hearing a lot about artificial intelligence recently. Are you as scared as I am? No?
Well, you should be. ChatGPT. It's an AI chatbot that's been trained on the entirety of the internet. It's seen your feet pics. It knows Obama's last name. But can it beat Minecraft? This is going to be terrifying. Alrighty, what is the first step to beating Minecraft?
Minecraft is an open-world sandbox game, which means there is no one proper way to beat the game.
Don't be a smartass. I want you to tell me how I should beat the game.
Sure, I'll do my best.
What's step 1?
Step 1. Gather basic resources such as wood, stone, and food.
Alright, I can do that. Okay, what kind of food do you recommend?
Animals such as chickens, cows, pigs, and sheep are good options for obtaining quick nourishment.
That can be arranged. Your daddy fucked with the wrong people. Stay in school, kid. What's step 2?
Step 2. Craft basic tools such as a wooden pickaxe, axe, and shovel to help you gather more resources efficiently.
How was I supposed to gather stone before making these tools?
You can gather stone by using your fists.
Can't say I'm surprised. Not a very good start, ChatGPT. Okay, what's next?
Step 3. Build a shelter to protect yourself from monsters that spawn at night. Use blocks like dirt, wood, or stone to create a simple structure.
Ah, the old green top. Home sweet home. Okay, what's step 4?
Step 4. Explore deeper caves and gather valuable resources like coal, iron, gold, and diamonds. These resources are essential for crafting better gear and surviving tougher enemies.
Why am I just now realizing that ChatGPT sent me down here completely naked? Some armor would have been nice, or even just a shield. Okay, I have some iron and some coal. I still need to find more gold and some diamonds, but now, what's step 5?
Step 5. Use the resources you have gathered to craft better gear such as iron armor and iron tools.
Oh, thank God. Still no shield, though. Okay, it's time to go deeper. This is gonna end well. Okay. Yep, there would be an ancient city. Oh, no, no. There are other places to mine. We don't have to mine here. Bye. Hey, diamonds. No, not you. Go away. Please be more than one. Okay, get back. Oh, shoot. Okay, you need to move. Move, move. He's gonna kill both of us. Move. Oh, no. No, 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 no. The deeper we go, the better chance we have at golden diamonds. That was my last pickaxe. Where even is it? Oh no. My axe cheeks are clenched so fucking tight right now. Put a piece of coal in there. I'll make diamonds myself. My God. Wait, I hear rain. Yes. Oh, thank God. You do not want to know how close I was to drinking this. Oh, honestly, I am very unimpressed with ChatGPT at the moment. I don't even know what step we're on. What's next?
Step 6. Start farming crops and breeding animals to sustain yourself with a steady supply of food.
Oh God, don't just watch.
Wheat is a versatile
Ne mogu gorim, sklepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da se
sheep and cows. Wheat seeds can also be fed to chickens. This makes it a useful crop to sustain both yourself and your livestock.
Okay, that was a pretty good answer. He was able to recommend animals that feed off of the products of wheat farming. That's crazy. Alright, what's step 7?
Step 7. Explore the world to find generated structures like villages, mine shafts, temples, or dungeons. These structures can contain
Hoćeš da me oteraš samo puti toga retarda. To ti garantujem.
Water bucket to help you navigate tricky terrain.
Oh shoot! Is it just me or is ChatGPT getting smarter the more we talk? Water bucket to navigate terrain? Is that on the wiki? Like what? Hello. Okay, we looted some structures. I'm tired of doing side quests. So, step 8.
Step 8. Prepare required items to journey to the nether. You can either build a nether portal using obsidian blocks and flint and steel, or use a ruined nether portal by repairing it.
I am not sure what the best way to do this is. Okay, wasn't that. Ruin everything inside. Nether portal. Let's go to the nether.
Once in the nether, look for a nether fortress where blazes spawn. Defeating blazes will give you blaze rods that are needed to make eyes of ender.
And there below. What is this? Blaze badminton? Wait, is the spawner in the pillar? What? Alright, let's head on down. So does this mean that there are like 2 fortresses spawning on top of each other? I've never seen this before. Oh, no, 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 no. Nope, nope, nope. Oh. Oh, come on, go, 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 go. Oh my, leave me alone. Ouch. Okay, we have enough. Let's get out of here. Oh no. Oh my gosh.
survive all that and almost die to fall damage.
Step 9. You will need blaze powder and ender pearls to craft eyes. Ender pearls can be obtained by defeating endermen in the overworld at night or in the end dimension.
Wait, does ChatGPT not know that endermen can spawn in the nether?
Endermen do not spawn naturally in the nether, so you won't find them there. They only spawn in the overworld and the end dimension.
Apparently I'm staring at an anomaly. Didn't mention pigments, so I think it's really good.
Step 10. Gear up with enchanted weapons and armor for the fight against the Ender Dragon. This will increase your chances of defeating the dragon and emerging victorious.
Okay, what weapons do you recommend I bring?
You will need a sword for close combat and a bow with arrows to destroy the end crystals, which heal the dragon, making it an essential tool for the fight. Another great weapon to consider is the trident, which deals great damage while being a powerful ranged attack on the throne.
That is such a tangent from being a game.
Tridents can be obtained by killing ground. If you're having trouble finding enough ground, consider building a ground farm, which is a structure designed to spawn and make killing ground easy.
And boom. Also, I put a few corners, and so the spawn only works at night. So in the meantime, what else do I need for the fight?
Healing is crucial during the Ender Dragon fight. You should bring a variety of potions along with golden apples, as they provide regeneration and absorption. A beacon can also be a help. Iron blocks are a commonly used material for building a pyramid for a beacon. To obtain a lot of iron, you can mine at Y levels where iron ore is commonly found. Alternatively, you can build an iron farm for a highly efficient way to obtain large amounts of iron.
Shouldn't be there.
Taste of knowledge.
First the trident, now beacon. It really has me doing all the side quests. Wait, I have to beat the Wither. Okay, the iron farm is running. Let's get a trident. Okay, trident done. And iron also done. Okay, so before I go and die to the Wither and lose all my levels, ChatGPT recommended we get enchanting. So let's make an enchanting setup.
Gej. Stop, koma.
Hey, there it is, looting 3. Time for Wither Skulls. And actually, while we're in the Wither, we still need gold and some stuff for potions. Write the shopping list, ChatGPT. Just grab some of this, and these. Boom, 3 skulls. Let's get out of here. Let's plant this. Okay, pretty close to level 3. I'm gonna enchant more this time. And I guess while we're waiting, how do you recommend I fight the Wither? Of course. Nice.
Kakav je ovaj PD2 ili je?
Ima dve vrste misije u igri. Imaš pucačina misije i imaš...
A kakav je grafički ovako?
Ima istu grafiku kao Counter Strike manje više, taj kao Valve engine.
Znači klasik.
Pa klasičan šuter, da kažemo tako. Kao što ima dva tipa misije, imaš misije gdje, ono, znaš, ulaziš u banke, ono, kao, jesi igrao GTA 5?
Da.
Znaš kako GTA 5 imaš, ono, misije da, ono, radiš stealth, i imaš misije da, ono, ulećeš u banku, ono, pucnjava, dolazi policija, ono, helikopteri, takve su ti otprilike misije, manje više. S tim što nema toliko vozila, ono, uglavnom se sve dešava peške. Ima na par misija da stvarno možda koristiš kao kola ili neki džip ili nešto, ali to ti je više ono, nivo je malo širi pa možeš recimo da se prevezeš sa tačke A na tačku B.
A ovo može i kov da si igra?
Može. Pa u tome je point. Možda igraš sa 3 bota ili mogu da igraju 4 igrača. A ako budeš teo da igraš, reci tamo sutra, pošto radim večeras. Ima da se pređe kampanja, a možda igraš ono misija za misijom. Ima dosta misija. Znači ta igra je stara oko ima baš dosta pljačaka, ima kozmetike, ima pun kurac u igri. Ono, i skinova za karaktere i DLC pakova i prije par godina su promenili kako koje oružje puca i ima tajna oružja ako se tiče, kada uradiš određene pljačke dobijaš da kupiš nove puške recimo, koje normalno ne možda kupiš. Dali su je free kao promociju, zato što treba da izađe Payday 3, znaš. I onda su vjerojatno skupili deal s ovim Epic Store-om da podele ono ključeve.
Pa nije baš mala, 46 GB.
Pa znaš što nije mala, mnogo kozmetike ima i dosta misija, kažem ti. Ima dosta DLC-eva. Svaki put kad izbace kao te DLC-eve imaš uvijek recimo jednog novog pljačkaša i imaš bar jednu novu misiju. I toga se nakupilo, boga mi, dosta. Kao, igrao si onaj, pomozi mi reći, Dark Tide. Imaš mapu grada i na mapi grada ti stalno izbacuje nove pljačke, ali to nikad nije isto. Znači, tipa imaš 20 misija odjednom i uvek su ono nasumično, moraš se čekati tipa minut, a ne čeka se dugo, minut možda se čekaš. Dosta misija ima. Ili ako imaš para možda platiš da ti kupi kao broker tvoj, kao recimo platiš 1.000.000 da ti on recimo izabere misiju koja ti je najunosnija, koju hoćeš da uradiš. Izabereš neku misiju koja recimo donosi 10 milijuna. A možeš i nasumično, šta ti da. Ja sam to igrao baš... Igrao je čak i kum s nama, znaš. Ovo je Petar Jovanić.
Pet dvojku.
Aha. On je... Na Steamu imaš... Bila je fora da se skine skripta, znaš. Skineš skriptu i uključavaš sve DLC-eve. Sve DLC-eve za free. Na Steamu. I onda, ali piše ti, znaš, ne banuje ti igra i dalje možda igraš. A ti piše pored imena čitaj. I možda uđeš u lobije u kojima je kao moraš da disabluješ kao da te ne banuje i možeš i sam da hostuješ, ali kogod uđe pišemo da si čitaj. Jer igra detektuje da nemaš kupljen DLC. Možeš full da igraš igru, znaš. Doduše ima ljudi koji ono, znaš, ja sam bio enable'o sebi sve DLC-eve, dok nisam kupio skoro full verzije. I redano mi je pisalo, ali recimo ako koristiš neki DLC koji ti daje nešto određeno, neki upgrade ili nešto, to sam ja koristio i onda recimo ako koristiš minigun ti je recimo onaj puško mitraljez, onaj veliki. Da. I mi smo to koristili i onda ti piše ono pred glave kao cheater, zato što je to DLC oružje. Ako ja imam sve DLC-eve, sa svim misijama ja mogu da hostujem i svi mogu da se konektuju, znači nebitno što imam sam ja kupljeno. To je dobra fora bilo. Od 4 igrača dovoljno je samo host da ima kupljeno. Ili neko s tvoje liste prijatelja da ima tu misiju.
I onda i ja imam to.
Pa možda igraš koju ćeš misiju, koju ja mogu da hostujem. Imao sam oko... Mamo mu, koliko je to? Pa oko 90% imam svih DLC-eva, znači. Možda nisam zadnjih par kupio. Ono, nisam igrao, zato što niko nije tio da igra, a ja nisam teo sam i onda... Dobro je zadruštvo, možda nije baš najbolja sam da igraš. Bar meni nije bilo toliko interesantno sam.
Pa da.
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Šta ne možeš?
Možeš, samo što još ne znaš.
Ima da...
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Možeš, a ne znaš.
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem. Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem. Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem. Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
A što to voliš, Boris? Što voliš da ga mučiš?
Has guided you to me. I must do this. Bless this shot. Bless this shot. New knowledge acquired.
Ništa.
My bags are filled.
Sad ću let, šta ću drugo? Gdje ti je Peđa? Nisi danas s njim ni igra? Pa.
My bags are filled.
Try and save it. Just what the before and lost it as opponents. Loads up with that right leg. Really long way from it. This one really started to read the serve because the consistent patterns for Root so far have actually been to serve to the forehand of both sides.
Pasa. Pasa, vidiš kako si zalikvila. Poznajilo se dete.
Here's a question. What percentage of gamers do you think use cheats? Really think about it. How many are using them to catch every Pokemon, spawn any Minecraft item, or lock on to their accounts in Call of Duty? Maybe 25%, 30%? Well, according to a survey from trainer software provider Glitch, a staggering 57% of gamers admitted to using cheats. Anonymously, obviously. While using cheats privately in single-player games doesn't really negatively affect anyone, streaming with them on, using them to publicly break world records, or playing with them in mass multiplayer games, even tournaments, is a huge problem. The need to cheat for the sake of clout has gotten out of control, but not everyone gets away with it. In fact, let's take a look at even more gamers who got caught cheating.
There is no space in my inventory.
Bingo style. Tommy Trewin is is a veteran Call of Duty player who, since 2010, has been part of professional teams that have won more than 70 tournament matches. It's fair to say Tommy knows this game well. So, when he was pitted against Mingo Style in the quarterfinals of the 2v2 Warzone Checkmate Gaming Tournament back in 2020, who had a weirdly high kill-to-death ratio of 5.2, Tommy was suspicious. He and his partner Almixond called Mingo Style's gameplay into question and asked him to set up a monitor cam so they could be sure he wasn't using cheats. Mingo Style obliged. But then, in a move of pure idiocy, he exposed himself for the world to see.
No, I didn't, mate. When did I say that?
You did.
Did you see it? Let's run it back. Watch his monitor cam footage here, and there it is. We've covered it enough times in previous parts of this series to know that little gray pop-up box is our old pal Engine Owning. This is a cheat software that offers everything from aimbots, which allow players to lock onto their opponents, to wall hacks, giving them the unfair advantage of seeing through walls, terrain, and objects. Tommy's followers quickly alerted him to Mingo Style's slip-up, and Tommy rightfully crucified him. But Mingo Style had an excuse.
Yo, Ben, back out.
See Milane.
He put his sheets up. Everyone clip it quick.
Bro, I'm messing around. Get a grip.
Way. Getting banned.
Oh, mate. Oh, around, mate. It's got a picture.
Just a picture that you decided in your infinite wisdom to flash up mid-tournament? Now that's some real smooth brain logic. But Mingo Style was adamant it was the truth, going as far as to claim it was just a picture on Twitter and that it was all just a joke. Unwilling to let the matter go, Tommy asked Mingo Style to send him the supposed picture he'd flashed up, and that's when Tommy buried him.
Image. Look at that. He said he's that image. He's not the smartest bloke. I told you cheaters are stupid. They are stupid. He said that image is that. He hasn't even got the same dimensions.
Dimensions. Man, I love the British. But accents aside, it was clear Mingo Style had sent a completely different picture. Checkmate ignored his lies and banned him, which the streaming site Twitch also did shortly after. He stayed active on socials, though, eventually admitting to using cheats while pointing the finger at other potential cheaters, which gave him no attention whatsoever. If only he'd provided some proof they were cheating by using, I don't know, a picture? Mr. Slazy.
My bags are filled.
The only thing more frustrating than seeing someone blatantly cheating is watching them stream themselves while blatantly cheating. You know, the ones I'm talking about. Usually Call of Duty streamers whose gameplay has red and yellow boxes around all their opponents. They know that with their chronic lack of talent, the only way to get noticed as a streamer is to openly use these hacks. Otherwise, no one would pay attention to them. That's what a Facebook gaming streamer by the name of Mr. Slazy, or Dad Shark Gaming, is all too happy to do. So sad. So very sad. Well, back in 2021, Mr. Slazy was running his usual gambit of streaming himself, ruining games for other people, just to boost his super fragile ego, when he took out the wrong player. It was someone many of you are probably familiar with. Vicstar123, or Vic for short, part of the famous YouTube collective Sidemen. He was playing Call of Duty Warzone with a few pals when he noticed Mr. Slazy's godlike aim. And when the team looked him up, they all found his tiny streaming channel.
My blood reserves run low.
And he's cheating, bro! He's got boxes around him!
So, Vic decided to give him the attention he was so desperately craving by spectating Mr. Slazy's stream for his millions of subscribers to see. Vic & Co. continued to mock Mr. Slazy, encouraging people in-game to report him while laughing at his terrible gameplay and calling out the game developer Activision for such a blatant lack of cheat control.
Dude shooting gophers at it.
And then, finally, Mr. Slazy got exactly what he deserved. All those hacks and still lose? What a sad little life, Mr. Slazy. Sorry, Mr. Slazy. After being put on blast by Vic, Mr. Slazy soon nuked his Facebook account. What? Is that too much attention? PYPYPK. It's not just mainstream games that people cheat on, as players of Krunker know all too well. This free-to-play game is a first-person shooter, like Call of Duty, but with a Roblox aesthetic. Baby's first-person shooter, if you will. And it's not always adults who use cheats, as player and Twitch streamer PYPYPK proved all too well. Back in 2018, this kid had the bright idea to stream himself hacking Krunker with an aimbot and wall hacks to all of about 3 people. Yeah, even with the hacks, he still wasn't very good, which is something the small Krunker community soon picked up on. Footage of PYPYPK streaming his cheats was posted to Krunker's subreddit, where he was lambasted by the community. Eventually, someone hunted down his profile page and lobbied the game's mod team to ban him. It wasn't long before the account had the word hacker branded over it, and PYPYPK quickly disappeared from both Krunker and Twitch. Well, kid, maybe try this gaming thing again when you hit puberty. At least then you'll have hit something. Well, hopefully, even if you're as skillless as PYPYPK, you can still hit those like and subscribe buttons down below. All done? Great. Who have we got next? The Austin, U.S. Back in 2022, the Austin, U.S. decided to try and hand its stream Call of Duty on Twitch.
Ne treba, imam to
But his aim was impeccable, and his instinct regarding his opponent's locations was incredibly accurate. It was this godlike skill that got a few people interested, and not in a good way. It wasn't long before they accused him of cheating, and after enough people began calling him out, he was quick to confess to using an aimbot. But that wasn't the best part of catching him out. Several months before the accusations, the Austin, U.S. was mid-stream and apparently forgot that the world could see his setup. Either oblivious to the ramifications or just straight up dumb, he proceeded to stream himself visiting the cheat site Phantom Overlay. He went to log in, which filled in his details automatically, showing he already had an account with them, before exposing a neat little list of all his previous cheat orders, which totaled some €195, about $200. Most of these were for Call of Duty Vanguard, the game he was playing at the time. Certainly explains that 4.8 kill to death ratio. But really, why would you waste that much money on cheats? If you want to beat someone that badly, why not use that money to buy an easier game that even kids can play? Might I suggest Krunker? Flowbee. Random seed Minecraft speedrunning is a very particular type of speedrunning. Unlike most games, which require muscle memory and refined techniques to get a good time, random seed Minecraft runs require sound logic and an acute mathematical ability, because the map you spawn into is different every time. These are what's known as blind runs. And back in 2021, speedrunner Flowbee, or Toxic Flow, who'd been speedrunning Minecraft for a few months, suddenly uploaded a video of a blind run with a time of 11 minutes 37 seconds. At the time, this placed Flowbee's run in the top 10 fastest of all time.
Molim.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm shaking!
Oh my god. Let's go!
Oh my god! Oh, I'm shaking!
Less than 2 months later, they uploaded 3 runs that were all under 15 minutes, which is pretty wild for someone as new to speedrunning as Floby was. This caught the attention of several Minecraft veterans, one of which, 11dbillion, broke down each of Floby's runs and came to one damning conclusion. They had to be cheating. Why? Because Floby's luck was either off the scale or they already knew the locations of several key elements across the map and were working to a predetermined plan over a landscape they knew, not a random map. For example, at this point in the run, any speedrunner worth their salt would be looking around for a fortress. But Floby makes a beeline in a random direction without looking around or behind them even once. Here, lava housing can be seen, which takes precious time to get rid of. Most speedrunners would have just reset the game at this point, but Floby persevered. Because, as 11dbillion pointed out, Floby wasn't improvising. He was working to a plan for a map he'd already run several times. But that wasn't the only way he was caught out. When you reset in Minecraft, you have to select several options to create your new world. To speed this process up, a macro was built that sped through the process, and the click sound effects it generates are compressed into this. Short but distinctive. However, veteran Minecraft player Ninja Brain noticed the same macro Floby used on their run sounded like this. That's 2 extra clicks. But the macro worked the same. Ninja Brain realized the clicks could only have occurred if Floby's macro included 2 extra steps, selecting more world options, then pasting in a specific seed. They then removed the selection showing the more world options screen to make the seed look random, even though it was one they knew and had practiced. Their mistake was leaving in those 2 extra clicks. They later apologized to the community and revealed that all but one of their recent runs had been faked. After that, they deleted their YouTube channel, changed all their socials, and disappeared. Well, with analysts as thorough as Ninja Brain and 11dbillion, I pity anyone else who thinks about trying to get away with cheating on a Minecraft speedrun. Shiv GTK. To prove they're not cheating, some streamers will set up a monitor cam so that their audience can see their setup, and check that there isn't another hidden screen that they're using with the cheats on. This is exactly what popular Call of Duty player Shiv GTK did when he competed in a 2021 Vanguard tournament with a $7,000 prize pool. Both his monitors looked clean, with no obvious hacking menus or red boxes to be seen. But when his team went on to beat professional esports team Optic, everyone began to look at the monitor cam a little more carefully. As they picked apart some suspicious gameplay where Shiv was setting a bomb, they noticed that on the monitor cam, an incredibly tiny white dot could be seen shooting across the screen.
I'm playing this.
Did you see it? Hang on, let me zoom in. Right about here. Did you see that? Well, that white dot just so happens to coincide with an enemy player appearing around the corner. That's a wall hack. One with the settings altered so that the enemy locations are barely visible to the monitor cam, but a wall hack nonetheless. Shiv was swiftly disqualified from the tournament, but he didn't take his punishment well. Instead of silently deleting all his social media and streaming profiles, like any other exposed cheater, Shiv set one last bomb before disappearing. He sent out a tweet naming a long list of other players who he claimed had been cheating too. Talk about going full scorched earth. Causeway. Now, I need your help with this next one, because I can't tell if it's a setup or just plain stupid. An anonymous viewer sent me a clip of an unnamed Twitch streamer who had his Discord chat application open. Nicknamed Cause, the Discord user is chatting to DaBaby. Seems legit. While his desktop boasts a couple of questionable apps, including the aptly named Cheat Engine and WeMod. These are well-known hacklications, if you will, with each one enabling users to install mods and cheats for different games. And in this Discord call, Kaz sends DaBaby a Wiimod file before heading into a game of NBA 2K21. DaBaby is also streaming NBA 2K21, so it appears both of them are using or planning to use Wiimod to access cheats in a game. A little look at the game Kaz is playing brings up a character called twitch.tv/Causeway. Surely this guy isn't dumb enough to have streamed himself sharing cheats with someone else who was also streaming himself receiving those same cheats? If so, is this really the streamer Causeway or someone trying to set him up? Because this is a level of dumb that's so dumb, it's a little difficult to comprehend. Well, Causeway's Twitch channel does boast a few videos where he claims he was permanently banned from the game Roblox. It's not a good look, but that's not exactly incriminating. So what do you think? Is this streamer actually Causeway, or was someone setting him up? Let me know down in the comments below. Xhade. Back in 2021, India's The Esports Club Invitational welcomed teams to play Valorant for a prize pool of 300,000 rupees, some $4,000 at the time. It attracted teams from all over the nation, with more than 6,000 fans watching the stream at its peak. However, after the first round of quarterfinals, a hammer was brought down on Team Paratroopers. One of their players, Xhade, had suddenly received a permanent ban from Valorant.
Confessing to using hacks while playing Valorant. Permanent ban है boss. Permanent. I mean, esports side से. TC वालों ने ऐसे बोल दिया कि अब नहीं खेल सकता. कल उनका like post आने वाला है.
Initially, Xhade claimed this must have been a mistake, that it must just be a glitch. Fans supported him. His team reached out to Valorant's developer Riot Games for clarification, and paratroopers were allowed to continue competing in the tournament with a substitute. Although, they lost their very next match. Talk about foreshadowing. Xhade continued to deny all cheating allegations, but then on a streamed Discord call with the paratroopers team lead, Bing
Gorim. Jel moguće to be? Moguće da je on to rekao be.
Gorim, ne mogu.
So he hadn't been using hacks in the tournament, but he had been using them before because he desperately wanted to get to a higher level.
On se ponekad štegači s tobom kao ti rpaš kao dok igraš onaj GTA, znaš.
It wasn't long before Riot Games released a statement revealing Xhade had been using prohibited third-party software, a fancy way of saying cheats, which they'd detected, and so had banned his account permanently. With the confession and the permaban, Xhade deleted his YouTube account and disappeared. For just a month. Despite the ban, he was back playing on a new account and for a new team soon after. Well, I guess once a cheater, always a cheater. Jamar from afar. You don't need thousands of followers to expose cheaters these days. All you really need is a streaming account of your own, a little patience, and the hope that eventually the cheater you're spectating will slip up. Which is exactly what Poet GTV, or Sage Poet, managed to do. He was streaming himself to a small audience as he spectated a Minecraft Hypixel streamer called Jamar.
Ne mogu.
Što vi njega zezate? A?
Legenda je,
A što ga ja branim uopšte?
Da, stvarno sam. Što ga braniš?
Što ga ja branim?
A ne mogu. Gorim. Imam 800 onih CP poena u kodu.
Dobro, šta ti to?
Onih premium, ne znam da li da kupim nešto ili da čekam sljedeću sezonu. Ovdje je Milan Beladat. Milane?
To on je gorao mnogo i pošto niko nije hteo da ga digne, mislim da je...
Nije fair. Stvarno nije fair.
To niste htjeli da ga digne.
Da.
A on bi vas digao.
On bi vas uvijek digao. U vazduh.
Ne mogu.
Ne mogu. Ja nie mogu. Nie można. Uff.
Krismo. Ne mogu.
Russian Wall of Water wiped out entire villages with hydropower. And after tonight put the largest nuclear reactor in Europe in danger. So, if this was intentional, terrorists. The question is, it's supposed to damage effectively Russian and other Russian governments. It currently feels certain Russian controlled territory. The damaged reservoir supplies water to Crimea, for the last 240 years, home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. The oil again may be bad for Ukraine, but it hurts Russia more. Because of that reason, has considered destroying it. In December, the Washington Post quoted Ukrainian
Jugoslavia, baš me briga neću, ali ja te tražit neću.
A daddy, nay, man.
Welcome. Welcome. Goodbye for now.
Option 1. Option 1. Option 2. Option 1. Option 2. Option 3.
Bom.
Vidi ovo! Zašto je sve to channel during search?
To mora se plati.
Znate kad će više taj event u Huntu, ako mi se ne igra Hunt uopšte biti.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
No, sad ćeš ti da vidiš.
Welcome.
Da. Naći jebanu mapu jebat. Da. Jel bi Snake igrao DMZ?
Sad.
Goodbye for now.
Sad.
Ovoga sekunda. Ne, kad završi zadnju sezonu, hvala.
Jebote život, što pitam te lepo.
Ja ti lepo kažem.
Kad budeš hteo, kad budeš,
Odgovorio
kad
sam
ti
ti
bude
kad.
dosadno.
Nikad mi bude dosadno. Kad Activision kaže da neće više izbacuje nove sezone i novi kontent, igrat ćemo. Da, dosta nas. Tako to.
Jebote, mouse sensitivity 8, daj to još manje. 6.
This beautiful week. And Waffler! Hello! Hey, good to see you, artist. How are you doing? I took the day off of work because I'm not feeling good. Oh. Well, good job you took the day off. Good job you took the day off. That's a very wise decision. I think that's what the wise men do. They take a day off. Oh, now this is a nice song. From Motorhead? Whom you know I kind of like, so that's a good song. A good song. S.W.Frost and Bogu Bogu. Hi Bogu Bogu, a person who has to wake up at 5 o'clock tomorrow. My deep condolences. You obviously really value your hobbies.
From afar, and another streamer called H without X. He figured they were probably using cheats, and so sat in wait trying to catch one of them in the act.
Oh, excuse me.
As he was, something sketchy flashed up on the left, right in the middle of Jamar from Afar's screen.
ESP and all. And then he tagged me for half an hour.
Did you see that? Computer, rewind and enhance. Ah yes, a Minecraft cheat software menu with player ESP, aka wall hacks, selected while in a public server. Well, Jamar from Afar's account on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok appears to be linked to another account called Tech Panda Gaming. Now, Tech Panda seems to be based on Twitch, but Tech Panda Gaming's YouTube account is still live. It hosts videos with long, rambling descriptions where they claim they're banned from playing in certain Minecraft servers. And the anti-cheat is broken. Clearly not as broken as you seem to think, my banned for cheating friend. Mecharasia. The more running I watch, the more it takes hundreds, sometimes thousands of hours to memorize the entire game, get the button presses and timing just right, ultimately to the time possible. Events like Games Done Quick showcase some of the best players in their given category, inviting them to show off their skills in front of huge, live, and online audiences. There's a lot of pressure for speedrunners. Some speedrunner Mecharazium, for example, was invited to the 2022 Summer Games Done Quick event, speedrunning Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance remotely. The run itself seemed legitimate, but after a charity donation goal was met, he asked to play through the game's Blade Wolf DLC as well. That's when Mecharazium flags.
It's actually pretty hard to get past this grad because you're
playing on a PC with his mouse in his right hand. If that's so, how does his left thumb move around? Mouse-controlled action, while his right hand is in the air. Well, he claims he moves the mouse with his left hand. That's one heck of an odd choice, especially at a timed event. Spectators also noticed an audible lack of keyboard noises in the Blade Wolf segment. So, he broke the record for the run by a whole 25 seconds. Everyone was convinced it was legit. Then in July, he came clean to one of S.W.Frost's enforcement. As they suspected, the run had been pre-recorded and spliced to perfection. It was an ideal run, just not one he performed live, having switched out his save files after he'd finished the main run. He didn't hide behind any lame excuses. He apologized profusely, acknowledged that he'd acted selfishly, and said he didn't want the run considered for any leaderboards, as it would be unfair to the rest of the community. Games Done Quick banned him from attending any future events and scrubbed his records from their YouTube archive. Well, ironically, it looks like this one's going to take time to move on from. Natty. When it comes to being accused of cheating, no one has more fingers pointed at him than Call of Duty Warzone player and streamer Nadia. She began streaming back in January 2021, and her Warzone gameplay attracted an audience of over 900,000 Twitch followers. But as her fans grew in number, so did the people who doubted her skill. And they began to pick apart every second of her gameplay. It seems like every guy with facial hair and access to the Fortnite font has made a video of the undeniable proof they have about Nadia cheating, lying, and being exposed. Some are truthfully obsessed, but they have picked up on some questionable clips, like here.
Neće da spije lekove, nego će se pokazati cijelice kao ja.
Vidiš da igen goru.
Yeah, shooting a wall in the same place someone is standing behind is pretty sus. It could indicate that she's using wall hacks. However, others have pointed out that an ammo crate was dropped from that direction. So she heard someone there, she just didn't know where. That's reasonable. But what about here, where she was shadow banned? A protocol Activision enacts when it suspects a player of cheating and places them in special lobbies that are full of other suspected cheaters.
Are you ready for me to tie you to hell?
Hacker hunters were quick to claim there was more undeniable proof as cheating. However, others argued that she'd been playing in different locations in the days prior, mimicking the effects of a VPN, which might have triggered a ban. Whatever the case, she was unshadow banned by the developers Activision shortly after. Another point at a live Call of Duty event, she was apparently kicked out for cheating while on footage supposedly showing her being kicked out by the mob Some have gone one step further, like Rara, who released leaked messages supposedly from Nadia to some unknown person, claiming she had some unlocked camo skins for her gun. Anyone who watched part 4 of this series remember that the same Vanguard's number 2 player Lexifon used after he was wall. The two elements are linked, that's for sure, but without wall hacks slipping through onto Nadia's screen, and a lot of others seem to agree. Renowned streamer and gamer XQC reviewed some of these clips and determined
time to tie the rain!
I think these clips are
O Ilija!
Coć.
Ilija!
Šta ti treba?
Ilija!
This would be enough to chase almost anyone off, but not now.
Šta ti treba?
Instead, he right into it, uploading videos titled I'm Banned from Warzone.
Šta hoćeš?
Kažem kako je moćno, matiš u sekundu. Ti si moćan.
To je sekira. U gde bacaš sekiru? To ti je osnovna mehanika, ja ne vidim zašto je to... Kako bi svaki put morao da tražiš okolo sekiru, ne bi gameplay ja vidio. Kako je fino hodat. Okej, fino je hodati. I guess. To ono gdje služi uglavnom. Ne. Ne, ti pričao o God of War, uzeo ga za 6 evra, za 6 evra ili koliko si već rekao, dobar je pazar. Ali opet kažem, malo, kažu Elden Ring je ogroman, a God of War je retardirano malena, znači mapa. Sve je u 5 metara, u 5 metara je World Serpent, na 30 metara su 2 zmaja, 100 metara ispod je rudnik sa trolovima i tako dalje i tako dalje.
Kako volim ove timove što idemo komunikaciju, to jest nemamo. Obožavam.
A voliš, no?
Preferiram. Ne, jesi ti startao meč, jesi? Možeš da ovo kamo koji prije nego što dođe. Ko je treći? Hoće s nama neko treći?
Ne znam.
Ništa nema vas.
A ne vičeš kako može da...
Zovite Nenad.
Jok.
Što, čak nisi čuo da zovite Nenad, a?
Pošalji poziv.
Jedan poziv menja sve.
Ajde, ali ja ću moći jedan meč do 2. Zovite me.
Aligator. Fino.
Vidi ga Nenad kupio God of War, ima se, može se 30 evra.
Ne, na Turskoj uzeo. Na Turskoj.
6 evra.
Ne daj Bože da se on potroši. Možda i uzme Elden Ring ako bude na Turskoj za 0,5 centi. Da ne potroši pare slučajno.
Staraš.
Pa sam potrošio na stepu knjige moga.
Ne igramo ga. Koji deo mene ga ne igra?
Igra čitav dan, a i kaže ne igramo.
Ne igramo, ne igraš ga ti. Postoje, nema potrebe da vičem, jel me imaš na Steamu, jel pogledaš nekad moj stream? Češ da ti nađem log kad si bio na moj streamu? Nemam potrebe da te zovem. Ako ti se igra s vama pitaš, hoćemo da igram. Nemam potrebe, isto tako Han Shoda, nemam potrebe da ih uzem. Ne igramo ga, ne igraš ga ti. Pogledaj koliko. Ti ga igraš. Nešto, nisam primetio.
Znaš da ga igra, u brate?
U mraku, znam, mrak, kad niko ne gleda.
I got kicked out for cheating. She constantly alludes to cheating, never giving in to offered PC scans, posting fake confessions layered in sarcasm, and the hacker hunters that lapped it up, fueling her growth and theirs. Many hacker hunter channels' most popular and profitable videos revolve around Nadia. So, everyone wins. And these channels really want to take her down. They'll stop making videos about her every moment. Wait for reveals to load, then go for her. But then, they make content about it. Classic catch-20 there. So, until we see wall hacks on her stream, or she receives a permanent ban from Activision, Nadia will be busy making everyone laugh. But do you think Nadia is cheating? Well, let me know down in the comments below.
Kurac, 1.66 bio na 1.97 kad se setio 2.2 pre 2.
One the Turkish player and professional
To je ono
Twitch
godine,
streamer
stari se...
Exonic was willing to sync to back in December 2022. Competing in Call of Duty Warzone World Classic with a $100,000 prize pool.
A gledaš malo 10k, bravo. Pa ti 10, znači 10
He appeared to be aiming at opponents through a wall. Telltale sign he probably had a wall hack. During the tournament, viewers asked him to address these cheating allegations. He didn't have a secret monitor display on his head. Getting cocky, he opened up his display settings to prove he was only using 2 monitors, but a third was detected in his setting. He tried to explain it as a glitch, and so set up a monitor camera, which is where it all came from.
Moram kod organizera je baš mi je trebalo ovo na sad ovu muku mera. Ne znam koliko će mi uzeti za čišćenje.
Better excuse than pretending he flashed a picture, that's for sure. But the court of public opinion swiftly decided it was more likely cheat software. Activision was lambasted for not thoroughly vetting the player, and guiltily deleted all his social media and streaming accounts. How tragic.
Slušaj, ajde da pričam o tome, nego kažem, izgleda da mi je gulag probušena, da mi izvrati ispumpava.
Rekao da ti je gulag probušen.
Da, gulag, ja. Pa ti gulag, znaš.
Slušaj.
In the gulag prison.
Jebote, on je te sve sliša. Zamukni je čemu.
Znaš šta ti rekao Milan Snake?
Zamukni.
Sad ćeš i ti u gulag, kaže.
Znači, od 500.000 dinara ti je... Fione.
Ne moram ja to da znam, te gluposti.
Znam, ali smešno je, brate, gulag, razumiješ? Dobre fora. Gulag. A stvarno jebate taj, je to ostaro samo gulag, taj zatvor, to je...
Kako da ne?
Tamo imaju sve treninge i tako.
I Amerni svoj posjet, rupe. Ko voli svoj posjet, rupe.
Ja moj medbin zna duše,
To znam.
Ali nešto da se radi za par.
80% mog kolegijuma...
Ja bi da ne radim ništa za pare. Možda tako.
To bi prvo radio, prvi otišao i pobjedi.
To dobro. Možda i u plantaži ljudi moji vidjeti.
Ajde, pogledam.
Samo da me ne čekaju ovdje braća neka.
Čumo, ti što preko vode, bez da ćeš čuo vode, evo ti.
Šta je s tobom bre, Nenade, kakvi su to šizofrena tepanje?
Šta je Nenade?
Brate, njegove reakcije su meni...
Kako to demonstracijelo?
Teči preko vode i bez da se čuje voda.
Šta bre preko
Šta
vode?
se čuje? To je žešća paranoja.
Aca Lukas, sve dva, molim?
Kažem, sine, trčim preko vode.
Da.
Bez se čuje.
Da, imaš... Da. I nisi usporen, jel' tako?
Koji ti kurac, da što me pucaju?
Jel' tako?
A, ja sam mišljeno da to mi on.
Ovo je lut, brete, ovo je lut pucao je mene prvo, znaš? Ovo je gori od Gardije.
A mora da se zezam dosadno.
Idemo na njih.
Znam. Da odeš na pecanje.
Šalji mlekove tamo. Preporuči ga, preporuči ga.
Ja mi zapališ, a?
Znaš šta ti je Gardi, brez? Nenada. Ovaj te makar ne puca i ne ubio te, namerno.
Je kao prošli put, a? A nisi ćao, aha, nisi ćao, a? Aha. Aha. Pa mene je dosta. I ušao sam da se zezam.
Miki sine, zove me večeras da idemo neko zezanje.
Ali čekaj, čovjek ima pravi posao, ti nemaš pravi. Nemaš.
Hvala Nebe što me braniš. Mada ne treba mi odbrana od toga kretena.
Nemoj tako, brate.
Ja prvi put čujem da magaci jedu iskočinu. Evo te pokijem benze, šta je ovo, evo tebe? Šta je ovo, evo te?
Nije krok. Dobro nam je trajalo.
Koliko sekundi je treba stream ovog puta?
Nisam palio s tim.
Dobre.
Je živ mi on? Nije, a?
Kako ne?
Jesu, živi.
Živi, jedno ga leži tamo. Kamuflira se.
I možete te kao masivan FPS delo, to nije normalno.
To nije istina.
U glavu!
To ne postoji.
U glavu ili?
Ma gdje u glavu? Da je u glavu bio bi dobro. Ne, pao je sa 120 na 26, pa ti vidi.
39 sa 2.
Ovo je tvoje grafike, ti si tu grafike.
Znači, prodati neispravnu grafičku.
Ilija, što si nije prodao neispravan procesor?
Gdje se čekaš?
Ja?
Šta se čekaš, bre?
Tebi.
Tako, tačno je, to ti je čist primjer ja koji sam igrao na grafičkoj od 2013. godine grafičkoj.
Prodao sam ti neispravnu grafičku.
Neispravan procesor.
Pa da, to sam ga znaš, overclocku, jer ja overclockujem procesor. Ako me znate, znate me po tome.
Znate koliko si ti mene Snake spasio s ovom tvojom grafičkom, majke. Znači, moram da ti se odložim nekako, majke.
Tamo nemoj da uzimaš više te tableti, to je dovoljno.
Uzimam ih, moram da ih uzimam, ali isti sam ja, brate. A evo Vlada neka ti kaže, on jebate uzima Xanax, to je ništa.
Pa znam kakva je Vlada, baš za to i priča.
Pa nisam ja, šta kakva je Vlada, pa šta njemu fali?
Ništa.
Dobar je Xanax, koji ti
dao. Znam, Prometheus.
Pa jeste, pa chill je čovjek, brate.
A što ga ja ne uzimam kada je toliko dobro?
Pa ne znam
Zato što on ne misli... Najgora stvar, on ne misli da je u kritičnom stanju. Ja sam mislio da sam u kritičnom stanju. To mi je olakšalo da...
Ja ne, ali...
Mi on u tebe će neko.
Koji to može da sedi.
Ja ti trebaju lekići, a?
Ne može.
Kako kažete?
On je sav nenormalan. I bez toga. Mislim, možda i normalan, ko zna.
Aha, a ti to iz iskustva, a? Ti to pričaš...
Možda mu i treba Ksanac.
Evo ti.
Boga me kad je pustio ovo. Trebaju 3, bre.
3 kutije tabletom.
Njemu cijel koktel lekova, ne kombinacija 2 celeka, koktel lekova.
Učiš dosta normalno tu. Plus, kao što kaže Peđe, skoči sa stolice. To još nisam gledao.
Što tu ima? Znaš onaj mali Nemac što nupa onako stoji u tastaturu?
Da.
To je mi on.
Mali Nemac.
Da be.
Sve si mu objasnio. Mali Nemac.
Moj da nađem,
u svojoj glavi razmišlja 1000 slika. Šta bi mogao to da bude? Mali Nemac. Ajmo slik.
To je poznat video.
A ne, ono ti je nameštaljka, znaš. A znaš, imaš dokumentarac da nađeš na netu u tom tipu. To ti je nameštaljka.
Ko da ga ubije? Tako je to nebitno. Kako ja mogu da budem Peđa da bude... Ne nade!
Hoću da se katapultiram, bre.
A što tako ne nade?
Hoćeš da kažeš da ne znaš ko su ti saigrači, jel to?
Me te znam, ne znaš da uđu.
Hoću da se katapultiram na Mithedar.
A ne možeš što ti, to je bio trenutni bagi.
A?
A teško je to možda stalno.
Boga mi.
Možda lagano to. Skočiš mu na glavu.
To možda reprodukuješ taj bug, Krajtek to još nije ispravio.
Ne.
Čemu ti pričaš? Skočio si čoveku na glavu, udario si ga sa bomblensom, on je nastavio da hoda okolo kao... ono... Very cool.
Not happened.
Nije se ni desilo, to si ti umislio u svojoj glavi. I onda tamo neki Krajtek fanboy, razumeš, napišu kaže, taj koji je bio na tom klipu, kaže, promašio je prvi put, pa ga je udario drugi put, kao kad je uskočio, onda je kao prošlo. Ja rekao ne. Ne, nije. Krajtek fanboy. Jebeni.
Daj bre, dođi vamo Mythhead, bre! Dođi! Tako. Ovdje dole.
Ovdje mi možemo još.
Bre, sjaši od mene, majmune. Tu smo. Akcija, gledajte sad. Oj, trip.
I'm a leaf on the wind.
Neće. Što neće, jeba? Hoću da se katapultiram, bre!
No space in my inventory.
Vigoraj. Dođi ti javac. Dođi ti javac. Tako. Dođi. Niko ništa nije pingao. Ovaj Midhead ne može da me nađe, bret. Nađi me, druže, ovdje sam.
To neka paluješ, no? Peđem.
Tako ja pokušavam da se katapultiram pa da ih vidim bolje.
Pa da pogineš.
Ništa ne možeš. Bom. I crossbow. To je health bomb. To je što mi desiš.
No space in my inventory.
Toga. To uši bounty. Ušli su ti dole uzeli bounty, čovječe, šta bacaš tu žicu? Bravo za tu žicu, pogoda je bacio gore. Bravo. Mrtav si, ubit će te. Danieli, kraši ga, Milane, pomozi mu, vrate, Milane ništa ne radi.
D2. Ivan je donio, Peđi ubio jednu.
Ja sam ubio. Jeste vi ubili nešto?
Ne mogu.
Znači ti da ih pobiješ. Još jedan desno. U desno. To jebote! Preživeo bi, reakcija 0. Može nego staj!
My bags are filled.
Iznad, vrate, velikog mokrog luga.
Svi smo pijani.
Vrate, luga nebo u obliku tukja. I kaže lik, molim te Bože daj neki znak. Kaže, pogledam u nebo, vidim ovo kad ti život jedu u
Veliki mokri luk.
Taj lik je gej.
Bože, daj neki znak.
Svako vidi ono što želi da vidi. To je moj zaključak.
A, je li moguće ovoga, deo? Gdje je Discord? Čekaj se.
Šta je, Nenad, šta zoveš? Vidim da se javi. Marko će kurac.
To se čini mi onaj 10.
Kadi?
Kabibi, a?
Kabibi?
Kabibi, ja bi igrao još, ali igrat ću posle već. Ako budete tu posle, ako ne, nema veze. Da igrate, nađite trećeg, šta da.
Možemo mi idu?
Ne. Ne možete.
Vidiš.
Ja ti kažem. Znam kakav je Milan. Vas već ćete se poubijat, pa si gubio danas. Na pravdu Boga.
A koju pravdu Boga? Čovjek ne umije iskoristi prenos. Boss areni prenos tamo.
Kakva prednost? Ti on deluje kao neki strateg, šta? Kao neki Napoleon Bonaparte. Što ti pričaš?
On još kaže što može se radi i on.
Važi. Kako da ne?
Imaš tamo meto, dakle možeš da pucaš na njih. Može da se pustiš dole, dođe fizeli.
S čime da puca?
A sad je.
Vrati se brzo, vidi.
Ja od da radi. Ko što rekoh i da imam platu i da imam pare, opet bih našao neki posao da radim, pa makar besplatno. Tako da, ako budeš sutra teo da igraš nešto, u suštini, ako neš da igraš V-Rising, ne moraš, treba mi, hoću da zatučem bossa, treba mi neko da mi pomogne. Ako hoćeš da igraš, još bolje, ako